when courage burned, he took the heat and the fire turned. They tried to drown it, tried to break the spark, but truth cut sharp in the deepest dark. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame, not for applause, not chasing a name. He stood for God when the cost was high. Now we stand tall, no compromise. The fiery lit still burns in us. Through the noise, through the hate, through the dust, the torch is ours. The line is drawn. We are Charlie Kirk, and we carry on. From hostile halls to open ground, he held the line, didn't back it down, didn't preach safe, didn't speak weak, called men to stand, not turn the cheek. Not perfect men, not flawless hands, just fate-driven, truth-bound stands. When the world said bend, he said no. That's how the fire was made to grow. They mocked the faith, they cursed the name, but pressure only feeds the flame. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame, not for applause, not chasing a name. He stood for God when the cost was high. Now we stand tall, no compromise. The fiery lit still burns in us. Through the noise, through the hate, through the dust, the torch is ours. The line is drawn. We are Charlie Kirk, and we carry on. This ain't worship of flesh and bone, it's truth outlasting the microphone. One man spoke, now thousands stand. Faith in our hearts, fire in our hands. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame, faith unbroken, truth unchained. What he ignited won't fade or die. It multiplies every time we try. The fire lives, the mission stays. Pass through courage, not delayed. The torch is ours. The line is drawn. We are Charlie Kirk, and we carry on. Stand your ground. Carry it A spark in the dark, a voice in the storm.
This lower
Truth
here.
didn't bend, it took.
Welcome in, guys. Welcome into the live Potatoes Eye Live. So we had a little bit of change in scheduling, and the discussion will be changing a little bit. We'll be trying to see if I can get into Discord and do it with me there too. But let me see. Let me start with welcome everybody in, right? I appreciate everybody being here, especially with it being an hour early. Really appreciate the engagement. Gamer, really appreciate you getting in and starting the chat. Homestead Wench is always welcome in and good to see you. TNT, thank you very much again for joining the stream. And looks like that might be everybody that's in the chat currently. So basically what the schedule is we had somebody wanting to pick. So in the description, you should be able to find Real Rain. He is another streamer, and he'll be doing a channel of his own, and I'll let him explain that. Hopefully when I get able to hear him. But he had a debate with Marte, and we're going to be discussing a little bit about that debate, and we'll be discussing a little bit about whether Charlie Kirk is the face of the TradCon movement. If there's other people in my Discord or somebody that wants to join my Discord that wants to be part of the discussion, obviously it's up to the people that'll be in there, but we could maybe have some other people join. Let me see. So we've got, you guys should be able to hear me. So Real Rain, yeah, you're in Macho Man Serenades. Go ahead and go back into Root Words. You were on the right channel. If you guys want to talk about it, you're welcome to be part of it, ODJ. I'll be trying to jump in here. Go ahead. Let's see. Oh, so you're in Macho Man. You're both in there. Let me see if I can hear you over the stream at all. Let me see here. Go ahead and talk, guys. Can you guys hear me at all in here? Hey, Pumpkinhead, good to see you. Can you guys hear me on stream? Can you guys hear me in the Discord at all? No? Not hearing anything from the Discord. So Pumpkinhead, so what we're trying to do is we're trying to discuss whether we're trying to get in, and hopefully Real Rain, are you trying to talk, Real Rain? I don't see it all on the, I see you in Macho Man Serenades, and I'm watching to see if I hear you talk at all. But I don't hear you at all. My chat seems to hear me over stream. Okay, so ODJ, would you mind one of your people talk? Somebody talk. Sorry guys, this is kind of last minute cluster. Real Rain, are you in the chat at all? Can you talk in the chat? Can you tell me what you're doing? Are you trying to talk and just not able to get through because my stream maybe? I don't know enough about this to know whether I'm doing this right. It was just kind of I should have done a test stream. But anybody in the chat can tell me what we're doing here. Otherwise I just need to go to my regular scheduled programming. Okay, ODJ, I know you were in the chat. You just went unmute. Can you guys hear me in here at all? Oh, guys. Okay, so it doesn't look like this is gonna work, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. I appreciate Homestead Wench. I don't know. I've literally used Streamlabs to record through through Discord. So I don't know. I'm assuming you're trying to talk, Real Rain, and you're not able to talk. Push to talk, maybe. My push to talk doesn't work. Maybe I did something when I was doing permissions, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's only the 7 of us in here. I don't see any settings. Send messages in here. It just gives the side chat options. Hey, Pumpkinhead. Good to see you in here, I guess. Can you talk at all? On push to talk. Okay. Thank you, Pumpkinhead. Do you know how I get rid of that? Let me see. Goodness gracious. This has got to be so entertaining for the people that are viewing, I'm sure. I'm sure. Okay. We'll just have to reschedule, I'm afraid, Real Rain. Let me get in here. Push to talk required. This channel requires push to talk to voice chat. You'll only be able to listen until you switch modes. Push to talk. And it won't let you guys push to talk. It won't let you switch that over. Um, I don't know. I don't know what permissions in the permissions. Hey, Long Haul Nate, good to see you, man. Okay, so everybody can still hear me in my chat. At least, right? Okay, so good to see everybody. Dang it, this was rough. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know. I'll have to play around with it. I could have sworn I used this to record through Streamlabs before, so I thought that I had it all set up and I didn't do my due diligence, and that was my bad, guys. I'm so sorry. Okay. Good to see you, Long Haul. Okay, so goodness gracious. Okay, I have nothing ready because I was kind of planning on that.
So EBT
Oh,
just got shut down
shush
today,
you.
and
Quiet you,
it's
quiet
looking
you.
bad.
Sorry, guys. Let me see what I had. I know I have a lot saved. Dang it. Gamer, it works for you. Wait, what? Lounge. You're in the lounge. What the heck?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, buddy. Okay,
Can you hear
so
me? Lounge has no push to talk.
okay. Well, that's good news. Can you hear me? Let me see. Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Real Rain, can you talk? No? I thought I saw you for a minute.
He might have went off.
Let's see. I wonder if it's his role actually now that I think about it. Hold on, Real Rain. Let me find
He
your
said in chat, I'm free. Let's wait 10 minutes and try again.
Okay, okay.
Maybe he's off doing something.
Okay. Well, I'll go make sure that he's the same role as you are at least, so that there shouldn't be any issues. If you don't have any issues, he shouldn't have any issues now. Okay. So while we're waiting for him, wow, what crazy couple days it's been, hasn't it? Right? Dano, good to see you, man. It's really good to see you in the chat. We're working on getting into Discord and discussions and things like that. But for right now, I'm going to see what I can come up with for something to watch. Let me mute.
About Matt Morse TV? He's streaming right now. I was just watching him before this.
All right. The live.
Yes.
Wow, it's been 10 hours he's been going.
I've been watching for about 3.
All right. So, let's see. Just one's in the chat. If you can hear me, just make sure I can hear everybody can hear me in chat. I'm talking to ODJ. I'm pretty sure you guys can hear him over the Discord. Is there any echo? One in the chat if you can hear me. Jeez. Okay, so echo. Put a 2 in the chat. Okay. And if you can't hear me at all,
okay, how about now?
I can hear you, Rain.
Okay, cool. I moved over to my cell phone.
Oh, I got you. Okay. All right. Let me get back into here and get back into Discord and into the right
This is a
screen.
boomer moment we could have.
What was that now?
This was a pretty boomer moment for all of us.
Yeah, no, I yeah, for real though, right? Okay, so let me get over to that screen. Okay. And then me kind of right there. Okay. So, I think so nobody's reacted, so we'll just say that everybody can hear me. We'll just go forward like we can.
I should be able to hear you because if I hit play on if I unmute my computer, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So, just go ahead and introduce yourself, Real Rain, and tell people where they can find you, a little bit about yourself, and we'll go from there.
I'm Real Rain 89. I am just a walker of the distant world of the far right. I give insights onto what they think, how they think, and perhaps give you guys an actual ammunition on how we can better combat the far right.
Okay. And where can they find you?
Real Rain 89.
Real
YouTube every Saturday, 9 a.m. I'm doing a live and just looking to keep growing and keep learning.
Okay, cool. Right on. So, yeah, if you guys please go, subscribe, check him out. Let's see how we can grow the nation. And we'll see what we can figure out from there. But so let's start out with, because I wasn't, obviously I'm not prepared to discuss this. This wasn't necessarily my expertise or my range of forte. But what's your stance? Let's start with that, I guess.
Okay, well, one, I think, and this is kind of why debate is a very good opportunity to learn other people's insights so it can better help your own. What I was thinking, I viewed Charlie as the figurehead of what I call TradCon Inc. Most people would call it like neocons and everything like that. But I view Charlie as the face of that. And thus, in my mind, I put Charlie into a villainous position in my head. And with that debate, I kind of learned like I put Charlie unfairly in that. The homie Dave, he's not here, and he wanted to talk about this topic. And I think I just wanted to, you were gracious enough to want to have this conversation on your platform. And I just kind of wanted to give people like my thinking process behind it. And ODJ, great homie, and he just had some questions about why my thought process was what it was. And yeah, I'm just here to answer you guys' questions.
Okay. Like I said before, if there's somebody in the chat, I think Pumpkinhead, you might have mentioned that you'd be willing to jump in. Obviously, it's up to Real Rain. I don't necessarily want to overload him, but we could at least have one more person in the Discord.
Pumpkinhead's the homie. He can hop on.
Okay, cool.
It's not a debate. It's just a conversation.
Yeah, this is just an open discussion. So if there's anybody,
shouldn't get chaotic.
Yeah, we'll
I'm
try
not
to
holding
keep
like a position. I'm just like giving you guys why I thought what I wanted, why I thought what I thought.
Sure.
Did you watch Charlie Kirk before?
I watched hours and hours of Charlie Kirk be like from 2017 to about 2022.
I started watching him a couple years ago, which was pretty much his peak.
Well, that's I know for you it seems like that's when he peaked, but Charlie peaked in like 2019.
To be fair, that was also when I started getting into politics, so there's that. I started watching him a couple years ago.
Right. And like look, in my
Can you hold, I'm sorry, give me just a sec. Can you talk Pumpkinhead? Just make sure he can.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure everybody can hear everybody. Okay, go ahead and go with your statement. Sorry.
right, like and kind of in like in remember like when I'm new to the YouTube world and Marte, me and him had been talking kind of loosely on Instagram about like debate topics and stuff. And this was a debate topic. I kind of feel like I worded it wrong in my prompt, like when I asked him about it.
Sure.
I think I could agree with that statement.
Yeah, I can
So,
understand. Prompts are extensive. You have to really think about the prompt. That's part of the reason why I haven't had any debates myself yet, is because I can't think of a really good prompt that I want to use to word it right. And so
I got
yeah.
a good show for you guys to watch.
Oh, what's that?
Michael Cole's bar fight.
Yeah, that is a good show for sure. They have some good
They
guests.
just had one come out, I think, last night or something.
Did they? Maybe I'll review it
It was
next.
really good.
next
They're
episode.
always really good.
Right on. So you said that you'd watched Charlie Kirk hours and hours. You've watched full videos of him, right? You're not watching clips. I know. You know, right? Everybody asks, are you watching the full length? Are you getting the full context of what he was saying? Because again, I didn't prep for this, so I don't know. I watched him a lot personally, but I didn't watch him religiously.
right. Like, and like that's actually a great question, Potato, because like I watched not only like full clips or like full Charlie's campus tours and stuff, but I also watched his show.
Okay.
So it's not like, and again, like I think what I did wrong was like I put Charlie as the face of what I view as the TradCon movement, and that's where it's basically the establishment Republicans.
I don't like
think,
them either. I don't like them either. But I don't like them with them.
Right. So like again, and this is why like as I'm learning and everything, like my wording of that debate prompt, I think is kind of like I said I shot myself in the foot. First of all, I'm going to shoot. Charlie Kirk was a great man, and I will never say anything other than Charlie Kirk was a great man. What I think the issue was, and I hope I kind of made the point clear in the debate, is it kind of felt like he was more willing to talk to extreme leftists than people that are just like a little bit more right than him. And like that's where in debates when you like, and especially with someone like Marte, who was just so technical, like he can cut you up with a blade, and if you don't come with like receipts, he will destroy your argument. I think that I didn't have enough information to provide you guys.
I can see your point you made there, though. I can understand that view. Based on your original prompt, the only thing I can see that he would have done harm to the right is divide us.
Yeah.
And you know what?
And I don't think he did much of that.
And you know that's kind of like in the simplest way. That's kind of the point I was trying to make.
Which is what I saw. It wasn't a bad debate. I feel like you bit off more than you could chew, first of all.
Oh, I
And
did.
it wasn't the greatest prompt.
And I completely agree with everything you just said.
So and that's just it. Is I admire Charlie. Part of the reason why I started my podcast is because of Charlie and what he was trying to do. I want to build a platform where it invites people of all sex, right, left, whatever you want to call it, to be able to discuss their opinions and be able to debate on a platform that's not so blood sports debate, right? Like the discussion that we're having right now. I want to have more of this kind of stuff.
And
A common debate. I mean, a common conversation. Nothing too debatable and all that stuff. Yeah, I get you.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you know what, Tato? Like that is something like in hindsight, like Marte wasn't the person I probably should have talked to. Or
It was
like
good experience, though.
Yeah. Like I learned so much. Like, don't get me wrong, Marte. Like, you guys will never hear me say anything bad about Marte. But like, I stepped into an arena I shouldn't have been in.
Sure.
Yeah, but you learned from it. You say and he helped you learn, figure out points that you were misunderstanding. So it's not like he was going to be like a real dig and trying to make you understand. Now he actually was willing to sit there and like teach you and be like, no, this is how it's like. He's a good man, and they give him that credit for him.
Yeah, and like Marte, I think, and I'm only speculating. I don't know what he was really thinking in the moment, but I think when he saw I was making a good faith argument with bad reasoning, he knew, like, he kind of saw like my skill level wasn't the skill level of him, and he kind of like dropped his skill level down to kind to engage. So like that's like I bit off more than two. I went to a heavy hitter that maybe I shouldn't have, but Marte gave me an opportunity, and like I said, like I learned so much, and just like how to do a debate, how to give a proper opening. There was so much I learned in it that, like, even though, am I allowed to swear on here?
I try not to, if you can help it.
I got my butt kicked, but I still walked away like learning a lot.
That's fair.
Yeah, I wish liberals would do the same like that. They're like, okay, maybe I was wrong, and I see the point and learn from stuff, but they're just so hard headed and they don't want to learn. And it was just good that for once Marte didn't have someone who was bad faith. It was y'all two interaction was really good between each other.
Yeah, I agree.
It was.
Yeah.
We need more like that. We don't
Liberals are very ignorant and arrogant.
Very.
Well, and that's
Hey guys, I'll be right back.
No worries. Well, and again, that's what I'm trying to build the platform, is so that we can invite people to talk logically through their problems and see if we can get people to actually understand each other, because this backbiting and this blood sports debate, where it has its place and it's fun and it's enjoyable, it is concerning, because it doesn't move the conversation forward. Real quick, I just want to invite all the new people in. If you're still in the chat, thank you very much for joining us. Blood Logos, very much appreciate you joining. I've been watching a couple of your videos lately. Good stuff, man. I'm sorry it's taken me so long. Pharmacat, as always, good to see you. Lady Liberty Q45, very good to see somebody else in the chat. I appreciate the engagement. So you say the belief is here that Charles' death happened how big media portrayed it. Well, we're not completely sure. We're just kind of discussing. So Real Rain, the gentleman in the top left, is had a debate, and we're kind of discussing that debate and his points. So we don't know exactly how it went down. you know, the big media portrays it the way that they do, and you know, some people have to kind of take it the way it is portrayed. I have my own beliefs, but that's not necessarily the discussion today. But thank you very much for the engagement. And again, if anybody wants to join, it's in my Discord. The Discord should be in the description below. You have to scroll all the way to the bottom. If you haven't liked the stream, please like the stream, subscribe, share me out all the starchiness to the people in the world, and we'll go ahead and get back to the discussion at hand. All right, anybody want to
Okay,
start?
kind of to piggyback off of like what you were saying, how you want your platform to be a place where people on the right, left, and center can come. Kind of like my main disagreement with Charlie was that we don't need to talk to those people. We need to stop talking to leftists. They don't listen to us, and they don't care about us.
Well, and where I do understand where you're coming from, trust me, I do. There are some people, I'm not saying many, but there are some out there that are literally brainwashed in their basement, have never seen the light of day or whatever the case is, and they just don't understand. They don't like listening to Andrew. He's more aggressive than they like to listen to. They don't like listening to, you know, say Destiny even, because again, he's, you know, aggressive. I'm trying to give a platform with a different point of view, a different voice, a different level of voice, right? So that maybe some of those leftists, and I see where you're coming from, but some of them can find their way over to the right.
Yeah.
I want
I'm
to
not-
piggyback off of what Potato was just saying. I feel like Charlie was our guy. He was the nice guy. He was going out there and doing stuff and being nice to people rather than being all harsh like we would be.
Yeah, he's not like how Andrew's a little bit aggressive, but it's just that's how he is, and these people just didn't like how mean I guess he was because he heard how he worded things and hurt their fifis. But Charlie was really just an understanding guy. Like he literally just wanted you to see what was going on. He wanted to help the youth out in any way he could, and it was just a nice way instead of just being like how we would be because we're sick of their crap. But now they got to deal with the like the likes of Andrew Wilson, Rob, and many more others that have more of a voice. So it just put more fuel to the fire. It's like y'all got rid of the nice one. Now you gonna have to deal with the mean ones.
Right.
And Pumpkinhead, I'm glad you said it. What you just said, the way you said it, and
Wait, can I mention something?
yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to say that they only really wanted to get rid of Charlie. All of them
Yeah.
did, because there's nothing bad they could say about him because he never did anything that they could even claim was wrong. The only thing they had they could use against him was say, oh, you're a Nazi. He didn't do anything rough. He didn't do anything harsh. He didn't even be rude to them.
Nope. He was just good faith and just was sitting there trying to talk to you like a normal person would, trying to make someone understand the situation. And nope, they didn't like him because he was just this kind of person. And they had nothing on him, so they're like, you know what? We'll just get rid of him instead. And
He's
it's
a
like,
lot nicer than us.
yeah.
Nicer than us.
And for just moving forward, so the chat knows, I'm going to refer to ODJ as nephew. But nephew and Pumpkinhead, I think what you guys are saying is correct. The kind of like the pushback I had against Charlie is he never really answered to the questions that the far right was having. And I kind of looked at it as like, I don't know if it was like I kind of think gatekeeping, if that makes sense.
Well, and I can see where you're coming from. Like I was going to mention before, you know, we can have the best intentions and pave the wrong, you know, the road to hell is paved with the best intentions, or however the saying goes, right? So
I think it's right.
I can understand where you're coming from for sure. But like I said, I followed him for the last couple of years before his passing, and so I have a lot of respect for the gentleman, the way he debated. And I can't necessarily say that I can take his side or take anyone else's side on the case, which maybe makes me a good moderator if I were to actually study up on the case. But like I said, I admire him for the way he was trying to, or at least it looked like he was trying to bridge the gap between the right and the left.
And kind of like what I'm saying, and I think you guys are. I think my point is being made more clear here than it was in the debate. I'm saying like I wished he would have offered that grace to the far right.
Yeah, well, and that was another question I was going to ask. So you mentioned the neon or the TradCon and the far right. So I'm a potato, right? I don't know the difference between, I guess, the TradCon, the right, the far right, the left. I understand the difference between the middle and the far left for sure, right? The violence, but there's like I said, the Overton window has gone from like this up to, you know, a massive amount, right? So you've got so many people on the left that are in that middle area.
Well, okay, well, that's a great segue, my guy.
Well, that's
Awesome.
that's fair.
Here's what I see. I see for the far right, the real far right. We're what they call the far right now. The real far right is people more like farther than Andrew Tate.
Oh yeah.
No,
Like the ones that would take it to extremes, like how the far left does it, but they would do it more of a, I guess.
I don't typically like Andrew Tate, but I like the way he saw Charlie Kirk as the nice guy. I have a very similar view to him on that.
Right.
Did you guys
Okay.
see the video of him on that?
Well, that's a great segue because like I think, and that's kind of what I'm trying to hope to accomplish with my channel is to actually like tell people what an actual far right person is.
Okay.
So the far right is basically, it has about 3 to 4 core tenets in it. It's
You mean
ultra-
3 to 4 people?
It's ultranationalism, it's anti-communism, there's a racial purity to it, but there's also a conspiratorial anti-government stance to it.
Oh yeah, it's definitely
I don't
Fair
like
enough.
government, but it's a necessary evil. It's something we must have.
No, like, what I mean is like on the far right, like McCarthyism basically gave the far right a marching order that America will never be communist.
yeah. I'm
I-
down for that. Fuck communism. It does you no good. I'd gladly be non-communism than anything else.
You want me to state
Right,
the
so-
one good thing about communism? People can't be fat because they never have food. That's the only good thing about communism.
That's about it. Yeah. So hey, at least nobody will be fat. You'll just be either starving or
Dead.
dead. Either way.
So
There's
That's what I always tell people. That's what I always tell.
That's a good
Fun
art.
cat.
That's a good point too, man.
Sure.
That's actually
I guess. Okay, so Dave asked a question in the chat. Do you see that?
Go ahead and read it.
He says, why would Charlie want to debate a far right person? Most of these guys would never vote for a demon rat, is what he put. The minds
Yeah, they're
he
different.
was trying to change were the leftists. So he was trying for that middle ground or that left before the far right is basically what he's saying. So why would he debate a person on the far right?
Because Charlie's message was you need to debate people that have different ideas. That was Charlie's message, right?
Sure.
Do you guys agree with that premise?
Well, yeah, and I do understand what you're saying for sure, because the far right, like I was saying, I don't know the difference per se, but I understand there's a difference because people say that there's the left and then the right and the far right. So there's obviously a difference there, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, like when you're willing to debate someone that you fundamentally disagree with, in terms of morals, values, ethics, and principles.
Sure.
But then you're not willing to debate someone that has the same moral, ethics, values, and principles, but a different policy approach. That's kind of like what I'm trying to say.
That's fair. So the biggest thing is as only one man, he had a massive reach, right? But as only one man, he can only debate one person at a time, or even the people that do the hey, just me, good to see you.
Hey,
Anyway, so he can only debate one person, or the 30 or whatever. But long story short, he's only one man. So he's got to focus where the biggest issue is, right? Which would be the left, the far left, and the middle, in order to sway them over to the right. The far right,
That's what I was thinking.
right? We have them already to a certain extent on our side. They're not going to vote for the Democrat. And again, I don't know if he had been able to get on and move forward with his mission. We don't know what he would have had in store, right? But as of right now, I don't disagree with you. He should have been open to debating people like Nick Fuentes and things like that, where you'd mentioned in your debate.
I
Go
think he should have debated Nick Fuentes. I don't typically like Nick Fuentes because he has some particular large things I disagree with. But he also makes some really good points. I think they would have been pretty good for debating each other.
Yeah, I think that would have been something worth seeing, to be honest, because how big they made Nick out to be. It would have been cool to see Charlie have an actual good conversation / debate with Nick, to be honest, because then people could see it's not all that bad. Yeah, Nick's a little bit extreme, but I think it would have been really neat to see this. But we won't get to see that.
Yeah, and that's kind of like, and this is one of the things I learned like post debate. Like I focused too much on Nick Fuentes.
Yes, you
but
did.
there are other people on with the far right that Charlie could have, like, let's just say, take Nick Fuentes out. One of like the biggest thought leaders on the far right is a guy named Vincent James. On YouTube, there's a debate that Vincent James and Nick Fuentes had with Gavin McInnes and Adam King. And Vincent James he's similar to Nick Fuentes, but not as abrasive. Okay. So there were voices on there where even if, like, take Nick out, there are other voices on the far right that could have been suitable to talk to.
Sure. Yeah, so like I said, like Dave is saying, sowing doubt in the right, that's the thing is, if you start debating your own side, even if it is the far side of your own side, you start to sow that doubt of why is he questioning us when he should be questioning the other side? Again, going back to that one man kind of thing, where we have, a few Milo and a few others that are starting to hit the scene again. He was the main one. Everybody was looking to him. So he had to move through the ranks as he could, and that takes time, right? And again, if he had been able to move through his mission as he could, we don't know. And I didn't follow Nick Fuentes at all whatsoever. I'm not a fan. But lately he's been hitting the scene, and so Charlie having the opportunity to debate him and maybe sway him more toward the ideals that Charlie had, it might have been good. I'm not real sure.
I never really watched Nick. I just saw clips of Nick from other people like Michael Knowles, and there's this guy on YouTube, Tanashi Peter. He's pretty cool. He's chill. He's not as loud as us, not as mean as us.
Fair.
But he makes good points.
That's good.
Yeah, I never heard of Nick until he started popping up again, to be honest.
And you know what? Like, that's kind of like, I understand what Dave's point is with sowing doubt in the right, but kind of like what we have right now in the right is we have, and if you Google it, I don't know if you can potato right now, but if you Google far right civil war,
okay,
or just right wing, or the right is in a civil war, there will be 100 articles from like the last 3 weeks.
Oh, really? Okay.
So
We aren't
Pardon?
really in a civil war. There might be
Yeah.
arguments going among us, but it's not a civil war.
It's getting
Right.
there. They keep pushing it.
Well, and that's
Right, right.
They want it to be a civil war.
Yeah,
Right.
but they
They
don't
want
realize.
to cause trouble among us.
Yeah, but as soon as this starts and they start using like this, the Muslims and the liberals against us, they don't realize that we're going to wipe them off the floor. We've been pushed for so much. The only it's like it's going to be another crusade all over again. We're
Right.
going to be purging these people out
Well,
one way or another.
It's
And
like Just Me says in the chat here. We don't need further division, right? We need to ensure that we have enough votes to make sure that the left doesn't take over, especially now. If we take Greenland or whatever, I don't know how. I think we've stopped taking that, haven't we? We've come to an agreement or something like that.
I think we all
come to agreement.
got it.
Yeah.
Like we basically are going to have it.
We're going, but we're
Yeah.
still going to have it. So either way. So, but that's my point. Is we gather all of this power and then we allow the left to take it the next
And give it away.
Exactly.
Yep.
So we
And that's
can't allow that division in the right to take place. So we need to hold to bringing in the left as much to the right and even the far right. I don't know the difference. I'm a potato, so I'm not speaking that the far right is good. It's just not the left, right? I mean, right?
Nick Fuentes is pretty much far right.
Far right.
Yeah,
That's
the
fair.
Nick is definitely a far right person how he acts. But yeah, we just need to be more together than having little bickering and infightings that we have right now. Because far left and far right are both bad, regardless because of how it is. We just
That's
need to
fair.
make a middle ground. Because as soon as one party takes over, they tend to take all your accomplishments and goodwill, and then just throw it out away, and then just go straight communism. We kind of need to put the left in their place, to be honest, because at this point, if we lose again and they just do the same stuff over like they've been doing, then nothing's going to change. We're
Right.
going to have to deal with more worse things than we already have. So we really got to put our foot down on the donkey, I guess is what. Yeah, the Democrats are donkeys, right? And
Republicans are
yeah.
elephants. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, elephant needs to put the foot down on the donkey for sure.
Yeah, something.
Hey,
No, the elephant's so big it can just sit on the donkey.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what we need to do. We need is like y'all need to stop being stupid, act like human beings, and not this whole degenerate, mentally ill people. And we can get back to having nice things. And but like what they're doing in Virginia, they're putting out more laws that benefit criminals and creeps than anything else. And it's just like they really, really pushing for a civil war, and by any means necessary they're doing.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
let me
just it.
piggyback off. Can I piggyback off of that real quick, Potato?
Go ahead.
Okay. The reason why, like, the biggest complaint amongst the far right about the Republicans is they don't fight back.
That's the problem.
So-
They're sitting there on their
Unfortunately, they're not really wrong.
So when I tell you guys, like, the far right did stop like voting for Trump or supporting Trump was because in 2016, the things he's doing now, is what I think. I'm not going to speak for you guys, but I wanted this Trump energy in 2016.
I can
Yeah, well, they-
understand that.
Yeah.
But you can only go so hard. I mean, he was brutally attacked for the last 10 years, with allegations of this, that, and the other, constantly being berated by the
Let me
left.
throw out
Go
perspective
ahead.
on this. If he went hard like this in his first term, there was no way on hell he was going to get in for a second term in that period of time.
Right, exactly.
Now they would have done everything to not make him get that second term, because he did what he did the first term. He's like, we hate you for doing this crap. So you know what? You don't get a second term.
Yeah, it was,
And guess
bad
what?
enough as it was.
They did that regardless.
Yep.
Well,
And we
that's
still had to
just it.
deal with Biden.
Right.
So,
But I think that was his thought process.
right. But like that's kind of like we're both
Unfortunately, it went down the way it did.
Yeah, they
Right.
fought tooth and nail to stop him. Go ahead, Rain.
Yeah, go ahead. Rick.
Yeah, so like what you're saying is like no matter what, if he did what he's doing today in 2017, he wouldn't have gotten elected again. And what I'm saying is if he would have done what he did today in 2017, I think, and I'm not going to like try and argue this debate because it's just subjective.
Right.
I think he might have had a better chance of winning in 2020.
If he had basically followed through with more of what he promised, if you will. Maybe.
Yes, yes.
I mean, he
I
did
think
a lot
would
more
have
than
too,
what was that, ODJ?
but
Sorry.
I think he probably didn't see that or didn't want to risk it.
And that's
Yeah,
a good
right.
possibility. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's also being constantly attacked and framed for things. So they were trying everything to make sure that they could make sure he didn't get another term.
Exactly.
Because if he did do it, they would have fought twice as harder and then done twice the worst crap if he lost the second term, which they kind of did with Biden. But I think a second term, they would have full on went after Trump at everything they got if he got reelected the second time and not Biden. Because as we've seen, they're willing to kill you.
Yeah, like look, like again, we're all on the same side of the right. So I'm not like attacking, I'm more so like criticizing the right's battle plan.
Yeah,
And
I get you. They are kind
and,
of lacklustering.
and so like I think when like we look at the right, like okay, Dave I saw how do we fight when we try to fight verbally? They shot us in the neck. Okay, that's a great question, Dave. That's a great question. What I think, notice how when Biden took office, Dave, and I'm sorry you can't, I'm sorry you're not here, but I do want to respond to that question if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I think what we saw the Dems and the left do in 2021 with judicial lawfare is what the right should have done.
Yeah.
Right.
Take the say use the same playbook against them. It's like, oh, look how it feels. How's it feel to have your own tactics against you? If you're willing, if you want to do it, we can do the same thing. But then they complain and bitch and then they attack you for doing the same tactics they do. And it's like, y'all are doing the same thing. We're just doing a turnaround on y'all.
Well, and that's
Yes,
just
exactly.
You can
100%. That's the only thing they do is complain, whine, and bitch.
Right.
That's all they do, and they just spout the same stuff over and over. They are literally the left is literally the definition of what insanity is because they keep doing the same crap over and over.
Okay, and TNT Cycle PDX, he needs to get off his ass and shut these rioters down. That's why he failed in 2019, 2020. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, he should have sent in, like, and I get it, during those riots in 2020, like, he kind of just left it all to the states. But I really just wish he would just put it out on the table, slammed it in front of like these like leftist cities' faces, and say, "I'm the big dog."
Yeah,
a lot of
He definitely should have.
Yeah,
I think he's gotten more radicalized since then too, though.
Well,
yeah, and I will. Great. Well, this is a great segue then, because I definitely agree, and I think the reason why he got more radicalized is because he saw what the far right was saying was true, and that no matter what, they're going to come after you.
oh yeah.
So they attacked him, they attacked his family, they attacked his businesses, and I don't personally, I'm just like speculating here. I don't think he would have ran in 2024 if they didn't do that stuff to him.
And that's fair. I can see where you're coming from there.
I don't know. He was pretty passionate.
Yeah, he wants to help the American people or as much as he can in the position that we're all in, right? There's only so much that one man can do. And again,
there's not much in him being president for him other than the fact that he loves his country and he wants it for his future.
Right.
Yeah, like Trump's
and people don't get that. and all these other people are making a ton of money off of it, rather than caring.
Right.
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
when you think about we have to be honest about Trump. Trump has a big ego.
Don't we all?
He does. He
I
really
mean,
does.
I try not to, but he does. Yes, he does. I'm not disagreeing with you there.
So I think when Trump got called, Obama called Trump out and said, "You will never be president," Trump was like, "Oh, I'm going to show you."
Oh
And
yeah,
so
he totally did. He was like, "Oh, okay, all right, bet. I'll show you who's not going to be the president."
I think Trump accomplished his personal mission of proving Obama wrong. I think this term is, yo, I tried to play nice and then y'all attacked my family. Gloves are off.
That's a valid
Well,
point.
and
Yeah,
that and that's a valid point, and I understand where you're coming from. But Dave makes a very good point. If we become just as scummy as they are, then what separates us from the animals, right? We're supposed to be civilized. The left, I'm tired of sitting down. I'm tired of laying down. I'm tired of being walked all over. I'm tired of accepting things the way that we've been shoved down our throat. However, I'm not, and if you've followed me at all, you know I'm not about violence, right? So I'm not condoning anything pushing forward. We need to be just being understanding of people, and that is a very fine line, right? Because when I say that, I'm not a nice person. I like to be kind. I like to tell you how it is. I like to tell you what you're doing wrong so that we can fix your bad behavior. But we have to understand that you hate the sin, not the sinner, right? Goes
Yep.
back to that old adage.
Yeah,
Anyway,
but
go ahead.
you know the old adage that it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war?
Well, and that was just
I
about something
think
I was
we
about to say
wait
something
for
too.
them to start it.
Yeah,
Well,
I think that's what we should do.
Always
That's
Once
kinda
be
already
they
direct.
start it, we can actually do violence. If they don't start the violence, I say we chill.
because that means we have all right to defend ourselves, and they can't say it's like, well, y'all attacked
Right.
us. It's like, no, we defended ourselves. We didn't
We're in
attack
the
y'all.
right.
Y'all started doing that, so let them make the first move, and then once they make that first move, they're going to regret it 10 times worse because we're not going to hold
Honestly,
that once
when they did that to Charlie Kirk,
That
I
should have
thought
been it.
people were going to be we were going to be a lot closer to that than we were.
I was
I
thinking the
agree.
same thing, dude. We should have been the same. We should have been once Charlie dies, like, yo, killed one of the best men that we had. And I think the glove should have just straight been off there. I think, yeah, like, people who went to the vigils for Charlie start shit, I think they should have just got their asses beat because it's like, you're not going to come here and start your whole fascist bull crap and talking smack about a man who just passed away. A good man that y'all tried, yeah, damnedest to frame as a bad person. So once it's ready, they're going to regret that they should have never poked at the bear because the bear is going to literally tear them apart.
Yeah, and to
They
kind
will
of like
come. It will
further
come.
to further answer Dave's question, I'm really sorry you can't be on here, Dave. I hope we can have this conversation together one day. But I'm talking about like we need to match their energy.
Well, and I
Yeah,
agree with that.
Yeah, but I get that, but we shouldn't do it like how they're doing it in a very scum way. I do
Exactly.
agree with matching the energy. You can go,
Exactly.
Tater. Sorry.
No, you're good. I was just agreeing. I was about to say the same thing. I want to match their energy in a different route, right? I'm just as passionate for my side as they are for their side, but I'm not trying to cancel people. I'm not trying to go out there and start violence to be able to defend myself against said violence, right? I
Yeah.
want to be able to have, like, just like we're having right now. We're all civil. We're all very calm and cool, collected about this conversation, and I appreciate that more than I can say. But we need those people that disagree with us to be able to have this same type of understanding conversation and be able to move the conversations forward. Because again, like Pharmacat said, they've started the violence already, right? We're having to match that energy in some way without stooping to their level, and so it's going to be a hard line. Go ahead.
Okay.
Look what Dave just said.
I,
They have started it. Riots,
They have
major
started.
cities, and murdering Charlie.
Right.
We just
I
can't-
agree with that, but I think it's not there yet. We're just not there yet.
Well, and that's that.
Hey,
We are a lot more patient than they are.
Right.
Yeah,
Hey,
but
Po-
it's we don't have infinite patience, so it's going to run out, and they're going to really regret that they literally took our patient. How's the word to say
Right.
this?
Let's
When it starts, it will
Abuse
start.
our patience.
let
There we go.
Rain talk. He wanted to say something there.
no, like I'm not seeing Dave's comments in the chat, so I was just seeing if like
so at the top is there. You should have top chats or with a drop down thing, and you can change it to live chat. Do you see that?
okay, this is on the Discord.
Oh, it's on YouTube. Are you on my stream?
Yeah, I'm watching it on the stream. Okay,
Yeah. The live chat is what you want to be on the live stream.
let
You
me.
want to invite more people from the stream into here because there's a couple new ones. Wick just got on. He might want to talk.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. If anybody wants to join in, that has joined the live since I said, you're welcome to jump into the Discord and join the live. If you aren't part of my Discord, scroll down to the bottom in the description, and my Discord is in there. But Wickmoto, I know you're part of the Discord. If you want to jump in. If not, don't feel pressured or anything. I understand, Dave. I do. But if an eye for an eye leaves everyone blind, my friend.
Yeah. Well,
So-
justice is blind too. So an eye for an eye.
Why'd you have to pull that? Come on now.
I like that saying.
Go ahead.
But justice is blind. But honestly, there's a lot of treason that has been going on. So technically, treason by law in our rights, in the Constitution or whatever, is if
Death.
you commit treason, is death. And some of these people literally need to be put to death penalty for the
We
amount of
need
treasons
to
they've done.
enforce that. If we enforced that alone, I think what we'd be in right now would be in much different situation.
Yes, we would, dude. I'll 100% agree because I'm pretty sure treason was death penalty back in the day of land, and they're literally supporting terrorist acts, gangs, and everything. They're using everything against us, and they're also committing high treason and heresy. It's like these people are not being put to death because they have all this money and all this power. It's like, yeah, no, these people need to have everything frozen, all their assets taken away, and no trial because they would just avoid it or just leave the state because they're like, oh, I'm just going to leave the United States. It's like,
I
nope.
think we should at least give them a trial date just to say we tried.
I'll give them a day, but that one day is like, well, it doesn't matter. We did give you a fair trial, and all the acts you've done still follows under treason, which we've got a nice little noose for you out back. So, and of course, live execution, because that's the best way to learn is from live stuff. That's why Japan teaches their kids with live stuff. So it's like prime example. These people just will continue doing the same thing over and over. Their family needs to have if they're part of their family, their family need to also not be able to get their assets because it's not theirs because they've been stealing it from the people for God knows how long.
Yeah. Well,
100%, their family definitely shouldn't inherit anything.
Yep, they shouldn't inherit anything after that. That once they have been set for treason, all assets and their companies and everything is frozen.
Yeah.
You are excommunicado and you are going to be put to death for the amount of treasons you have done because there's a lot of it going around.
Yeah, and kind of like, are you guys you guys watch UFC at all?
No.
So every so often, and you used to watch it, but not so much anymore.
Okay, are you guys familiar with the UFC fighter Habib?
I don't know anything with UFC.
Slightly familiar.
Oh,
No, it sounds slightly familiar to me.
Okay, like what I noticed about like the right is we always show our opponents respect and we combat them with respect. They do not show us respect in return. So we need to fight them knowing that we can respect them, but we have to fight them knowing that they don't respect us.
Yeah, I definitely don't disagree with that at all.
This reminds me of something.
What's it remind you of?
Crusades.
What was that, OGJ?
This reminds me of the Crusades.
The Crusades.
Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, it feels like the Crusades going to come back because they're going to be like, they're going to use the Muslims like they did back then with the fighting Christians. And now, well, this time around, we not only have swords, we also have guns and the home field advantage. So if you really want to mess with us, the Crusade will return, and it will return 10 times in fold.
Right.
So they have no idea what kind of hornet's nest they are really actually sitting there shaking.
Well, Pumpkinhead, let me just say, the Crusades have already started.
Oh yeah, I know. It's that's why I keep saying the Crusade has returned. We just need the people to come around and fight for God and get rid of these damn demons because they are everywhere.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And like, we need to like really like just remember like, and kind of like, I guess, so basically some of my position in a nutshell. Charlie gave people respect that didn't deserve his respect, but also at the time he disrespected people that I think he should have respected. And I think like what we're having, we are all on the right, and we are having this civil dialogue and coming to an agreement.
Right.
Yeah, this is how it should be this is how the right and left should be, but instead we got crazy lunatic people just screaming at us, or you're end up like you'll be like Meniere's, just spurging, yelling, just nonsense. It's like we don't got time for that. Right. We want a civil conversation and debate. We don't need you to sit there and yell, oh, this and that. It's like with the whole drama doesn't push the needle bull crap. No, drama just hinders the whole debate and progress. Because you're focusing on the little things when during your debate you need to focus on the bigger things, not the whole petty drama crap.
Yeah. Let Ray
kind of just like to say, like, piggyback off of that, us having this conversation today, and I'm sorry Dave can't be here because I really wanted to talk to him because I respect him a lot for what he does in the Discords. This conversation is making the right stronger.
Oh yeah, the more conversations like this and more people get together like this makes it stronger.
The right has a lack of conversations like this. We have too many debates.
Yep.
Yes, a debate is good for us, but we need a lot of these kinds of conversations too.
Right.
Yes, we just need civil conversations. We don't need no spurs, no crazy people with their insane ideology. We just want to sit here, talk it out as a civil people, but it's hard to do that when you're mentally insane.
Well, and that's
and that is why we on the right, we need to like, and I'll tell you guys this, I don't agree with every tenet of the far right, but we need to bring them back to us too. And that's kind of what that's kind of what I was trying to say the other day, and I don't think I made that message clear. But like, we need to like offer an olive branch to those people that feel oscillated from the right.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, so but that's just it. Is I don't want to go down the same route as they're going down, right? I want to stand higher than them somehow, and I'm not sure exactly how to do that. But it's like Dave says in the chat yet again, I used to think that eye for an eye, blind, but I've run out of trying everything else. We use social media, they get us canceled. We talk in real life, they put us down. We tried. So where's the line? And I understand where he's coming from. That's not necessarily to you. It's more to me, right? And I understand where he's coming from because we have gotten to that line, and we've got to hold that line as long as we can, because again, if we start going down that road, the whole of society will crumble underneath us, not just the government, where, like we were talking about earlier, the government is a necessary evil. It needs to be there, but it can crumble. Society can't, right?
Yeah.
So if we start to
There's
war
no going
against,
back once it starts.
correct. So
Yep.
if we start warring against ourselves, where does that line stop, right? Because again, like we've discussed, the left has no restraint. So we allow them to release that restraint that they do have of sorts, and it's going to get really, really ugly really fast.
Oh yeah. Well, it's going to get ugly for them because once they
At least they don't have the guns.
Well, and I don't disagree with you guys, but Real Rain, what do you got? What do you got?
To piggyback off of that, like we just like a couple minutes ago, we said like this conversation is uniting the right. We are united, and so if the disagreements on the right, like it's not necessarily a matter of infighting. It's more so like, hey, like let's come to a common ground on what we think the policy should be.
Yeah, I wish it was like that, but we can't do that when you got, like I said, mentally ill people and relics that just, I don't know, are too far gone in their old age to actually care.
I
We
would
can-
like to make a statement. They aren't
Go ahead.
all mentally ill. They're brainwashed.
Right.
Yeah, they're definitely brainwashed and mentally ill. There's no.
Now, a
ifs,
lot
ands,
of them
buts.
are mentally ill, and a lot of the ones who start shit are mentally ill.
Oh yeah,
And they
most
get all the brainwashed ones to join along with them.
Well, like you guys are like I understand what you guys are saying, but you guys are talking about the leftists. I am talking about the people on the right.
Fair.
Yeah, I know,
That's fair.
but there's some on the right that just don't care either. They just like they're just holding out, or they work with some kind of the leftists as well. They're not as good as the
Neocons
rest.
to an extent.
I mean, both sides are not helping whatsoever. And the more this keeps going, the worse it's going to get.
There's a bunch of corruption on the right too, but at least we aren't gay.
Yeah, but there's also left people invading the right and then making the right have the same ideology as the left, which is not good.
Neocons.
Hey,
Yeah.
Tater,
We don't
Tater,
need
can we segue into that?
Sorry, what was that? We probably can. I don't have a problem with it. What was it though?
He said that we have a lot of leftists invading the right.
And that yeah, we can go ahead and segue into that. That's fine.
Okay, cool. Because like that is kind of like one of the things that like I kind of thought Charlie was doing
Oh, okay.
was he was opening the door for invaders.
Sure. So like sleeper cells of sort. People that are
Well,
left,
not
but go ahead.
like
It's kind of hard to like. Yeah, I guess sleeper cell would be the best way to like because when I saw Cool Vic stream about Jillian Michaels.
Okay.
And did you see that with Jillian Michaels and Steven Crowder?
I don't think so. I don't think I did. No.
Well, Jillian Michaels was basically saying like we need to disavow Nick Fuentes. We need to disavow bad people on the right. And Steven Crowder was like, "You've been here 5 minutes. Shut your ass down." I'm sorry.
You're okay.
Shut up. Like,
You're all right.
so like that's kind of like when I say like Charlie allowed those people in without teaching them the values. That's kind of like where I feel like I did fail that point on the debate, but that's a point that like I think is something
That's
that
valid. That's very valid. You definitely should have made that point.
Well, I just didn't make it as well as I should have.
Fair.
I can agree with that.
And in the heat of a debate, that's the thing that, again, why I want more calm, cool, collected conversations to move the conversation forward. Because when you're in the heat of a debate and your palms are sweaty, last night's spaghetti's all over your sweater, or whatever the saying goes, you're not thinking of all of your points like you should be, right? And that's why I want to get back to the not necessarily even discussions, because people like debate. And so we want to give people what they like to be able to grow our channels, but we want to move the conversation forward. That is one of my biggest goals with my channel, is to move the conversations forward. Force doctrine is a big one for me, and we'll discuss that as we go. But moving the conversation forward, right? But go ahead and go back to the conversation at hand.
And that is why you need to like, comment, and subscribe to a Potatoes Eye YouTube channel.
Thank you very much for that, buddy.
But yeah, like that, and I realized like afterwards, like the debate I had should have been more so a gentleman's conversation. Like I don't think, like I think I held myself down, but I'm not a blood sport debater, and I think like
I think you could be.
Well,
well,
we can all probably be, but like my personality, it's going to be hard for me to be a blood sport debater, to be interrupting people. And I can tell, Real Rain, you're the same way. You don't like interrupting people. It's rude. And I want to bring back self-respect. With self-respect comes respect for others. And respecting people is not interrupting, right? So this conversation here has been hard to get your piece in, right? Even in open conversations. So that's why I want more gentlemen conversations between two people, but have it more of a debate style, more of the old style where it was Socrates and Plato, where they would actually put forth their reasoning for understanding the way that they understand it, for you to put forth your understanding, and for you to be able to try to reach some common ground, right?
yeah,
100%.
I'm glad you said that, Potato, because like what you just said, like I would co-sign a mortgage on what you just said. Like blood sport debates are entertaining, but sometimes they're not productive.
Right.
I think like this conversation is more productive than my debate with Marte, even though I will say, and I will always say, I loved the debate with Marte.
Oh, for
But
sure.
like I think I'm better able to explain my position in this setting rather than kind of having to like debate technicalities. And like
Right.
that's no knock against like the debate sphere. Like I get that's what they do.
Of course.
But that does not. It's just not productive.
Well, and that's
Yeah.
the thing, is like I mentioned in one of my streams, a lot of what we see as debate now is sophistry, just arguing for the sake of getting a point. I know better than you. That's basically all they're trying to do nowadays. And I like it. It's fun to watch, but it's really hard to see the moving forward of the conversation. And a lot of people have been swayed, like Andrew Wilson again. He has swayed a lot of people. But for a perfect example, the debate between him and Brian Shapiro on the ethics of whether you support Donald Trump or not. And he was trying to get to where the ethics of Brian Shapiro comes from, and it boiled down to literally a debate on ethics itself. We never moved forward from that, which ended up being kind of lame, right? Real quick.
Well, that's why you have someone properly organize the debate.
Well,
kind of like on Michael Knowles' bar fight, where they have sections, and once you're done with it, you're done with it.
And that's fair. Real quick, let me.
But for most debates, that doesn't really happen.
Right. Let me introduce or bring in people from the chat. It looks like Independent Thinker. Welcome in, man. Good to see you, buddy. I think that might be all this. Never lucky rubber ducky. Good to see you, man. If you're still in the chat. Anyway, back to the conversation at hand.
Yeah, and you know what? Like you guys, like one of my favorite Andrew debates is the John Fugelsang debate.
Okay.
And that's because like Andrew politely like challenged Fugelsang's worldview, and Fugelsang just wouldn't budge. And like when I was watching it, it kind of like was like, why is this guy like he's using the Bible as a reference, but he's also saying the Bible is not a good reference. So like blood sports does have a great place, but with conversations like this, it's more so like we're giving altering opinions with a same message. And that's something I think is so crucial to help the right.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
just
Independent thinkers asking to come on. Is it all right if he comes on?
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
Okay.
that's the homie.
Yeah.
Indy's pretty
Independent
smart.
thinker, go ahead and jump in. Mrs. D,
on,
welcome.
Indy.
Thank you very much for the engagement. I appreciate you coming in and saying hi. Always good to see you in. All right, so
I'd like to mention
go ahead.
that once I get into a good debate, I can interrupt people, but I try not to when I'm not in a debate.
Yeah.
Once I get into it, it's really hard not to interrupt people
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I'll get slightly angry.
Yeah.
I think we all can get into that.
Well,
yeah. I was raised not to interrupt people. I tend to sit there, and that's why most of the time when I'm talking to you guys, I'll let y'all just finish. And once I'm done, I'm done. I just don't want to sit there and waste time because I'm not too fluent in all this stuff. I just know when I see certain things that don't seem right and it's pretty much wrong. So I do learn a lot from watching you guys because you won't learn anything if you watch anybody on the left because all they do is complain, spurg, say this is bad, TDS, or now they got ADS, Andrew Drain syndrome. So you're not going to learn anything from that. And this is
Just
a good
call
way
it
to
AIDS.
learn. I should
Well,
call it AIDS. Yeah.
Pumpkin,
Yeah.
that's like actually awesome because yesterday when me and Thinker were talking on the Discord, me and him we were talking about problems, but we were offering solutions. I don't think the left offers solutions; they just offer what the problem is.
They
don't
offer
solve- they don't
solutions.
solve-
When they do offer solutions, they offer solutions that give more problems.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I was
and
just
it
gonna say
sounds
that
very
exactly.
very common socialism, not common. It sounds very socialism when they do it. So I'd rather be a conservative and a right and a patriot than anything that the left has, because they seem to have lost what it means to be what they are, and they turned pretty much Democrats in a full on. I get a little bit of democracy good, like us voting. I can understand a little bit of democracy, but it's how much these people want it. They want to replace everything with democracy, which leads to socialism, which turns into communism, and then you have nothing because everybody's either suffering or dead. And I don't want to be like Russia or China, or definitely don't want to be like North Korea.
Communism has never happened in human history. It's always been stuck in the socialism phase.
Yeah, because it doesn't work, and they keep
Exactly, it doesn't
Honestly,
work.
how you keep doing the same shit? It doesn't work. Stop. It's
Not
like I said,
possible. It doesn't work. Nobody likes it.
Well, I think that's a lot of it.
insanity. They are literally
I think
doing
that's
this.
what watered down a lot of our rights and constitutional rights and stuff is exactly that. Is we introduce socialism into our way of life, into our government, and it just fucked everything all up, dude.
well,
And
that,
it doesn't help. It
that's
helps
just
nobody.
I've mentioned on streams before how you catch feral pigs is you line a field with some feed and you put up a gate or you put up a fence, and that's what they've been doing for so many years with welfare, SNAP, generational welfare, especially, right? We have people 4th, 5th generation still on this.
That's why they call the black people who are conservatives. They call it the Democratic Plantation for a reason.
Fair enough. Ouch, man.
One of my friends at school calls them that all the time.
That's funny.
I mean, it's not even just like a black and white thing, you know. When I was younger, I was like a food stamp baby. You know what I mean? My parents had food stamps and everything, so I kind of see how it was. It's definitely a system taking advantage, dude. Like, I'm not gonna lie, we were buying steaks, we were buying Pepsis, we were buying shrimp. You know what I mean? Like, you got $400.
Sure.
You know, mind you, I was young, teenage, but still, you got like $400 just given to you to do whatever the fuck you want. That was before like cash assistance was such a big thing, of course. It was just food, but yeah, man. I mean, it was definitely taking advantage on a pretty big scale, you know.
Right.
Okay, can I pose a question to the panel?
Sure.
Would you be okay with socialism in America if it benefited the American people?
No,
No.
no, I don't give a
And
shit
I'll tell
about any
you,
of that. No, I don't want
and I'll
none of
tell you
that around.
exactly
I
So-
like how it is. I don't need no separate.
That's the
All right,
Marxist
all right,
idea
guys.
behind communism.
All right, guys. So, Real Rain, why'd you ask the question? I'm just kind of curious.
Okay, because like that question is a conversation that's happening amongst the far right now. Is that if we look at taking care of American citizens with social safety nets,
Right.
if we look at that as bad, are we not as nationalistic as we say we are? That's the conversation they're having. I'm not saying I have a
Sure.
thought on it one way or another. I just want to present that question because
using food stamps as a good example of that. You know, can food stamps absolutely be a benefit to society? Hell yeah. I mean,
Hell yeah,
it puts food in your belly,
Yeah.
but
It
the
helps those
outcome
who
of
are
that,
struggling.
people, yeah, and but the outcome of that, people take advantage of that. You know, there are probably more bad faith than there is good faith on the side. You know, people are going to be selling it and whatever. So, and relying on it. Nobody's going to be wanting to go to work. So now you have the generations of generations just on food stamps and not contributing anything
And
to
they're
society.
stuck in the democratic plantation.
So on paper, it sounds great. You know what I mean? And yeah, you're getting food in your belly, but in the longer scheme of things, it's not a good thing.
Right. That's just it. Is we need to get back to SNAP, right? Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, where it was
Yeah.
nutritional assistance. You didn't just get
What it was
whatever you
intended to
wanted.
be wasn't bad at all.
Yeah, it was intended for that until to the left took over and made it
So the left
No,
took
it
over
was
and
totally
then
welfare. They gave
control.
BT slash
What did
welfare.
they
became the
call them?
nice.
Demon rats?
I love
Hey,
Democrats.
hey, let me give a shout out, Cool Vic. Thank you for watching the stream and thank you for moderating the debate.
Yeah, man. Thank you for
You
shouting
like
out.
to
I
see
was
you're
just about
not
to say
gay.
the same
I
thing.
much approve of it, Cool Vic. I much approve.
Really appreciate you being here, Cool. As
Okay,
always,
but
admire you, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're all right in my book, cool.
let me reframe the question. And like I said, I'm not taking any position on it. I'm just posing the question to you guys.
Right, right.
If we were to stop doing American interventionism in foreign countries and that allowed us to better be able to take care of our people, is that a bad thing?
Okay, so repeat that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, let me rephrase it. I'll rephrase it. If we stopped doing foreign or intervention
Okay.
and we invested that money into the people of America through social programs like healthcare, maybe even adult learning,
Okay.
would that be considered socialism?
Well, there's social programs, socialistic programs. I would much rather see our money going in house than out of house if we're going to be talking about money that we've already allotted to be outside of our homeland. I would say get it back to homeland. If my choice is between either across seas or socialistic policies that isn't full on blown socialism, because full blown socialism, no matter how you want to shake it out, will never work, right? It will always boil down to communism, right? So that's kind of my stance.
And
Go ahead.
communism is impossible. It's just not possible. Never gets past the socialism phase.
Yeah,
Okay,
it never gets past that.
Go ahead, Rain.
Follow
Sorry,
up.
hold on. Go ahead, Rain.
follow up on that. Do you think the right has an issue with discerning the difference between social programs and socialism?
That's actually a good question. Repeat that one more time.
Does the right have an issue discerning social programs with socialism?
I think so.
I was
Yeah.
going to say, I think that they do. Yeah, actually.
I'm guilty. I'm guilty.
Yeah,
of it.
well, and that's just it is because I agree with socialist programs, right? I don't see them as socialist programs because they're our due diligence to help our low down totem pole people, but that's where again it boils back down to getting our government to hold true to the fraud regulation, right? Like we were talking about before, if we were to have get rid of the fraud, we would have a balanced budget and almost be able to do away with income tax with the tariffs.
Yeah.
But in kind of rebuttal to what you're saying, Tato, where was I going to go with that?
Oh, dang.
Yeah, I forgot where I was going to go with it, but socialist, like what you were just saying, like again, like food stamps is one of those things, but food stamps was using in a way to control the people. I mean, what was it, Johnson?
Yep.
I keep getting them confused between Johnson and Carter that came out with the food stamp thing. But he said that we're going to have these, the N-words eating out the palm of the Democrats' hands for the rest of our lives. So I think that a lot of these social ideas do turn into like the heart of it, the core of it is socialism, where you end up depending on the government to make your decisions for you.
That's why it's called the Democratic plantation. They rely on it. They're stuck in it. They're trapped like slaves.
Yeah. I mean, you're right about the slave thing because they do own the illegals, and now they own some of the black community because they got them stuck on EBT and welfare. So that they're going to defend the Democrats because they're like, "Oh, they're supporting us. We don't see anyone else doing this." It's like you don't realize you're being slaves again. You're just being paid. What's it? Paid subordinate or something like that. Whatever the word was.
Yeah,
that's a good way to put it.
Yeah,
Well,
so they're still slaves. They just don't see it. They don't, or they either don't see it or they don't care.
exactly.
Oh, God, man, Potato, you're so awesome for letting us on here today because, like, I have a follow-up question, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
And again, I'm not taking an insight. I'm just posing this question to the chat or to the panel.
Sure.
What do you guys view as the difference between a social safety net and a social kind of a government dependency?
So basically social net and socialism.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Peter.
What do we see as the difference? Is that what you said?
Yeah, if I let's just say tomorrow I get fired from my job and I need help for a couple of weeks.
Okay.
And it's a government social net there that will help me.
Sure.
And
What it was intended for in the first place.
Right.
Yeah, but you pay into that.
Right. Let him finish, guys. Let's see what he's got.
So
It's okay.
what would be the difference in y'all's view? Because I'm really fascinated because we're having a great conversation.
Sure.
What would be the difference between that social safety net and socialism in y'all's opinion?
Can I chime in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Ben.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say that, like, for instance, when you lose your job and you get
Unemployment.
What do you call that? Unemployment. You pay into that though. That's something that the mass or like other things like taxes and shit. You pay into things, so you kind
Yeah,
of
they don't understand that at all.
society creates that social net, when as socialism the government's creating that, you know what I mean? So like when you're paying into your own unemployment or your own SSI or whatever it is, or retirement when you retire, that's you creating your own safety net. You
Well,
know what I mean?
right.
Well, can I ask a follow-up question to that?
We'll see. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do you think that unemployment benefits, because depending on the state that you're in, if you're in a certain state, unemployment benefits, if it's like you get fired, you don't get benefits, but if you quit, you do. I mean, if you quit, you don't get benefits, but if you get fired, you do get benefits,
Okay.
depending on causes. So, would you say you would be okay with it being like universal, that no matter what, if you're unemployed, you get something because you paid into it?
I think they should
Well,
only need benefits for a week or two.
well, yes. But I never heard of getting fired and you get unemployment. I always heard that if you
Opposite.
get fired, you get unemployment, but if you quit, you don't get unemployment.
Right.
And that's kind of understandable because, I mean, I could just work for 3 months and then just shit on the whole company and get paid. You know what I mean? So, yeah, no, I would say that regardless, even like the whole 6 months thing, or was it 1 year, and then you can get unemployment if you get fired or whatever. I don't even really like that. If I'm paying, say it's 67 cents a day and I work there for 1 day, I want my 67 cents, of unemployment. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter whether it was one month, 6 months, a year, or whatever it is.
Well,
Uh,
cool. Because like IT, like because I've worked in corporate, what happens with the unemployment in America today is the
right.
unemployment. Like if I get fired from my job tomorrow, and it's like without cause, they just say like you're fired. The government doesn't actually pay me the unemployment. The company does. So would you say that like unemployment should be government and not
No,
corporate?
no.
No.
So how I personally see it as a Christian, and the Christian church telling us to help the needy, I believe that we need to empower the churches again and get away from
Yeah.
government. Be more
The churches should be the ones providing for these people and helping them
Hang on,
within
OG, you was going somewhere. I wanted to hear that because I agree.
get more of a communal idea through God, through the churches, through the understanding that we are one people and we need each other. Those that need assistance need it. I completely and utterly agree that those that need it do. But I'm so tired of watching those that don't need it. So if we had more of a communal, and it goes back to the communism idea, right? But I don't like that because it's more of a communal thing where you pay into the community tax and you personally have a invested stake in it, right? If it's done by the church, that church, that head of that church or whatever it is. And we need to get back to more of a community giving in the church and less of taxes. Get away from taxes in general and get back to God, right?
Yeah, we definitely need
Amen.
to abolish taxes because this literally is draining and killing people. It's literally like the UK all over again with the people. The reason why we left, and now it's again history is repeating it. It's repeating with the UK and it's repeating with World War II.
Yeah, exactly.
And go with what you're saying, Tato, with the beauty of them churches. I remember being a kid and a neighbor got his house caught on fire. Supposedly a pigeon dropped a cigarette butt in his gutter. It was the story, but who knows? But anyways, yeah. So,
Bird.
anyways, though, like he goes to
Convincing,
church, and
total.
everybody at church ends up finding out that his house is burnt down, dude. And everybody came together and like got him a house, paid the first 2 months of rent for his house, and a whole bunch of food, groceries, and clothes. All to this one guy because he just went to the church and he played the piano, for the.
Right.
This is
So I
how
mean,
it's supposed to be.
Well, and that's just
yes.
it. That's just it. Is we need to be helping each other on a personal level rather than, okay, I'm going to pay this money in to this unknown depository that's going to give me back a little bit of that. We need to go back to the idea that we as a people, like never lucky Rubby Ducky here says, it's in the Bible. It says in the Bible that we're to help our fellow downtrodden, right? I am tired of giving to people who don't need it, though.
Yeah.
It says the poor will always be with us, and we should take care of them.
Exactly.
And that's the problem with
And-
socialism.
And Vet should have been.
You're robbing Peter to pay Paul, pretty much, and and Paul's a piece of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. What was that really?
And you know what? Like, the term downtrodden is such a vague phrase
Well, that's fair.
because like if you're a drug addict, you're downtrodden. So
How do you know?
well, like, what's the difference between a drug addict, a baby mama? Let's just say she has 4 kids and she's single. What's the difference between a guy that just lost his job, and what's the difference between a woman that just got divorced? Like, downtrodden means so many things that it's open to be it's open to be taken advantage of.
Yeah. Well, and that's exactly. It's just like never lucky Rubber Ducky just said. Drug addicts don't need money. They do not
Nope.
need any help to get more of their addiction. Right. I'm definitely agreeing with that, and that's why we need to get back to the independent, communistic, or the communal. There we go. The communal. Yeah, so I'm not a communist, and that's just it. Is every time you say communal or a people getting together in a communish type, they label you a communist, right? I am not a communist. I will never agree with the government holding the power, but the people in ability to help one another, just like we were talking about the story about the house being burnt down, people will always want to help if you give them the actual opportunity to help, right?
100%. That's kind of, I heard Andrew Wilson say this, and I have to agree with it. Like, there's really no like homeless really starving. I would never in my life, if somebody came up to me and said, I need a burger, I got you. If you ask for food, I don't care if I have $1 in my pocket, I will give you food. I'll never deny anybody food. But if you're coming up to me and asking for money, that's a whole different subject now. You know what I mean? Like, no, I don't think so.
Bingo.
Dude, I'm too broke to give people money.
Right? Yeah,
Yeah.
I can go and buy a batch of burgers or something like that for a discount price, and I can give you a burger. I can feed you, but if you're going to start taking dollars out of my wallet, that's multiple burgers that I could have gotten on that particular deal, right? So there's an area of understanding it and socialistically supporting one another, and then the actual socialism, right? Socialism would be putting all of your money into government itself, and then you own nothing, and you just take your monthly stipend or whatever for working.
Okay, guys, like, I love this conversation so much, and because like I see in the chat that a lot of people are focusing on the drug addict part of the conversation.
Okay.
I want to pose this question to the panel. Should Alcoholics Anonymous be government funded, considering it has the highest rate of success for addicts recovery?
I don't care, but I don't really think so.
I really don't care for addicts, to be honest. Yeah, I see it most of the time. Some you can say, but most of the time it's just a waste of money because they'll just keep going back and doing the same thing, and then you're just wasting more cans on people. I don't sympathize with drug addicts. I had to deal with some in
Alcoholism is
my
a little
life.
different. Alcoholism is a little different, but I'll tell you what happens is like churches more than government. You see a lot of churches with AA meetings, and that does help a lot of those dudes for alcohol. But as far as like drugs, when you talk about like giving it to the government, I mean, use LA for an example. They're handing out fentanyl needles to everybody. You know
Right.
what I mean? So they
Yeah.
can have clean needles and stuff. That's the efficiency of government when it gets involved. Don't get better, just do it better.
Well,
You
and
know
That's what
what I
they,
mean?
Let me
that's what,
rephrase it a little bit. Should we have a government funded program where it's a building, like let's just say every city has a government funded AA program where it's free to the addicts to go in and try and get recovery?
I won't make it free, but some people do deserve help. But most of the time,
Oh,
it's like I guess I would say a 50-50 of those who actually really do help
yeah,
or relapse.
I like that, Pumpkinhead. So I don't think that it should be free. I think that they should be mandatory community service or something
Yes,
along those lines.
You see
Um,
that's actually perfect. 100%.
that works. Yeah, that
I
works. I totally agree with that, Tater.
yeah. So getting back to you got to earn your way back to respect, right? If you want help, we'll give it to you, but it's going to come with some regulations, some
Yep.
stipulations,
cost.
some cost. Yeah,
Like, yeah, we're going to put if we're going to waste our time trying to help you, then there's going to be a cost in doing that because we're not just. It would be nice to do it for free, but we don't. You can't take chances with people these days and have to anyway because
exactly.
they always take advantage of it. So
Right.
well, I mean,
I do like the community service. That does help because that will help you not only get into shape, burn the crap out of your system faster, but you can also build up community and people who are there like you. You can end up even making friends or hell, getting married. You never know how things work out.
Exactly.
Well, like, I'm just going to tell you guys this because I see some people in the chat like talking about like the freeness of it, and I really do love what Potato said. Part of the recovery process in AA is service to others.
Exactly. One of your steps are going to be service to others. So if you're forced to actually go out and do the community service, not just pay back, like there, no, not free, TNT, not free at all. They should owe a debt that they have to pay off. Give them a goal. When they pay it off, then they have an accomplishment as well. So with that being said, I don't necessarily want to put forth the burden of the economics, the money going back to it, but time, effort, the community service, the going down to the boys and girls club and drawing with the kids if you're not a offender, those kind of ideas, right? The community service doesn't have to be a physical thing. Public service builds humble beginnings. Exactly, Homestead.
Yes,
We
yeah,
need to go
Homestead's
back.
right.
Exactly. We need to go back to public help,
mhm.
right? Not government help, public help.
Yes, not government. We need less government. We don't need them to be in every dang thing running this because we've seen what
That's
they will
actually a
do.
really cool way,
Exactly.
Tato, that you put that. I can completely see that, and like the way I'm kind of looking at it as like methadone clinics as a government help. You know what I mean? But you see,
Would
like
help.
you're lying all the time of addicts outside. They're not doing it to get better though. They're doing it to take the edge off because they're broke. You know
Exactly.
what I mean?
Yeah, and IT. That's the main reason why I mentioned AA because it's like a non they don't offer substances. They just offer spiritual guidance. Is the main thing. So
and I see a lot of AA though, not government. It's mostly like, private churches or like things like that. I'm not saying there's not government entities that don't do it, but most of the time I see it's like outside of a church or something that they're holding AA meetings.
Yeah, it's just people trying to help actual people who need help sometimes.
And it works. And it works.
Yeah, it does work.
It works better than methadone
right,
clinics.
exactly. I agree with the personality. If you're able to go to the person who runs the clinic and talk to them personally because they own the clinic, they care about you, you're going to be more likely to be able to show up, make leaps and bounds forward. Where if you're just going into a cold, dead, government-owned facility, people are there because they're paid the taxes and they're paid their stipend check, and that's the only reason that they're there, right?
Yeah.
And that would be the same issue with free healthcare too, Tato,
Bingo.
to piggyback on that.
We need to get back to the personnel. We need to get back to mental health facilities, right? We need to get them opened up again, but they need to be personally run somehow. I don't know exactly how that's going to work out, but people who fucking care about these people, not just somebody that's getting a stipend check every month. Right?
Well, a lot of those mental facilities was exactly ran by churches and shit like that, or church. I don't know if industries is the right word, but
I think we could use that. I think we could also use psych wards.
Well, that's
we
fair. I don't know I guess, again, being a potato, I don't know the difference. And I thought that they were state run because there was something that happened in one of the state run facilities that got them all shut down. That's why we don't have mental health facilities now.
They shut them all down.
Them back.
Yeah, we do. Because some of these people,
they need to be reformed and have a lot more.
But I think that they should go to like what independent thinkers saying and be church ran. Whether they were before or not.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. They need to be personally ran. Whether somehow the community funds it because people that are going into that facility are not going to be able to pay to be in that facility. But the people that are there can't just be getting minimum wage from the government because literally they fill out a form and they get paid, right? We need people that are caring about these people because if you're in a mental health facility, you need some actual empathy, right?
Yeah,
I know we all hate that term, but you need that. Yeah, exactly. Who said that?
Me.
ODJ, thank you very much. You need the humanity.
No, I said it.
Say, oh, I'm sorry, Pumpkinhead.
Me?
It's hard to tell you guys apart with the green lines, okay? I'm sorry. Whoever said it, credit to where credit's due, all right? That's all I'm saying.
What the?
Play stupid, but he knows things.
Exactly. I might be a potato at times, but I can come up with some interesting theories, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so where were we?
The whole
I don't know. All up for you, Tato. You're on a good rank too.
I appreciate you guys letting me ramble on like I do. I appreciate you guys.
Oh no, that's fine, dude. I enjoy talking to you. That's all.
You were saying some shit, and it was some fucking educational shit, and we fucked it all up for you.
No, we didn't.
Potato, you can interrupt us whenever you want to.
Fair.
Yeah, dude, it's your show.
Yeah,
you're the host.
I appreciate
especially
you guys.
me, bro. I will go on.
Yeah,
so
you'll go
me
on
to
and
shut
I know you.
But yeah, as I was saying, we do need humanity and empathy for these type of places because you just can't throw somebody. Jail's different because most of those people are just pieces of shit.
Yep.
No one gives a crap what happens to them because of what the heinous crap they did, and they've done some heinous thing. But mental institution, you need, you put yourself there.
Yeah.
But like, retirement homes and insane asylums, you definitely need humanity and empathy to take care of these people.
Agreed.
More for older people because it's harder on older people, and also it's just some of these mentally handicapped people. I will say I won't be rude, but some of these mentally people really do need that assist because it's just if you just throw them in a padded room and just give them the minimal humanity, it tends to make you into an animal.
Yeah. I think a lot of these issues too all boils down to what you just said, Tato, with like reforming the churches and everything and bringing back the churches. Because when churches was prominent, even when we were younger, we seen a lot more churches, but there was a lot less mentals out there. You
Right.
know what I mean?
Right. Well, and
Hey,
And
hey guys, time out for 1 second because Potato has been like moderating us for a few minutes. I want to give Potato a chance to talk, and I want to moderate the conversation for, if you don't mind, Potato.
sure, no worries.
Hey, I'll be back in a few minutes. I have to go grab some wood. I'm
Okay.
being enslaved.
All right, no worries,
go,
man.
go grab some
Child
wood, oh,
slavery.
dude.
Yeah.
Dave,
All right,
the
so
question.
real
Don't
quick,
grab too
Dave,
much wood.
Dave poses a question to the panel. I'm not sure if you were going to just to read it or not. You keep saying the church needs to do all of the helping. What if they're not part of the church? And when you say the church, what denomination should be required? As far as if they're not part of the church, well, they kind of put themselves in that position. No, unfortunately, I do
Good
kind of
question.
stand with that, because if you're not part of the church, you're not paying into the communal funds. You shouldn't be given the communal funds on extensions. Now, if you come to the church and you say, hey, my house just burnt down or my house just flooded, and you're not part of the church, I think that there's not necessarily some responsibility to the church to help, but I think that the church should have some willingness and some drive to help that first time, even if it is to push them into becoming part of it.
Well,
Well, okay.
Tato, you're kind of right. So it kind of goes into like in a lot of churches, and they go to. It's kind of like to marry you. Let's say you would have to go to the church for, let's say, 6 months or a year, and be like a member of the church officially, and the church can marry you or type of deal. There's churches that do that. If you can start something like that, maybe, like, well, we can help you, but like in the instance of a mental, if the mental don't go to the church, which we wouldn't expect the mental to go to church, depending on how sane you are, then what the family that's trying to get you in there that no longer wants to take care of you or whatever, then, well, here, come to the church, and as you come to the church and maybe even stay past time to water the flowers or some shit, then, we could work something out. Where we could help you, kind of like my grandmother did all the time. She always like planted the church's flowers and set up for Christmas events and shit like that. Like that was her contribution to the church,
Right.
Well, let me because I wanted to Dave raised a great question, and kind of like what I wanted to follow up with Dave's question is, should we be actually promoting the church as a prescription for better life, as a universal statement? Because there's a lot of people that just faith is such a complicated topic for some people. And if if Pumpkinhead comes to me and he says hey Rain, I'm having an issue with this and this, and my answer is just go to the church, he might look at that as kind of like a condescending reply.
Sure. But it doesn't have to be, well, go to the church. It can be one of your options can be this if you so choose to do it. That's the biggest thing as far as I'm concerned with the church helping, is it comes down to the church being willing to help or not as well, right? But Mr. B just jumped back off, huh? Where'd you go, Mr. B?
He's probably gonna deal with his family.
Probably. So sorry, I'm
Oh,
trying to collect my thoughts.
by
Go
the
ahead.
way, Mr. B has an awesome music channel where he posts psalms with music, and yeah, I'll try and find it. I'll look up the channel right now and try and post a link in the chat. But Mr. B has great spiritual music that he posts on his channel.
Yeah. He has AI Psalms for the Everyday Man and King Crambler's AI Jambles. Two really good music channels. I encourage anybody that's viewing to go check those out, as well as Real Rain, Real Rain 89 on YouTube. And I don't think anybody else in the chat has any channels, but if you do, you're welcome to shout them out. And of course, as always, please like, subscribe, share. Make sure I'm shared out with all of your friends in the human world. Let's get me some viewership, and we'll go back to the and make sure top chat. You go to the top messages and change it to all messages, so you all see all everybody's messages. And with that, we'll get back to the conversation at hand.
Back to the show.
All right, so let's see. We were still discussing Dave's question, I believe, and what church, if they're not part of the church, and what church would be required to help. So, like I was saying, if as far as I'm concerned, it should be whatever church they're part of. Christian, if they're not a Christian church, then they kind of signed their own betting, I guess, if you will, and if they're not part of the church, I, again, stand by what I said with helping once, but if you're not part of the church, you're not paying into the donations, so how do we pay back to you, right?
Well, may I give you guys an anecdote about myself?
May I ask, what did I miss?
You missed quite a lot.
I was
Shut up,
only
Mr.
gone
Field.
a couple minutes.
But
Okay.
that problem has already been solved as far as that goes, because like I was getting at before with a lot of those insane asylums being ran by churches, that would be like a private organization, not a government entity. But like they had people that didn't visit the church, or that was part of the church. And I'm sure like they even had people that wasn't a part of the church that end up going there and then being part of the church or being part of, I mean, you hear stories all the time, like kind of like that. Not so much like the insane asylum, but never being part of a church doing something and all of a sudden you're part of the church, you know what I mean? And start, following the path of God. So
What
I
I
mean, go ahead.
kind of what wanted to say is like when I was like having considerations about going back to church, I ran into this dilemma that there's the Baptist church, there's the Catholic church, there's the Pentecostal church, there's the non-denominational church. There were so many church options, and it's kind of like I felt in a way like no matter what church I decided to go to, I was going to be making the wrong decision, and that kind of stifled me from pursuing the subject more until like I just like said like, you know what, like I'm just gonna pick one and go.
Rain, that's funny you say that because that's where I'm at right now. I feel like any church that I go into is going to be the wrong church, especially with all this woke stuff going on. Of course, there's key factors you would hear and just leave. But that's kind of where I'm at. And I would tell you one thing, that talking to all amongst like all you guys, a lot of these people are like Christian Orthodox. And just my core belief that I have without any church's manipulations, it boils down to Christian Orthodox, which unfortunately I really don't have any churches like that around here.
Well, I'll tell you, like, because Homestead Wench, thank you for recommending Eastern Orthodox. What got me over it is, and don't roast me, Homestead, but like, I watched the movie The Boondock Saints, and those guys are like Irish Catholics, and I was like, I know it sounds silly, but like that movie made me just be like, you know what, like I want to go with the Catholics, and like I guess like what I'm trying to say in so many words is like there's so much tribalism within the Christian community that it's sometimes hard for people to go there.
Like, the closest Orthodox church to me is like 45 miles away.
Well, the thing with the Catholic is they speak a lot of like heresy and blasphemy, and I can tell you how they do that is through the Pope. Through the Pope
like,
alone, just the papacy alone
guys,
is.
guys, I don't want to
The
get into
last pope
full
was gay.
Guys, I don't want to get into a theological debate about which church is best. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
I
these are
need
the
to get my family to start going to church.
these are
I
the
keep
things.
telling my dad we need to go to church. I don't know what church we need to go to though. We have
Right,
a conservative Methodist church over here. I know there's two sides of the Methodist church, the liberal side and the conservative side.
right. But do you understand, like, how, like, we're now having a debate about which church is best, and that leads into the tribalism that keeps people from pursuing the Word of God?
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
It doesn't keep. I don't think it keeps anybody from pursuing the word of God. I'm a great example of that. But what it does is it prevents you from getting an actual preacher preach, or whatever, a preacher, and asking those valid questions, like, whatever those questions may be that you have. That's where the issue comes in. Finding God and finding Jesus is not hard to do if you have your heart open to it. I always had God and I always had Jesus my whole life, but I haven't went to church since I was probably 10. You know, yeah, I'll leave it at that, I guess.
I don't know how long I've been out of church, but I don't even know if there's any Orthodox around here because I'm kind of with Indy there. I don't trust the churches how they just allow these creep preachers in here and let them all preach about LGBT and then completely change what the Bible actually means to benefit their
Controversial
ideology. And
statement
I
here.
don't want to be part of that.
I haven't been
And
to church ever.
and I've been trying to find a church, but the issue is I live in, like, before I lived in a Spanish community, and it was like it's all Catholic churches. But when you see in these Catholic churches is the BLM signs, you see the
Ah, hell
LGBT.
no.
Yep. You see,
These
yeah.
these are Catholic churches doing this now, and so I can't help but open my eyes to that and see that, well, that's definitely the wrong thing to do. Not just as a right wing conservative, I guess, but even as my faith. That's against what I believe, my belief anyway. So and that's Catholic churches. So I have a big issue with that. And that's my issue with Catholic, and that's why I could never go Catholic. I think it's a bad religion.
Yeah. I don't.
I've been,
I don't agree with Catholic.
nor do I.
Personally.
I've always been Christian, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
and
raised
you,
Christian.
like,
Go ahead.
you guys kind of, like, accidentally proved my point, where, like, I'm talking about, like, how do you convince an atheist who is questioning going back to church, and we say, like, we all have our opinions on which church to go to, and then we all start fighting about it. Like, let's just say hypothetically we're in a bar and all of us are yelling at him, come to my church, come to my church, come to my church, come to my church, come to my church. That, do you guys not see how that will kind of, in a way, he sees us all fighting and then
oh,
say, like,
I wouldn't
And
say
that's the
fighting.
point where you should at
would-
least where you should say go to a church as long as it's not the gay church.
Yeah, as long as they don't support the LGBT and the
Yeah,
any other ideology. If they're
Any
not
church
cool
is
about
better
it,
than the gay church.
yeah,
it's your core beliefs that you already have in you, Rain. Even as a right wing, you can't be a right wing and not have these core beliefs. It kind of goes hand in hand. That's kind of what
yeah.
made me even a right wing.
I'm talking, like, there's a atheist, like, straight atheist. Like, he never believed in God. He might have been agnostic, but,
They
like,
might not have heard that. I did. But
he
that's why I said what I said.
like, we're talking to an atheist, and we're at a bar, and this atheist guy comes to us and says, I'm thinking about going to the church. I'm thinking about going to church. Which church should I go to? And then all of us right now, we're having a discussion on which church is best. Do you not see, like, how that can be intimidating to a new believer?
Right.
I would
Well,
say
We would
more
need to
confusing.
at least somehow come to the agreement that you should go to any church as long as it's not the gay church.
well, and
Yeah, that's all.
that's the thing
Go
right
ahead, David.
there is it comes down to the Christians are especially the best at free will, right? We are the first ones to say you have your choice on where you go, but I might recommend this or this or this, where typically, and again, I might be a potato, but majority of Christians see it that way, right? We don't usually say come to my church because we're not getting anything out of it, right? We want them to
Right.
understand their spirituality.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But like to kind of piggyback off of that for a second, Homestead, when I said I went to the Catholic Church because of the Boondock Saints, she gave me the SMH hand on the head. So it's
Oh.
like, and Homestead, I'm sorry if you feel I didn't mean to call you out like that, but that means to me, me and her, we're on the same side of Christianity, but she is being tribal with that. You know what I mean? So there's
So,
a
right.
tribe.
Go ahead.
Go-
I'm sorry. I
Well,
was going to
like,
say, for somebody who did, go ahead.
like we need to. I think if we are on the right and we are recommending church to people, and guess what, guys? I love Homestead that you're Orthodox. I love all you guys, no matter what. I think that like we need to not do infighting when it comes to faith.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
well,
I think yeah, we
That
should
could be
we should all be able to come to an agreement on that.
I think that
Yeah.
no, I think that could be dangerous. I think that if you're going to sway somebody to the wrong church, that it could be more dangerous for the religion than it could
Well,
be a plus.
and it can be more detrimental to them and
I think-
you. So if you sway someone to the wrong religion, you're the main contributor for them to sway that way. You're the one that brought them to the wrong religion. And Christians understand that. So a lot of Christians will not recommend a church more. They'll recommend more than demand, right? The English language always fails me, but it boils down to the fact that most Christians, I'm not going to speak for everyone, but most Christians will give that allowance of free will, right? So that's what it boils down to, because again, like Independent Thinker was saying, if we sway someone the wrong way, if we are the one that bring them into drugs, for example, and we're not the ones to help them out of it, that could end up looking bad on our eternal soul, because we're the ultimate ones that brought them into that world. If it wasn't for us, they would never have known about it. A good example of that is Dare, right? How many people knew about the drug scene at all before Dare came in and said, don't take them, here's how to find them, right? So
Oh yeah, I didn't know they exist before they brought that shit into my school when I was like 5 years old.
Right? Exactly. I didn't know where to find them. I didn't know how to get them. I didn't know anything about them. And then Dare comes along, and now I know what they are. I know how to find them. I know where I know how much they cost. I know all of the ins and outs. Was that a positive? I don't know if I say it would be, right? So it boils back down to, again, like we were talking in the beginning, right? Charlie Kirk, we can always have the best intentions, but we can pave the wrong path if we're not careful. So we want to be very careful, I guess is the best word to use, when we're preaching to other people, right? Preaching.
Yes. Potato,
So,
you just
like-
it up beautifully.
Yeah, he did. He did. I had to mute my mic, so I didn't fucking time it with anything. But to go into what, like, kind of more, I would say for like a non-believer or somebody who is on the path who wants to believe but is having like a problem reaching, It always stems from the Bible. Read the Bible, understand the Bible, and then go from there. And that's kind of, again, it boils down to like my core belief with the Orthodox. I never identified as anything, and I still really don't, because I don't go to church and I don't practice, you know. So do I identify or just say that I'm just a follower of Christ? You know what I mean? So that's where my problem is, but it all stems from my core belief in the Bible. I believe the Bible. I believe the stories in the Bible. I believe, you know, whatever that may be. And I go from there. And that's what led me to not go to the Catholic Church. You know, I have a problem as far as denominations of what's right at first. Because, you know, because like it all stems from, again, like, if I see a gay flag outside the church, that's not what I just studied in the Bible, bro. And I'm going in this blind. I don't know anything about any of these denominations, but I know the Bible.
Right.
You know what I mean? Know that it said this is wrong.
Right. Well, that's the thing is I was born and raised LDS, right? I was part of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints or whatever they like to call themselves now. I am not anymore. But I do strongly believe in the morals, the ethics, the values that the church teaches. The good, like we were talking about before, one of the best things about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is the fact that they do help more people than just their own members. They don't help everyone, but again, it boils down to how can you possibly fill from an empty cup, right? So again, I believe that we need to get back to the community idea, strengthen the churches, give them back the power that they deserve. One of the biggest churches in the world, and they stood down when the mandates happened, right? I think we all know what I'm talking about, where they should have been the most outspoken and upstanding and, hey, no, we have the right to worship as we please. You don't get to dictate that, and we need to get back to that idea.
Yep, and it won't. We can't get back to that if we got these Muslims sitting here saying we want to replace you and ruin Christianity. So
yeah,
well,
I would
we
have
definitely
to agree.
go back to our roots.
Yeah, exactly. But it goes against, like, again, I think the Catholic Church or a lot of these churches. If I were to sway you to any other church, if I were to sway you away from a church, it would be that one. I think like the harm that these churches do is they weaken our religion. You know, they turn us into sewing circle Christians that all is welcome and love your brethren and da 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 da.
Right.
When in reality, we are meant to be warriors. You know, like Jesus wasn't some hippie that just walked across, you know, water. You
Well,
know what I mean? Like,
exactly. He stood or
it was amazing.
he sat in a corner for 3 days and stewed on how angry he was while he weaved that whip. On the third day,
dude.
he stood up, overturned tables. This wasn't a politely asking people to leave. This was a violent action. And I'm not saying violent in a bad way. He was absolutely and utterly justified in the way he reacted to them treating his father and his father's house the way that they were, right? And it's time that Christians, as Christians, we need to stand up as the lions that we are and say enough is enough. We get to worship the way we want to worship, and we get to collect the tithing to help the people. If we're not taxed, there can be more tithe that people are willing to give. 10% is all we have to give. So 10% is all we should have to pay in taxes. A flat 10% across the board should be what it is. Completely do away with income tax as far as I'm concerned, but you understand what I'm saying.
Away with taxes, period.
Well, I don't disagree. What was that, independent? Sorry.
Sorry, Tato.
No, you're good. You're good, buddy. Go ahead.
Well, like to go what Pumpkin said, get away with taxes. No, taxes can be a good thing with taxation,
right.
with representation. You know, like I always use this example, for instance, the community as a district. I don't really like the federal. I believe in less federal tax,
Correct.
but it boils down to smaller government, which would develop into your districts or, you know,
Exactly.
your counties and so on and so forth.
The church or
You know,
anything of the sort, right? The church
Yeah.
or community tithing, whatever you want to call it, it's still tithing, right? Communal, tribulation, whatever, it's still tithe into a community fund that helps people that really need the help, right? But again, it boils down to we need the social networks for certain people that absolutely have to have them. Without taxes, we run into a certain concern because before the Federal Reserve, everything was funded through tariffs and through, I think it was war bonds, right? If they wanted to go to war, they had to have us buy the war bonds. That's how they made money, right? So money was collected through tariffs and war bonds. That's how we funded our country. Since then, we've gotten so much more socialistic programs that I don't know if just those would be able to float us through. So we may still need tax. Like Independent was saying, tax can be a good thing, but minimal. Like this idea that you have to pay for your property for the rest of your life, that has got to go away. The idea that income taxes are as much as they are, if at all. Like if we can get rid of them, let's get rid of them. But if we can't get rid of them completely, minimalize them.
Yeah. I didn't mean get rid of all taxes.
Sure. No, I understand what you mean.
Just like the ones you just said, just the ones that hinder the people and not benefit them. That's what I'm saying. Because honestly, what you own the house, you own the land, you shouldn't be taxed on that. You shouldn't be taxed of what's all in your yard either. Like I don't know what it's called, but my mom people were being taxed because they had all this crap in their yard. So they were not only being taxed from the land, house, but the stuff that was in the yard too. Mm-hmm. So yeah, some taxes definitely need to go because they don't benefit the people, and the other ones should stay to help keep I can't even say buildings and such that we use up still. Like we should, if like with base management and police, that's paid by the taxpayers, that should still stay. We should never get rid of that tax. Yeah, but yeah, just simply get rid of the tax that hinders the people and not help them.
Yeah. And we're obviously being like overly taxed. I mean, for instance, we found in Minnesota alone with the Somali fraud, like 1 year's worth of the nation's taxes combined. You know what I mean? And
right.
We've seen none of that. So, I mean, we're obviously being federally overtaxed for sure.
Like I said, if we can get rid of the fraud, I'm pretty sure Trump said that if we can get rid of the fraud or half the fraud or a third of the fraud or something like that, not even all the fraud, we have a balanced budget. We don't have to have income taxes anymore.
I can't speak on this. I don't pay taxes.
Well, and that's fair, but you will.
Must be nice.
And so we need to get the generations to understand that they're going to be. What we legislate now takes effect years down the road, right? So we need to be looking forward ahead of time and understand what the next generations are going to need, not just
my extent of knowledge on taxes is that property tax is stealing, property tax is evil, and property tax makes it so you don't ever outright own your property.
Yep, forever renting is what it is.
Exactly, yeah.
Get fucked up at is exactly
Did
that.
Everyone go quiet, or is my phone down?
Must have gone.
No,
down.
we hear you.
We hear you.
But you weren't saying nothing. But that's the problem with schools is they need to start teaching people, students about taxes and and in the future, our public school
system. They tell
system,
us they exist. That's the extent of it.
So like, do you really learn in public school system? So I'll tell you right now, OD, I'm in my mid-30s right now, but when I was younger, I wish I would have known a lot more about taxes and the importance of, kind of what you're doing, getting into politics at a young age. America is built on politics. Don't listen to anybody who says, like, it has nothing to do with me, blah, 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 or you're too much into politics, which you can be a line. There is too much into it. But always know your politics and start from a young age and do it on your own because your school system is not going to teach you that as far as like even taxes.
Shit.
Yeah, they destroy the public school system.
Hey, so can I just piggyback off of that because ODJ is my internet nephew, And kind of like what I think IT is kind of saying is, I don't know if you guys are familiar with a YouTuber named Hunter Avalone, but he started off like as super hardcore right leaning, and then he had a conversation with Bosch or Vouch, whatever, however you want to say his name,
Okay.
and then he ended up going left wing. So I think like what IT's
Why are you
trying,
gay?
What are you gay?
Why are you gay?
I
Is that a
think
comment?
that right, what IT is trying to say is like you shouldn't formulate a political opinion so hard stance at such a young age.
Yeah. Keep your mind
Yeah.
open.
Yeah, always
Well,
keep
you
your
don't
mind
Have
open.
to be
Never keep it short.
open-minded.
It all stems from history. Educate yourself. History
Mm-hmm.
has a weird way of repeating itself.
Exactly.
And
I
it's
love
definitely repeating
history.
itself. We are actually living in a time where history is repeating itself.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
no
I
shit.
see A on Instagram.
Yeah, we might be going through a civil war. We're already going to the same thing the Democrats did in the 19
We're gonna have a
10s and
fourth
20s.
crusade.
Yeah, we're going to have another crusade. Or we maybe have another World War III, but most likely we'll have a civil war before we have a World War III. And
Honestly,
that's going
I
to be in
think if
America.
we have a fourth crusade before World War III won't happen in our lifetime.
Oh yeah, well first we need to fix the problem that is in America. Everyone else can go deal with their own problems, but we need to fix what's going on within. I've always said it that the worst enemy is from within, and they are doing that. They're doing that with the whole the Dems
Bin
are
Laden.
owning the illegals. They own the blacks. They support the Muslims and all their terrorist acts. And we're seeing an insurrection invasion happening within as it is now with it. And we're going to have most likely a civil war before we have a World War III.
It's all going to go hand in
I
hand. It
think,
would have a civil war, and it's going to turn into World War III because that's going to be the time where the United States is at its weakness. And the
Yep.
whole, again, study the history with like World War II. If it wasn't for the United States, none of those countries, even Britain, would have fallen, without United States intervention. So as soon as we're weakened, that's when all these countries, even probably ones that we think are our buds, are gonna start taking over shit, and shit's gonna start hitting the fan. It's all gonna go hand in hand. Yeah,
okay.
again, and the
It's fun.
Crusades
Hey,
by
no,
itself
I'm going
naturally.
to open up a new question while at the same time trying to provoke Kat to come on the stream because Kat is awesome.
I will say one
I-
thing. Oh, sorry, Rain. There, man. Go ahead. Go
No.
ahead first.
Go ahead.
I was going to say it's going to be NATO that's going to turn around to attack us.
No
Okay.
shit. NATO is our enemy.
Oh yeah, it is. But go ahead,
So
They all act like we need NATO. We don't need NATO. NATO needs us.
Brain. No, we don't.
I'm going to open up a new question that I
No,
think.
NATO doesn't need us. They use us.
What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen
We gotta
is
let Rain talk, guys.
Yeah.
Time out,
unable.
Let's
It's
move
time
off of
out.
NATO.
Oh, you're
Time
gonna
out.
change the whole
Let
subject,
Rain
motherfucker.
speak. Let Rain speak.
You're gonna change the whole subject. Go
I know.
ahead.
I know. I
Let
was.
Internet
I didn't
Uncle
mean
speak.
IT, Internet Nephew, Pumpkin. What if I were to present the argument to you that the third Civil War or the Third World War already started, and it's because we're in a spiritual war?
Well, we are in a
I mean,
spiritual war.
I could
Oh
see
yeah,
that.
we definitely
We've
are.
been-
We are definitely fighting evil right now. We are.
Yeah, we don't
For the-
tussle with arms right now. We tussle with spiritual beings.
Oh yeah, and it is definitely
I
a
hadn't
spiritual.
thought of it like that, but yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're in a
just
spiritual
how these-
war.
Oh, sorry,
You're starting
Chase.
to see people come to the light. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Slowly, but
It's part
coming.
of the reason why I started my podcast is to bring people to the light. And that's why I say I don't want to shut the door on anybody, right? I don't want anybody to think that I'm giving up on the left. I want the left to still have the possibility to come and talk their piece. One of our chatters here, I'm not sure who they are. It looks like the first time they've joined our chat, and I want to appreciate them being here and pose their question. Right? We support tithe. Does that also include children? Like, are traditional tithe included? I came back with, does that mean children pay tax? And he said, no, traditional tithe, I'm sorry if it, no, traditional tithe, including 10% of your children to the church to support church functions, learn, and teach God's words. That's actually a fairly decent question that I kind of want to pose to the panel.
Can you simplify that? And welcome, Kat.
I was going to say, welcome, Kat. Appreciate you joining.
Hi.
All right. So simplifying that basically means, so 10% of your children's time will be dedicated to the church works. So they go to the church, they clean the church, they go to help set up for activities, they help maintain the yard work, that kind of thing. So that your tithing isn't going to pay for essentially that work.
Yeah, and it teaches them
It teaches them responsibility. Yeah.
Something like how they do it in Japan,
Yeah.
where they have the students.
It's a net
clean-
positive.
Yeah, I would say that's a net positive. Yeah.
Like for instance, my old church that I went to when I was a kid, there was kids that I never seen, but they would play in the basketball court inside the church. But their job was they had to help. It was called the rummage, which was just a flea market in the back of the church. That was like for 10 cents, you can get a toy or some shit, whatever, clothes.
Sure.
And so in order to play in the basketball court, they had to go there and help the old ladies, you know, put up the clothes and straighten up over there. And then afterwards, you know, they can go and play the basketball court.
Yeah, that's what I did back in when I was in church. We would clean up and such because that's what it's like. Well, before we do anything, we gotta do this. And I guess sometimes on weekends we would go there and have like a little church gathering for just the kids, but we would still help out cleaning up the church and everything.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
all boils down to saying, Tato, is reforming the churches and strengthening the churches back to where they were, because you don't have that anymore, and that the communities has lost a lot because of that. That's gonna stick with me, what you said, dude.
I'm glad
Because
to
it's
hear
true.
that. I like to have, actual good things every once in a while. I'm a potato, so I got to take the wins where I can get them, right?
Yep.
Well, starch is brain fuel, so there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Why do you
I
have an
appreciate
AI
it.
profile picture?
What's that, buddy?
Why does PharmaCat have AI profile picture?
We don't know. That could be her.
That's me.
That's me.
Yeah, see?
You look very like
That's
you
her,
look like
yeah, that-
AI procreated you.
I thought you were talking Potato's picture. I'm like, no, that's the
I
actual
was gonna
picture
say-
Potato, bro.
Right? Yeah, that's
Nah,
me.
nah.
That's me. You can't see?
Yeah, I'm using my in-game character, so I can't. I got nothing else that's better to say.
His real picture.
My picture is
Cat's
just
only-
Mitsubishi Starion.
Nice. All right.
I usually change my picture to my little pixel art that Emmett made, and I forgot to do it before I got on here.
Oh,
I need to
you
get Emmett
did.
to make me
Dang
one.
it. We wanted the moose
Tater needs to get one.
Well,
I think-
Kat,
So
Hey,
we're just kind of BSing. So let's get back to a conversation so we're not boring.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
audience
yeah.
here.
okay. Let me help steer this, if I may.
Go ahead.
I think Kat posted in the chat, we need to repeal the 19th Amendment. And
Jeez,
I
call her
want
out
to.
like that. Come on.
She did post it in the chat. What do you
I
want me to
did.
say?
I believe that.
I'm kidding.
Why?
I think-
Why? Explain why.
Yeah, explain, Cat. I want to hear.
That's why you came up
Well,
here.
Okay, so traditionally, women are emotional thinkers, correct?
Correct.
No shit.
Yeah.
So do you want
Easy.
those decisions of our leadership to be made emotionally?
No, just
Oh.
like how I don't want a female president because, like you just said, it would be emotionally and
Well, obviously,
honestly
we
think
don't
Kamala
want a
would've
female
killed us.
president.
Well,
But
I
we
don't.
go down the Black Ops 2 storyline.
so
No.
let's see.
Caitlin Bennett.
Let's see who did. I think it was just me. She said, "You can stay behind if you want, but I want to vote." The thing about that, just me, is without the duty to vote, you had more.
I think Dave is trying to start beef.
You have more ability to sway the majority because you stand on a moral high ground, where us men, we're just throwing toward a vote. We're not actually having the ability to step back and say, as the moral nurturing side of this doesn't make sense, right?
Oh.
To have that logical the logical decision making in the vote, and then have the women behind the vote and to support that understanding, and then persuade the men to vote the way they want them to vote. And
Yeah,
I'm
like
not
one
saying
vote
to
per household type situation.
Exactly. We need to get back to the stakeholder, like Kat just said, one vote per household. You vote like somebody else in the chat said, I vote the way my husband tells me to vote. That's the way it should be. And I'm not a misogynist, guys. I promise. I love women
Me
with
either.
all of my freaking heart.
I
and
am.
I want
I
to get them
actually
back.
do agree with this.
I
One
want to
vote
get
per
them back to
household
being
truly
able to
makes
stay
sense.
home. That's all I'm trying to do, right? To get them back to not having the burden of the debt. Women hold the majority of the debt in the United States, and I feel
Let's be
bad
real.
for that.
Wait,
It's a
if you had
mahogany.
to choose an amendment to repeal, which one would it be?
Probably the 19th.
Mine would be the 14th.
What is the 14th?
It's the one where all the people born in the U.S. are citizens.
Well, that's
Yeah,
already
okay,
being
yeah.
repealed, so we're good there.
So I could see some. I don't know. I feel mixed about the whole women voting, because I would see it. You would have to be, the woman would have to be like somewhat of the men's level, but how it's been going, honestly, I'm all for repealing it, because it's more detrimental than actually helping. So it should go
Right.
back for the one who support like the man. It should go to the man,
Well,
because he supports the family. Well,
again,
I
it's
agree.
the stakeholder. It's the
Yes, yeah.
property owner, business owners, the one vote per household kind of idea. If women are the ones who own the house and they don't have a husband, then I don't necessarily disagree with them having the right to vote. But
They still have the right to vote.
Again,
I
it
think
goes back
what
to the
we
fact that we are forced to sign up for the draft. Women are not. Right?
Yeah, that
So
I do.
women
It's
should
because-
if we
definitely
want
wait,
true
wait.
equality, we either need to finalize or repeal the 19th, or we need to start drafting women. And I am not for drafting women. I'm not for it.
Yeah, me
You know what?
either.
I agree.
Right? So
Women,
Oh my God.
I will always be the one to stand up for my country and for the women and children every chance I can. But I do believe we need to get back to some semblance of equality. True equality.
Okay. Like we have so many different areas to take this conversation. I
Right,
love
and we're
it.
getting to the end of the stream, but go ahead.
Okay,
Oh, boy.
so
The church.
if you're saying, like, if we're saying we need to make equality across government agencies and remove the draft for men, I'm 100%.
So, okay, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead and finish your point.
No. Like, I agree with you. Like, we need to get equality across the board.
Right. And so
And
you were
part-
saying about the draft. What were you going to say about the draft? Get rid of it? Is
I
that
was
what you're going to say?
No, I was saying, like, we should get rid of the draft to give just gender equality across the board.
So
No.
like Brian Atlas says on the whatever podcast, so almost every time he gets posed with this rebuttal, right? No government, it's not even in the realm of plausibility to be able to get rid of the draft, because as soon as you get rid of the draft, that signals to the rest of the world that you've weakened yourself. Because now the country that has a gun behind
Add
every
woman
blade of
to
grass has been reduced to not taking on those people in that every blade of grass comment, right? So we need to get back to some semblance of equality, but we can't possibly do away with the draft, because us men are always going to be stronger than the women we have to take that responsibility onto ourselves because of the simple fact that if we get rid of that, if we stop that idea, we weaken our defenses, because that signals to the other countries.
When the fourth crusade comes, this is how it will go. Women
Well,
and
since
children
men are the
will
primary
stay
victim of war, they should be the ones making the decisions that could lead to war.
What was that,
Potato, I think
Kat?
that's
Sorry.
Yeah.
I
Kat,
said
Hi,
since
Mr. B.
men are the
Hold on,
primary victims of war, they
Mhm.
should be the ones making the ultimate decisions
okay,
that
thank you.
could
'cause-
possibly lead to war.
So she's
Also-
saying, guys, so she's
Sorry.
saying that men are the primary victims of war. We should be the ones to decide that. And I completely and utterly agree with her. So it doesn't change the fact that women have a right to speak their mind, but it doesn't have to come down to a vote for the people who can send us to war, but not them, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
before anybody jumps in, Real Rain, go ahead.
Potato, like that's actually what if we
Obviously ban abortion.
what
Right.
if we
Go ahead, Rain.
the draft, but we removed the requirement to, like, you can't vote if you are not eligible for the draft. What if we took that provision out?
So that's
Actually,
a fair,
I like that.
that's a fair
No, it all-
point, but
It goes to
who's going
with duty.
to judge that you're not worthy of draft?
Well,
Uh,
let's say, like, handle one topic at a time. Like, because like currently women, I think kind of the issue what you guys are describing is women don't have stake in the game, so they
They don't
can
have skin in the game.
vote without having to register for the draft.
Correct.
I
And
got a
kind
question.
Hold on. Go ahead, Rain.
so if we remove that restriction from men and say registering for the draft is optional, do you not think like that would kind of help become more equal?
If we were to say that the draft were to be on willingness, no one would sign up.
No one would do it.
Because
Yeah,
if
no.
we're willing to sign up for the military, we're willing to sign up for the military.
Yeah.
So if they're not willing to sign up for the draft, then they would. I'm not willing to be in the military, but I'm the exception because I am willing to be part of the draft, right? I'm not not the majority of men out there. I'm the odd one out. Hey, Duck, welcome in, buddy.
Hey, that
Hey, how's it going?
Also, wasn't it where you couldn't be sons couldn't be drafted if they were the only sons in the family? Wasn't that a thing?
The firstborn son.
Okay, yeah, because I'm a firstborn of my dad, so I wouldn't be able to go because it's me. I have a stepbrother, but it's my stepbrother, me, and then my two sisters because I'm the firstborn.
Oh,
So
okay.
I didn't know if that was still in the draft where the first son couldn't be drafted due to family, them being the only son in the family to carry on the bloodline. I didn't know that was so. Okay, yeah, so I can't go, or I'm not fit mentally anyway, being a little bit of autism. So I couldn't be part of as much as I would love to have been in the army, I wouldn't have made it to the Army Rangers.
Oh, come on. We need you more than anyone else. We got to rizzle
I
with
will
autism.
fight. I'm just not military compatible, but I can
What
follow
would-
orders
what-
and such. But I'm just not.
Would you like to hear from a veteran?
Yeah, actually,
Yes, I would love to hear that.
Okay, so we don't take away the draft. We go back to voting on whoever is eligible for the draft, landowners, and or anyone who is willing to serve in their political sphere that they can should be the people who have the vote.
And you see, I like that. I really like that.
That doesn't eliminate women. That means that if women are able to serve at the capacity of a military member,
right?
They can vote.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
they own land, they can vote.
Yeah.
If they serve in a political sphere, they can vote.
Yeah,
Well,
Yeah.
Andrew at some point in time mentioned the 5 years of service, whether that be the military, whether that be through, community service, like we were talking about earlier, or whatever it may be. We need to equalize, the world again, right? Again, it boils down to the fact that we're having to be signed up for the draft. I don't like the idea of taking women's votes away, but again, without having to vote, you have that moral high ground. I don't see a better way of being able to sway the true vote than being the true voice behind it, because when it boils down to it, our vote can be thrown out. It can literally be sent up to the representatives, and the representatives, I don't care, I'm going to vote where I want to vote. We no longer have the vote anymore at that point in time. I'm not saying that's way, but that's what I'm saying. Anyway, what were you going to say, Mr. B?
Real quick sidebar to Pumpkin's comment. Tism is a superpower in the military, not a weakness.
Right. Well, and that's just it. I agree. Especially when you can get because it's like a tunnel vision, and they're immensely good at what they do. It may just be that one thing, but they're immensely good at it. So
as long as it doesn't bring retardation with it.
Well, and that's.
But as we can see, Pumpkin here doesn't have the tardation with it.
That's
No, I
Shut
ain't
up.
got it.
Speaking as a high functioning person on the spectrum, I can account for.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and if it wasn't for
Like
other
there's
things,
this guy
you'd
at
probably
my
still
school.
be serving.
I'm not gonna call his name out or nothing, but he's got the tism real bad, and he's got that retardation with it too. He can't keep up with anything.
I agree with you there, but we don't need him on the front lines. America wins war through logistics. We've never had that problem, right? Because we had all of our TISM people doing the logistics lines, making sure nothing fucks up. So I think that's why we've always won.
Well, that's fair.
Well, then,
that's a very.
Wait, I have a question. What do
do
we think about military drones and having no skin in the game?
Fuck drones. Such a coward weapon.
What do you
It
say?
ain't nothing but a. Oh, I get to kill this person without having to go out in the battlefield. Boom. There's
Okay,
such
so we all agree that drones are bad.
All right,
Considered
hold
war
on,
crimes.
hold on. Kat, I think you were trying to say something.
Oh, I just had like one question. I've got to go get ready for work,
Fair.
but I had a question regarding the women voting. So, in my opinion, and you guys correct me if you think I'm wrong,
Sure.
women tend to vote more selfishly rather than holistically for the greater good of the nation. So that's one facet of where I'm coming from.
Aren't women selfish creatures?
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Exactly. So, real quick, Real Rain has his finger up, so let him speak real quick.
Kat, I will say one thing, and I've learned this the hard way through the reconciliation I'm having with my baby mama, is that women have a foresight that men don't.
They may have a foresight, but we're more of a survivalist. We're more open about survival.
Do they have a foresight, or are they very good at gaslighting?
No.
I think Kat's got a point.
I'm really good at gaslighting.
Kat's also kind of playing into the meme where I've seen this around the internet a lot. It's like men will sacrifice their happiness for their family, and then women will sacrifice their family for their happiness. And she's got a big point to that.
She does.
Yeah. No. Can I ask a question real quick, Kat? Have you ever dated a guy and you saw potential in him that he didn't see in himself?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's from everybody. Your
But
friends
just because I see that potential doesn't mean he's gonna fulfill
your
it.
friend,
Right.
Yeah.
dude.
Oh, fair enough. That great point.
But that's the thing. As a woman, I feel like we're a little softer. So I think we tend to see the good points in people that they can't see in themselves. But it's up to the individual to bring that out in themselves. I mean, a woman can support a man to do that, but ultimately, it's a self choice.
Yeah.
Hey, fair enough. Because my story is it took me like 10 years to realize what my baby mama saw in me to make me
Damn.
act.
Hated you for 10 years?
Yeah, 10 years.
And you got a
Weren't
real
you
one.
just calling
Yeah.
her evil the other day?
That's funny.
No, but like, hey, Kat, I'm glad we got the chance to talk. I know we see each other in image chat a lot, and yeah,
Yeah.
I hope we can have this conversation more, and like maybe next week or something, because I'm really interested in that.
I'm around. I'm usually spurging on somebody on a panel. So
Yeah,
You're
I would
out.
really like to bring you back on, Kat. Yeah, I'd like to.
all right.
I'd like to
Well,
do this
that's
a little
gonna
more
do-
regularly. So I'd like to.
I think
stay
we
around,
need
okay?
more females.
Yeah, exactly. But if you need to go, I completely understand, Kat.
I'm just gonna
All right,
call them
thanks,
females
guys.
now.
It was good to see. Good talk to you.
Have a good one.
Welcome the little N-word.
Yeah,
I already
well,
did. Little N-word's good.
next Friday is supposed to be
We weren't
Real
on
Rain's
YouTube, I
Baby
would
Mama
say
versus
it.
ODJ.
Oh God.
Next.
No,
is that-
I talked to ODJ about that. Like, she's willing to have a conversation, but she's not willing to debate.
Okay.
well, again,
So-
and if it's going
Well-
on down on my channel, I'm all for the discussions, like I said. So, any
We were gonna
chance-
have it on Tyler's channel. Maybe you guys could like coordinate together. I don't know.
Well, then that's fair. That's fine. If I think it was Tyler's Friday night Rumble, whatever he had going on. So yeah, keep it on that channel. But just remember, guys, I'm here and I want to be doing this more often. So just keep.
I
me in
feel
mind.
like Tyler likes debates more than you do. I feel like you just like more conversation.
Well, I like
I was
debates. I just like a mixture of everything because I'm trying to change the scene a little bit so that I'm more entertaining than just a talking head, right? I don't want the same old content, and I'm tired of stealing people's content. I know it's not stealing because of the Free Use Act, but I don't like doing what I've been doing, so I want to become my own thing. So I appreciate you guys being here and feeding into the content. So
I
Okay,
appreciate we
And
appreciate
I,
on.
Yeah, we appreciate this very much.
100%. And I like the open panel thing, kind of going off of what you just said, getting everybody else's opinion and a rebuttal to my own opinion that could possibly even change my mind on how, like, I may think or something, somebody has a better point than me. I don't think that every panel has to end up like debates. So I kind of like how you're doing that, Tato. I do like the Friday night with Tyler's thing. I think that's a cool way to do it. Like instead of debate every night or like after every show. Yeah. I don't think everything has to be like a debate because a lot of these are just exactly that. A conversation.
I'm glad you said that, IT, because that's kind of like what I feel like this whole stream's existence is because I wanted to have a conversation about like Charlie Kirk, and I didn't realize like a debate was a good opening for me to get this point across, but it wasn't the right platform to do it on.
right. Well, and I agree
Okay,
with that.
Can we
But-
talk more about the drones?
It's just about
I really wanted to talk about that. I got cut off.
You want to hear a veteran's opinion on the drones?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's hear it.
It's always good to have Overwatch.
That's exactly it.
yes.
Yes, but like
It's the
suicide kamikaze drones, no skin in the game.
Verity.
Those aren't generally the ones that we use. We do use some attack drones, but
Right.
the ones
So
that we
they-
use
I
in
personally
the soldier
think-
groups are Overwatch.
I
I
love
personally think the kamikaze drones should be war crime.
That I'm sorry. They also from what videos I've seen, they're willingly they willingly go after men who have been injured and being trying to keep carried off, and they just notice that it should be a war crime, and drones like that should not be used. Drones should be only used for retcon.
Are those American drones or are those Russian drones?
There's
Right.
Ukrainian drones too.
it's
I've
NATO.
seen more footage of Ukraine drones than Russian.
I don't
Okay.
think Other than innocent lives, I don't think that anything should be a war crime. Bro, they tried to ban the 12 gauge pump shotgun in trench warfare. You know what I
Germany
mean?
didn't like it. They're like,
Yeah, but what my
Yeah.
problem with the drones is there's zero skin in the game, and there's no
No,
risk to it.
I mean,
yeah,
fighting, bro. When you're fighting, there's no skin in the game. There's no like what's better, what's
I still
worse.
think
Yes,
that
there
drone-
is. Your skin is in the game. They're losing you.
Real quick,
Go.
there is never, like the independent thinker said, there is never zero skin in the game. The person driving that drone is witnessing that person die.
Exactly.
Yep.
That scars you.
That scars,
This is-
yeah, deeper than
Yeah, this is-
anybody can ever imagine.
Yeah, this is why I hate anyone who uses those type of drones. You are a
what I'm
coward,
saying.
and you're willingly to sit there and probably get off like I'm gonna get this dude and just go boom. I don't give a
You're-
crap about those people. I
you
hate
are
them.
calling- You are calling a person a coward that is sitting behind that computer watching a person die.
Yes, that's
You
what
don't
they
have
are.
any. You don't have any realm of knowing what possible PTSD that is causing them.
I don't.
Yeah, and watch like Brian, they have a really good episode with that with a drone operator, and he's just following orders and ends up that he like messing up something and
You know what?
doing the person. So watch that, and it's a really good way to looking at like a drone operator. Like he goes through a lot of stuff. But besides
I
even that,
agree
even
with Pumpkin here, yes, but
even
Mr.
if they
B
couldn't-
also made a good point. They will have
I-
PTSD from that.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, as
Even-
an American, you shouldn't really be worried about it because we should all have 12 gauges, and that should just be a pastime for us. So
Amen.
Can't disagree with
Dude,
you
hell,
there either, unfortunately.
hell, there's never. You can never have too much of an upper hand in the fight, bro. I want the
Yeah.
best of the best. And if that could even sacrifice less lives as drones are meant to do, more power to it, dude. Send all that kamikaze drones, all that, dude. Strap
No,
up.
because you don't understand.
Jerry.
That means enemies that it one day may attack us will use the same tactics and be killing a lot of people. Drones should not
Yeah,
be
that's-
used as
that's what
kamikaze.
happened.
They should be used as a sabotage. They should only destroy vehicles, ammo supplies, and routes. They should not be sit there and full on kamikaze killing people. It's just a coward weapon. Sorry,
Progress.
that's how I feel.
What's
Sorry, Tater.
happened in Ukraine with progress? They're now using freaking old school what are like fishing line, fiber optic lines and
Yeah, they're
shit.
using fiber optic. Have you seen the
That's what
cities?
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. Is actually we've got birds building nests out of these fiber optic cables because once the drone goes down, they abandon the drone. They abandon the
And they don't-
line.
Mhm.
They don't clean it up. So that's
Yeah,
my
they-
concern about it is because the aftermath, the waste that it's causing, the detriment that
there's-
it's going to be caused.
Yeah, there's
Everything
a
if it
city
was
completely covered in fiber optic. There's a city covered in fiber optical cables that look like a whole horde of spiders came in that whole entire town and laid webbing. They don't pick it up and they
Blood.
leave it there on those houses. Now, if I had the means, I would actually make a business for that to round up all the optical cables. I would make so much money.
Oh,
Just
sure.
like, okay, it's a little risk. You got to risk your life, but hey, that means you can reuse that cable later instead of just wasting it in like they do it with the drones. Because the only reason they're using wired is because you can easily EMP these drones. You can use net guns or a shotgun. So with a cable, that thin layer of cable, you can't really see it because I've seen what fiber optical is. It's a very small cable,
Exactly.
and
It's
you
fiber.
won't
My
see it.
internet fiber optic.
Right.
Yeah, but there's a
Whoa.
black plastic covering for it. The actual wire is
Once
really
you peel
really
the
thin.
plastic covering back, it's pretty hard to see if you move back a bit.
Yeah.
like
Because it's
fishing
just a
line.
thin layer of glass. It's just a thin.
Yeah, it's like
string of
fishing
glass.
line, 100%.
Yeah, it's like just like that. But yeah, how I feel about drones, I will say there will always be a coward
I
weapon.
guess we're all slightly divided.
Warfare is ever evolving and ever changing.
Yep,
If they
and
introduce drones, we will introduce a way to defeat them. If they introduce a way to defeat the drone systems, we'll introduce a way to defeat that. Warfare is ever evolving and ever changing. You cannot expect to put
What's
the
the
genie
saying?
back in the bottle.
The saying is
Yeah,
that
that's
all
just
is in Love and War.
Yep.
So I kind of understand why we had the Geneva suggestions. I don't know if people will follow them. Even if you add the drones, the enemies aren't going to listen. So might as well fight fire with fire.
Well,
You
there's
can't
no
put the
You know
genie
what?
back in the bottle.
yeah, there's
But-
no Diva convention if you're winning is what I keep hearing.
Made paratroopers war crime, bro. You know what I mean? So what did they end up doing? Oh, I wasn't shooting the paratroopers. I was shooting like a water bottle on his belt or something like that. You know, like there's like gray areas, but no war crime unless it comes to innocence. That's where I'd kind of draw the line. But as far as what you're doing to your enemy and how you're going about that tactically, I don't think there should be any like gun holes. And that goes with my enemies. Come on. You know what I mean? Because we're bigger, we're better, you know, and we will come up with some shit that's better than yours. Look at Germany with the U-boats and all that. You know, we come up with sonar. You know what I mean? So
Genie
you know
gets
what?
swallowed.
Or the
Germany did
stuff
a
they
lot.
did in
right?
Venezuela, where they had the sound blast waves and people were vomiting and blood coming out of the eyes and the ears, and people were like,
Oh,
what hit
here-
us?
The AR or the LARD, or what it's
Yeah,
called?
the LARD,
LRAD,
whatever they're
LRAD.
saying. Yeah,
LRAD.
LRAD, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's evil because that shakes you from the core in. That literally can
Yeah.
cause internal damage.
Yeah.
That's why they they burst it a little bit, because if they knew if they kept it on there with trying to get rid of the rioters, they would cause them internal bleeding and actually kill them,
It will-
because the
it will
human
turn-
body is not meant
Yep.
to take that type of vibrations.
It will turn the internal organs to it'll destroy them. It will literally
Yeah,
vibrate
literally.
them apart.
Yeah,
Even
that's
that
why
little- like 20
explosions
soldiers to come and eliminate 200 men. You know what I mean? So like that's, and if you don't like drones because of that, then that's a bitch move too. And you know,
Right.
I think
Well, there's certain technology that is really, really cowardice, like the drones and the LR. But some of it can be, like I said, with the
You
use the drone
Pumpkin.
as sorry.
Pumpkin. You really need to stop calling people that are willing to put their minds and bodies on the line for something that they are fighting for cowards when you haven't been
No,
in
I'm-
that situation yourself.
I know that. I'm not calling them cowards. I'm calling the means of what they're using cowards. I know they literally have to watch that person die doing it, but I just think what the drones themselves are coward weapons, not the person themselves. That's not what I mean by like as cowards.
But-
Just like
but-
when I mean like purge. It's war. It's gonna be ugly no matter what. But drones are just seem like a really lazy means to do it. I would use drones as a saboteur, not trying to kill people who are trying to get off the battlefield.
Oh yeah,
People
trust
said
me,
the
I play,
same thing about sniper rifles and people using guerrilla warfare during the Revolutionary War.
yeah.
Well, I
Drones
understand
are super
snipers, but-
unfair. They're not fun to play against. I'll tell you that. I play at military sim games, and as soon as you hear a drone, you might as well just hide and kiss your life goodbye because everything's gone
Yep.
after that.
Yeah, that's a scary. That's going to get a lot of people, even if they never went to the warfare. People are still going to be scared of drones, even if they're not a military one. It's just how they've been betrayed lately, and I'm just like, I wouldn't even trust a drone. Like, there's just, and especially, I was just like I said, sabotage. The drones would have been great for sabotage because you can instead of just killing all these people, you can just sabotage tanks. You could sabotage the ammo field or and stuff. Like, use it differently than just bombarding like kamikazes did during Pearl Harbor. But with drones, there's no lives.
but don't equip any shotguns to it. You know, nah, dude, that's not practical.
I don't think a shotgun would work with it because of the kick, to be honest. It's just I don't
They
see
could
snipers
make
as
stuff to
cowards either.
counter that.
I just don't think the range of the shotgun. I think the spread will be too much.
Just using
No,
it as let's say use grenades. Let's use the Hellfire missiles on it. I don't care. I was just using that as an example. You know, so use it as a saboteur, but don't use it as this, you know, or don't use it to scope out a trench, you know, or whatever it may be. Like, nah, dude, the world's not into that. And even like it goes down to like they tried to put like shooting at a paratrooper or war crime, so they just find a gray area and end up shooting the can't like, oh, I wasn't aiming for him, I was aiming for the water bottle or a bird next to him, you know, like whatever, and then they get away with it. There's always, you know, that's just not practical on the board, dude. to do that.
War crimes are basically a joke.
I think they are.
Yeah,
Like I
but
said, dude, banished a 12 gauge shotgun in trench warfare because they didn't like it. So it's basically, if you don't like it, it's a war crime, you know, because they're getting the upper hand on you or whatever. F
nah,
that, dude.
I do like the whole drones bombs though, because like I said, it'd be better with sabotage and just this. But yeah, they didn't like the shotguns because it was a game changer in trench warfare, and it's like. But have you seen these people shoot down these drones like it's nothing, like ski shooting? I always enjoy seeing those guys sit there and just go boop, pop the shotgun, boom, there goes the drone. And now they got a I think the U.S. has made a new laser weapon that can hit multiple swarms of drones, which makes me worry about drones. Is if they're doing that in the Ukraine and Russia, what happens if they start doing this elsewhere?
That's just progress, and they are probably doing it.
They're
everywhere.
going.
Oh, I know they're doing it elsewhere because they already destroyed one military place in Russia where they just had a random crate just sitting there, and a whole bunch of drones came out and just bombarded all of their aerial vehicles.
Correct that, and that's just the progress of societies, I guess. You know, and since the beginning of time, you fight with swords, we come with gun. You fight with gun, we come with rocket launchers. You know what I mean?
And
Like,
if rocket launchers don't come, we just come out with with satellites that just drop big ass 10-skin rails on you. Like what's that one rocket Trump used on that one dude that was just bladed? It was the blade rockets. King. I don't know.
Moab, the mother
Yeah,
of
the
all
Moab.
bombs.
Yeah, that could work. I can't, because it's still, we got modern with the rockets, but it's blade, so you don't hear it. All of a sudden, you just boom, done.
We got
Those
some-
types of ones I like.
Yeah, there's a rocket that has no explosive devices in it that's basically 8 katanas that fold out right before they hit the target.
Yeah, and another one that's just straight up for one of the airplanes. I think it's on the F-22 or something that literally sends a huge light bulb through the pilot's window, and there's no explosion. So I mean, we can be blunt if we wanted to.
And there's
Yeah,
also
didn't Russia do that? Didn't they,
the rods
Russia-
from heaven, which are
rods from
giant.
heaven. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
they're
guys,
giant
did it in Ukraine,
titanium
though, where they sent in
titanium
an
rods.
inert thing.
Real,
Yeah.
Hey,
that-
real quick, I'd just like to invite or welcome in the new member, the new joiner here, Trey Solar. Thank you very much for joining us, man. Do you have anything to say?
Hey, what's up? Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you joining the panel, man. Yeah, good to have you. Real Rain, you were about to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say I have to dip out, and
okay.
I just want to thank everyone in the chat. I'm glad you guys all enjoyed this conversation. Thanks to everyone that I talked to tonight.
Yeah,
And thank you, Potato, for having me on. And I just want to say, like, I hope I explained where I was coming from with the Charlie Kirk stuff better. And I really prefer this style of conversation more than the debate. But I just want to give my gratitude to all of you guys, and I wish I could stay here longer, but I have to go.
No, I
Always
appreciate you being here. Go ahead and shout your channel out one more time before you go, and really appreciate you being willing to come on for sure.
Yeah, I'm Real Rain 89. You can follow me at Real Rain 89 on Instagram and YouTube. I just go into the depths of the far right and what they really think, what they really feel, and how they really perceive everything. And yeah,
Right
I
on.
go live every day at 9 a.m. And so you guys can feel free to hop on if you feel like it.
Nice.
See you later, internet uncle.
There was somebody that was trying to say something. Did you get that out, or before he leaves, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just always a pleasure to talk to Rain, man. We had some pretty good back-to-back conversations, man, that
Nice.
give each other perspectives, I feel, on things. Pretty interesting dude. Follow his channel, man. He has some interesting content, I think. Yeah,
Nice.
I like Rain. No homo. Take care,
Yeah,
brother.
for real. Take care, Rain. Appreciate you coming on, buddy.
Yes, sir.
All right. And
Just
then,
before that, I was about to say I got a dip too.
oh, do you? Okay, no worries. I should be wrapping
right.
the stream before too much longer anyway. But yeah, go ahead and dip out. Appreciate you being here.
See you later, potato.
Yeah, have a good one, man. Trace Lore, welcome in. Do you have anything to say? Any questions to pose to the panel or anything like that?
Well, somebody was talking about cowardly military tactics,
Sure, yeah.
and I found that kind of interesting because somebody mentioned before, like history repeats itself, and I kind of see that happening now. So, like drones came out, it's cowardly to use drones. Previously, it was like, guns came out, that's cowardly.
Yeah.
Before that, it was probably like arrows.
Right.
That's
Rather than the
cowardly.
sling. Yeah.
Yeah, and then armor. Oh, you're using armor? That's cowardly. And we all adopted it anyway, even though it was cowardly.
Right. And that's just it.
Yeah, the ever changing nature of warfare.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's just how I see with just drones. But yeah.
Yep. Missiles are too.
Right, exactly.
And I find it interesting that all our weaponry is named after conquered Indian tribes.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, I've never
Like
really
the
thought about
Tomahawk
that.
missile, the Apache helicopter, the Black Hawk helicopter.
Right.
I never thought that.
I never thought about that either. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But yeah, like Mr. B was saying earlier, you know, King Crambler here, we have to get to some semblance of cowardiceness in order to preserve life, right? War is an inevitable of life, unfortunately. As much as I would like to see it go to the wayside, it is what it is. And so we have to meet it head on. And as the rest of the world takes those tactics, regardless of whether they're considered cowardice or not, we have to match that, because regardless of whether they're cowardice or not, they're advanced. They're more beneficial in the end than a sling and a stone, right? But in the end, it boils back down to that sling and that stone, and we have to keep our rights above all else, right? So it boils back down to the fact that we have to meet them head on wherever they come from. And if drones are how they choose to come, we have to meet that head on with drones, unfortunately.
I do concur, and that's actually kind of frightening, especially I kind of predicted a while ago, just for balance, that there would be another civil war, because we already had North versus South. There would have to be an East versus West, or a Left versus Right again. In war,
men will good men will often have to do horrible things to protect the things they believe in.
That is true, and it is kind of frightening. So, like what we see now in like Minneapolis and stuff. I mean, don't be surprised if like Somali or terrorist cells pop up, and you see some drone warfare over a city near you.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I agree.
I just hope you guys shoot every weekend.
What's that?
I said I just hope you guys shoot every weekend.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Yeah, as often as you can, dry fire if you need to, get that routine, and then obviously go out to the range every chance that you get. That live fire will
I only got a bow, so I have to learn to shoot drones down with a bow. I could use a
Rambo.
A net, so
yeah,
it's not all that bad.
Yeah, equipping.
Wait, is Pumpkinhead gonna like LARP as Hawkeye during the Civil War or something?
I might, because I like being quiet, silent and deadly. All he wins, man. That's why I like snipers. I just can't use a rifle.
Do you like green?
I just not really
Green
good.
Arrow.
My eyes are crap.
You guys can call it cowardly though, like the progress of warfare, like again, like bringing a knife to a gunfight type of deal. But I just think like sure, there's honor in like say hand-to-hand combat, knife to knife. But if I could avoid from getting punched in the face or cut up just by eliminating my enemy from a distance, that's just way more practical and a smarter solution than fucking myself up.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, and like Trace Lore was saying, before guns were a thing, were they the cowardice way? Were they the looked down upon way of fighting wars when there was still the bow and arrow, when there was still the sling, those kind of things. We have to
Absolutely
take that
were.
into account, right? Because they were.
Right.
And so we have to
Yeah, it's-
understand that we have to move forward and be unafraid of being called certain slurs, certain names, certain whatever you want to call it, right? So we just need to start taking a stance toward actually being a powerful nation again, not this joke that we had been for the last 10 years until Trump took back office, So
I'd like to touch on that, Potato, because
Sure.
you said like slurs and slangs. Like some of the early slangs and slurs for early Republicans were carpetbaggers,
right.
and that's the KKK targeted them. They were considered white, African American, like sympathizers, so they just killed them too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't care.
Wait,
There was
now-
actually two slangs. One was scalawag, and the other one was carpetbaggers. Carpetbaggers
Now-
were Northern Republicans, and scalawags were Southern Republicans.
Now you mean to tell me that the KKK was a part of the Democratic Party this whole time?
What's this now? you
Oh, yes.
say? Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I during COVID, not a lot to do.
Right.
But I looked into. I was kind of curious about was that Barack Obama when he was running for president? They got rid of the jackass to represent the Democrats.
Gotcha.
It was like a circle with a D on it, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and I started looking back in history, like where the circle appeared, and went down a rabbit hole. Probably not healthy, but it was entertaining.
Fair.
And
As long as it's entertaining.
yeah,
Sure.
one of the earliest political parties in America was the Democratic Republicans, and their symbol was a circle with a circle in the middle, kind of like the Target symbol. It's kind of interesting. And then our earliest flag had the circle of stars in the top left,
Yeah. And then
And then the Confederates, actually their first flag, and I actually asked this to test people to see if they're brainwashed or not. I asked them to describe the Confederate flag, and they can never describe it. They always describe the General Lee's flag, which was on top of the car in Dukes of Hazzard.
Right.
yeah.
But the
You're
original
right, that's
Confederate
right.
flag also had a circle of stars on the top left. So there you have a circle again. I was like, where
So
the
why-
fuck does this go? And I looked up the rough translation of the Ku Klux Klan, and it roughly means like the Circle Clan, Ku Klux, which is based off of Cyclops, which means circle.
Oh.
Where we get the word
That makes
cycle
sense.
from.
Shit, Trey, you're digging here, brother. I'm liking it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
that's
pretty
crazy.
interesting.
That's wild. Yeah, that was cool.
So why did they go with the X shape for the Confederacy flag later on?
Actually, that was kind of adopted by one of the battalions that was closer to the northern border with the North. They accidentally killed one of their own generals because the flags looked identical, except for one had 3 stripes on it, one had 13 stripes. So they accidentally killed their famous general, Stonewall Jackson.
Oh, really?
Damn.
So then they started flying the X, just the X, underneath the flag. And then later it was adopted, but it has to be on the very, very top left of the flag. The rest of the flag has to be white, and then a vertical red stripe down the right-hand side. And that is a Confederate flag.
See, flags do matter. It's
Yeah,
up for
there's
the
3
colorful
different
one.
variations.
Yeah,
It's
there's a
not
lot of
just the General Lee.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's nice to know. Actually,
Yeah, I had to go
I was wondering
Google it because I was curious now.
Are you a philatelist as well, or just into flags because of this thing?
I'm into pattern recognition.
good.
I'm definitely on the spectrum.
Oh, okay. That's fair. That's fair.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
to be
high
and
functioning.
also.
Most of us are. So you're in good
Yeah.
company, my friend.
I
Yeah,
swear
they
I've
didn't have a
seen
word
you,
for it back when I was in elementary.
too.
I just turned 45.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll be 40 this year. I got 9 months and I'm 40,
Dang.
and I don't sound like I'm 40.
42 on Tuesday.
What was
No,
that?
and Pumpkin looks like too.
What was that, Mr. B?
42 on Tuesday.
Oh wow! Holy crap! Happy
Nice.
birthday, man! Try to remember for
I'm not-
Tuesday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
What was that?
I won't
independent thing
remember
you're now? Yeah, I know, right?
Well, happy early birthday.
Thanks, man.
Heck yeah!
I said Pumpkin looked like 16 too, dude.
I know, right? When you see him on camera, he looks so young. Hey, youthfulness is good, though, right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
look like an old potato, so I can't talk much.
Youth is in the eye of the beer holder.
The beard holder. That's right.
I can't grow a beard. Fuck y'all. I've tried. I can't get no more than what I have on my face, and I hate it. I don't want a mustache because I don't look right because I look like a creep, and I'm like, nah, that's gonna go. I don't want to look at that.
That's funny.
Bro, there has to be a certain face that could do the stash. Mr. B has that. His mustache is epic. I know maybe some of you guys ain't never seen it, but he has like the twisties, and it's epic. It's a
He's got that.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I
His stash is called something.
handlebar.
Oh yeah,
Handlebars.
Yeah,
I handlebar.
I don't know why I didn't know that. I
I'm-
didn't think about that.
How do I flip?
What are we looking at, Mr. B?
Oh, he's
the
a-
handlebar.
There he is. I was like, that was a pretty cool butcher knife, but I wasn't sure if that was.
Anyway,
And
he hit the wrong
He's
button.
like, I'm out. Screw you guys. All right. There
he is.
Sorry about that.
No worries, buddy.
Dropped me out
just
unintentionally.
You're just missing a steampunk outfit in your set.
All
You
right,
assume
so-
I don't have one.
Oh,
That's funny.
yeah, that's true. I don't know you very well, but I know you enough. But I don't know if you could be one of those steampunk people. I was like, I could see it. You got the stash for it because every time I see steampunk people, they always have these amazing stash and beards.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
like, yeah, it's like it goes together for some reason. So I'm like, okay, I just can't grow any.
Have you been watching the chat, Pumpkin?
Yeah, I've been watching that.
Dave is roasting you, man.
Not my fault. I got screwed over in growing up.
Right.
I got my mom's side. I didn't get my dad's side because my dad's tall. This is weird. My mom and dad are short and tall. Her dad's tall, which he recently passed away. But my dad's tall. My mom's short. But I got the short end.
Of course.
So I didn't get to be like as tall as my dad. I got everything from my mom.
Gotcha.
I hate it. I was like, why can't I be tall? I don't even sound like I'm an adult either, and I hate it.
Right.
Because I've heard my voice before, and I'm like, God, I sound like a kid.
Yeah, you definitely don't sound like a 40-year-old, like Dave was saying. 40, nice try.
It's like, yeah, it's like, you ain't 40. It's like, yes, I am. I'm born in the 60s. I was in the 90s. I'm old.
Dang. You guys all got like 10 years on me. That's crazy.
I know, right?
You mean to
and-
tell me you can't change your voice at will?
No, I can't do voices like that.
I can't do
I wish I
voices.
could.
I've been
I would love
trying.
to do Ozzy voice.
You know, back in
He's
my
like-
day.
Hey, back in my day, boys, we used to go in over there and sit on the hills and just watch the fields go growing. I tell you what, man, my mama told me not to go past that one hill, but boy, I didn't
Bro.
listen to her.
Bruh.
They're a
I
little
was thinking
slim.
about it. I got a donation, and I'm not sure. I think it was from you, Ducky. Was it from you?
Yeah, $20.
Dude,
Yeah, should've
thank
been
you
for me.
so much for that, bro. I didn't expect
Oh, you're
it.
good, man. No worries.
I know, but I'm gonna gush for a second because thank you. Anyway,
Ducky, don't make him cry, dude.
I know, right? Like I can't believe the support that I've gotten so far from everybody. I really
Oh, we
appreciate
need
it.
more. We need more grifting.
Yeah,
Right?
we need more people like
Well,
you.
and now that
Tyler
I'm getting an understanding of how to grift and things like that, maybe I'll do some. I don't like grifting. I'm definitely gonna need
No, you
some
don't need to
support,
grift.
though.
You need to have people grift for you.
There
That's
you
what
go.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you, Doug.
Hey,
That's the
hey,
way.
like I've said multiple times, never stop shilling.
Right. Yeah. That's true. I don't mind shilling. It's the grifting. It's It's the shilling. I don't know if there's a difference, but shilling, it feels like you're just sending yourself out there, right? Where grifting, it feels like I'm trying to beg for money, and I don't know if I like begging for money.
I
So
don't
I like
think
I
you're
like
grifting,
dumb.
man. It's just a potato tithe.
What was that, Trey?
Like you've
I don't
said,
think you're
most of
grifting.
us,
It's just a potato tithe.
most of us,
Nice. I like that.
most
Sorry.
of us in here are autists and need to be reminded that we can pay you.
Well, and that's a fair point. And that's the thing is, like, the like and share and stuff. I keep forgetting about it because I don't think about it when I'm watching. And then you, Mr. B, will say, like and share the stream, and I'll like because I remember, So yeah, I appreciate you guys bringing that to my attention.
Yeah, no, for sure. But it also gets back into like what you were saying about like the tithy, about getting back into the church. This might not be a church, but this is definitely a space that needs to stick around and needs to be more conversations here. So I appreciate it.
Thanks, brother.
We need definitely need
For
more
sure.
spaces that Tater's trying to make. Be honest.
That's awesome.
I've said this on a couple of different places. It doesn't matter that it's digitally, where two or more are gathered in my name, there am I.
Exactly.
Amen.
Exactly.
And again, coming from like I haven't been to church forever, I definitely find a strength in this community. You know what I mean? Spiritually,
That's what
it definitely has. Yeah, it definitely has an impact on somebody who doesn't go to church. It gets you thinking and gets you kind of back to those roots of where you was at, where maybe you might have forgot where you were.
Right.
It kind of brings back that perspective, especially like being around people who doesn't have the same type of mental that you might. It can definitely crush you. So when you get into it like this, a community like yours, Tato, or Coolverse and Vic's channel and Rob's and all that, and Andrew Wilson's, like it definitely makes you not feel like you're just out there alone. You know what I mean? I don't know where I'm going with it, but
you're good, man. I understand. It's go ahead.
Everybody that's surrounding me, like I was telling you, my churches, I live in a blue, it's not a blue state, but it's a blue city, dude. Like ICE is down here gathering up Somalis as we speak. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those. And so like everything that surrounds pretty much isn't my core belief, if that makes any sense. Like even like my friends, they're not right wing, or they don't think conservative, and shit like that. So you're kind of like left fending for yourself. And I'm always like that oddball that's like, well, no, like this is why church is good, or this is why, this way of thinking is good. And there's really nobody there that's like, well, yeah, and to feed off of that, this is also why,
Right.
It's always like me fighting against the world. It feels.
Well, and that's the biggest thing is I'm trying to build a community for people that are both churchgoers and not churchgoers, because I'm trying to take that secular view, such as Andrew Wilson does. He constantly says he's not a Christian preacher. He just is a Christian trying to share his views. And that's what I'm trying to get to, so that people don't look at me and go, oh, Christian, I don't want to have anything to do with that because I don't want to be a Christian. I want people to understand that even if you don't want to be a Christian, you want to be a Christian. Plain and simple.
Right.
Because again, like we've talked about before, the United States was built on Christian morals, values, ethics, and we need to get back to that. And every single time you ask even the left where their ethics come from, they go back to God. Whether they realize it or not, it's Christian ethics that give them their ethics.
And then there's a difference too between like what like Bible thumping, I think gets a lot of people from, going to the Christians. Like if you're preaching too much about it, and like not preaching too much, if you're coming at it like in a way where like it's my way or the highway type of deal, then I think that sways a lot of people away from it. So I have a problem with me doing that too much. I think it does more harm than good when you're just going on to like, this is the way, this is the way, this is the way, and like you're POS if you don't.
Right. Well, and then
You know where I'm
that dips into the hypocritical territory, right? Because if you're driving it home that they have to do this, what are you doing in your personal life, right? And again, where we get back to the Webster dictionary definition of hypocrisy, it's the preaching of that, right? Not just the doing it, it's the preaching. This is a bad thing and I'm doing it anyway, right? That's where the difference is.
And that's where I find strength in this kind of thing. Like even bringing it back to Andrew Wilson, the way he does it, like you said, he's not preaching, but it gives you a more of like, damn, this is just a regular guy like you and me. You know what I mean? Like he's smoking cigarettes, you know, he has a drink going on, and same thing with you guys. And you know, in general, like they're just normal people. Like it's not like the sewing circle, Bible thumping, you know, crew, or you know, or a circle. I guess it's just regular people that understand, you know, how people are and have a fundamental belief, you know, that is good.
Right.
Christ didn't come for the sinless; he came for the sinner.
Yeah, he came and dwelled with the sinners. And so, like Real Rain was talking about with Charlie Kirk and him, you know, talking to the far right and not talking to the far right. The far right would be essentially the sinners in their own right, but who do you need to gear toward first, right? Again, it's like when I used to train for a tech company. I trained 30 people at a time, and you have to gear toward the people that are willing to learn. You can't gear toward the other 20% or whatever and then just leave the ones that are willing to learn in the dust. You have to gear toward the ones that are willing to learn and let the ones that are not either sink or swim on their own, right? So it gets back to the understanding that we as people need to start getting our grounding, getting our footing, and understanding that we as individuals have power and we have to help each other have that power. And that's the community that I'm trying to build with Tater Nation, essentially. And like I said, why I'm trying to gear toward the secular view rather than the spiritual view, like I am. I'm obviously very, very Christian, right?
Yeah, I could. We need to work together instead of just bickering between each other.
Exactly.
We need to be as one instead of as many, because it is not helping. We have to find some means of uniting, because the more we keep doing this, the more it's just going to get worse on everybody.
Exactly.
Well, the issue is, I think there's a lot of, like, I guess if you want to call it in-house fighting, is there's a lot of pollution into the Christian realm. You know what I mean? And I see it a lot, and it weakens the religion. And that's where you get like these leftists. A lot of them are Catholics. I hate to even keep going back to that, but that's what they're fault in that, though. Like banding together, this is the way to be, you know, and accepting. I think that's an issue with even with Republican Party, if you want to take it to that extreme or to that level. You know, like it kind of goes with what Rob's saying. Like we need people to criticize, you know, the same party as well. And granted, like fine, that could weaken, but it could also strengthen. And I think that's where a lot of our issues again boils down to, is we open that door to these weak ass sewing circle Christians, where you know now everybody believes, well, that's not very Christian of you, you know. F you,
Right.
You know. And I think, good.
No, you're good. I was just agreeing. That's just is. We need to start standing our ground again. As Christians, we're called to be warriors. We're not called to lay down. Yes, we are called to understand our neighbors' iniquities. Is that the right word? their troubles, their tribulations. We're called to understand those and to help them as much as we can. But we are definitely called to judge people. By their works shall you know them. That is directly calling us to judge the works that people do. So yes, we are supposed to judge people for what they're doing in real time. We can't judge their ultimate soul, of course, their salvation. That's not our goal. That's not our place. That's the only thing that we're not called to do as far as judging goes. Well, I can't say that, but you understand what I'm saying. We are called to judge because every day you judge. It's like, it's like the whatever podcast. Brian Atlas talks about the 1 through 10 scale and how every woman is a 10 and all that garbage. If every woman's a 10, then they're all zeros. If you literally label yourself all the same, you become nothing. So we have to have diversity, but we have to have some understanding and some common ground.
That's a good way to even put it with as far as like even the girl, like they're all 10, and like Brian Atlas goes. So you're going to equivalent to, I'll use Angelina Jolie for an example. You're saying you're a 10 and Angelina Jolie's a 10 and you're going to equivalent yourself to that,
Well, yeah. And especially the ones that aren't, you can't really call them lookers, right? I mean, there's the ones that are like on the verge of 7s, and you could potentially maybe say that they have some right to call themselves a 7. But no one is a 10. Like we talked about before, I'm sure everybody here understands that if you're a 10, you're perfect. There's no room for improvement, and that doesn't exist in real life. So we have to have some understanding that we have some room for improvement, and that comes back into the two sides, the left, the right. Both of us have some room for improvement.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of going off the subject, but on the subject, like there's been times where I'm sure for speaking for guys, where you have seen like, damn, that girl's, bad. And then you start talking to her and you hear her mentality, and that 10 or that 9 goes down to a 4. She might be bad looking, but her mental made her, ugly.
Right. Well, and that's just it. They love to pull that, right? They love to pull, the women love to pull, oh, well, the personality can make or break someone. And yes, I'm not disagreeing with that. And again, it boils down to the left and the right. I guess we're equivocating it to the left and the right, so we can boil it back down to that. And yes, there needs to be some middle ground when it comes to that. So we're kind of BSing right now. Is there any questions or anything like that we want to pose, that we want to actually discuss, or just kind of BSing?
I don't know. I could
I'm good with what we're doing, but I just
I'd like to know about your guys' feelings on the ice shooting recently, because with the Renee Good thing and then now this one, what do you guys think is boiling up? What do you guys think is going to happen?
Trace Allure looks like he's got something to say on that.
Absolutely A-okay by me.
A-okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, if I was in the same shoes, I would have done the same thing.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm asking. And we all know that it's kind of justified at this point. But what I'm asking is, do you think this is going to start emboldening other people to do the same thing? Are you going to start seeing the same thing happen over again? Like, do you think this is going to breed into something bigger? We started to see the charges come across to Tim Walz and all these other people in this district. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, this will probably lead to warfare. This is the left weaponizing the mentally ill that they created, and it's going to create issues. I looked back in the history books. All the presidents, pretty much, that we've ever had that have been assassinated have been from the left or mentally ill, including Charlie Kirk. His assassin was from the left.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well,
Lincoln was from the left. Kennedy was from the left.
Unless they got
McKinley
any
from
more,
the left.
unless they got any information, that's a hard one to even speak of, because what I heard yesterday, of course, that's not today, that it could have been a patriot, or it was a patriot that was fighting a protester that was attacking him. ICE was breaking it up. He had a gun on his hip, holstered, didn't draw it, and a bystander in a gray coat, which you can see in the video, took it off of his hip. And from what I seen of the shooting, ICE, the dude that did it, kind of like, it didn't look right the way he did that. Like, he didn't brace himself like, oh, let's shoot him. Like, it was like a pop, like an execution style. Then gunshots went off after that, after the one pop. I didn't see him draw the gun, and if that's the case, that it's a patriot, granted, like, you shouldn't have been there. You're asking for trouble to be there. You know, like, you're asking for it, so that's fucked up. But if it's something like that, where do you go from there, man? You know, like, it's kind of like his constitutional right to carry, if it's a patriot. And that's what I heard it was that it was a dude that was fighting amongst a protester that was attacking him. And then, like, you see the video and you see that he does have a hold of a woman, and ICE was trying to interfere with that. And, you know, maybe the scuffle wasn't him so much resisting, was him trying to fight this crazy lefty off of him, you know. And again, I'm speaking out of not knowing, only knowing what I saw.
No, yeah.
I don't know any other than that.
It's
Well,
good to have.
he was
But-
already there. He was already there, causing trouble as it was with ICE, because they
You know that.
they told him to disarm his firearm, and then I guess the lady got involved with it or something, because you can see him attacking her, and then ICE coming here and spraying him, and they did get his gun away, because when it got down, you can tell that the ICE agent with the gray coat took his weapon. But I think while they were on the ground, I don't know if it was this video, but he did bite an ICE agent's finger, or it could be another one that I misread it. But while they were on the ground struggling, I felt like he was trying to reach for one of the agents' gun, and either he pulled the trigger on the ICE agent's gun, or someone during the whole constructal accidentally did a misfire. Because some guns they carry do misfire, but I think he either tried to grab a gun, because he was already resisting from the get-go, because they asked him to back up, disarm yourself or something, because he willingly went there armed, even though he had the right, he had a concealed permit in that city. But still, you don't go up to ICE agents or even around ICE agents while they're doing a job while you're concealing a weapon. But I think I think it was more of a he tried to grab a gun, or someone misfired, and then they didn't take the chance. But you can't really tell.
My point is like I talked to my brother about this, and he's like he referenced like Kenosha Kyle kid. When he was armed, what did he do to the police? He put his arms up. He's like, "Hey, I'm armed. I got this. You guys need to come take it off me." That's how you're supposed to act if you're in a position with authority and they have also guns that are aimed at you. You know, you do things, you take steps that are life preserving, not life altering. And that dude just took the wrong steps all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well,
and he didn't have his ID, which is required to carry.
Yes.
Yeah. So the biggest thing is, like Ducky said, if you're literally going to a protest, and if he wasn't part of the protest, I haven't seen enough to be able to really say that he was there during the protest, for the protest, attacking someone else. I didn't see that personally, but it doesn't change the fact that if you go to the store and there's a riot going on or a protest going on, as a weapon, a presenter, you have the responsibility to either stop and take it back to your vehicle and secure it, or step off to the side and alert authorities, or whatever the case is. Because again, like Ducky said, you can't go into a heated situation and make it more heated. That's not a good thing to do, right or left. It doesn't matter. So the video that I saw, it seemed like he was trying to step in because the ICE agents were attacking this one woman, and it sounds like he was in an altercation with that woman. So it doesn't take that with a grain of salt. But the fact that he resists like he does, right? Like again, Ducky said, as soon as the pepper spray went off in his face, it should have immediately, hands went up, and he should have said, "Oh wow, okay, yeah, I'm sorry guys, I have a concealed permit, or I have a concealed weapon, or I have an open weapon. They can see it. Please take it off my hip so that I don't get shot." It is as simple as that, really, right?
Well, they told
Yeah.
him. They
Clear
told
myself
him. Told him.
I'm only going from what I've seen before anybody's like, what the hell is this guy talking about? I'm only going off what I see. I don't know any information about it.
Right.
I only know the 3-4 videos that was out, and from what I've seen, that's why I like to wait until more comes out so I could speak on that.
Same.
I'm just saying, what if this situation? But if he was in fact fighting with ICE and all that, then all that, my argument or my theory is out the window.
Well,
You just gotta let justice play out.
Yeah, exactly, Trey. And the thing,
It's very time consuming, but it will.
right, exactly, exactly. You as the weapon owner should have stepped to the side and said, okay, I either need to assess this situation logically, or I need to remove myself from this situation. Like, again, like Ducky was saying, you have the responsibility. That is not on the ICE officers that are there to quell the riot that is going on. The protest,
right.
Whatever they want to call it, it's a riot, right?
And even to piggyback, Tato, what you were just saying about just taking the proper precautions as a concealed weapons holder. We got a law in Ohio. It started where if you get pulled over, you got to put your hands on the wheel, both hands, and say, "I am armed."
Exactly.
Well, they took that out for some reason. You no longer have to do that.
Oh,
but me, as a responsible, loving my life weapons holder,
right.
I do that because how would you feel to be an officer and you're like, all of a sudden something happens and you got to search somebody and here's a gun on his hip? Like, that's a little uncomfortable, or knowing or not knowing that somebody is armed in a confrontation view or whatever, and you end up finding out the hard way that he's armed. I just think that you're just better off just doing what is necessary to relieve that tension and everything. Now, necessarily taking it off
we have like 1 billion things on the planet trying to kill us. Why would you add an additional thing?
Right, exactly.
Right. And what is the harm, to tell an officer that you are armed, or to even take yourself out that situation to bring any inflection on you, So
Yeah, I do believe a lot of those people have been brainwashed. It's a very common tactic. I was kind of following the protests. What was it, back on the 20th? And one of the protesters actually held up the wrong sign for a protest that was 3 days in the future. And if it was truly grassroots, why in the fuck did they have a sign that said January 23rd, strike for racism?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, there is a lot of evidence that these are planned, staged, and paid for.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand how it's.
I have a list actually.
I don't.
Wow. Coming with receipts.
I've been doing some research.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's what I like to do in my spare time.
Awesome.
this is a terrorist group altogether. They have people on that channel thing, Signal, I think it was called. They have GPS. They follow ICE agents, and they are literally paid to do this and harass and attack ICE officers.
Well,
And I
that's
just
what
don't
Renee
see how
Gidd was
this
a
is not
part
a
of.
terrorist.
She was a part of ICE Watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Doug.
Cam's got Cam has insider people in there, and he was showing videos and a list of people who are doing all this. And it's like, these people need to be not on a watch list. They need to actually be dragged, not out at home, but they need to be arrested, because this shit they're doing is treason and terrorist acts, because they are literally hunting these people down, and they keep putting fuel to the fire. Be like, well, ICE agents ain't real federal agents. You have all right to attack them and shoot them. And these idiots that are LARPing with these airsoft guns are just asking to get shot.
Well, and that's the thing, is you take a pen to a knife fight and you're going to get shivved. You don't take an airsoft or a paintball gun, and that's what the left are. I mean, they're out there talking about it. Like, if they're not doing it, they're telling other people to do it.
Yeah, and it's crazy that they're telling these people, which they don't give a crap about, and just be like, "Hey, go out there and do our job for us." Start riots, and
That's
and they're obviously being paid by the blue sanctuary cities, but they won't be for long since Trump has now defunded all sanctuary cities. So they're going to
They'll still
eventually
get
run
paid.
out of money. Hopefully,
It's
they
all
bullshit.
union based.
Yeah.
Bullshit. He might have done that, and then in a couple days before any impact actually happens, he's gonna turn it all right back as soon as those states start throwing in lawsuits.
No,
And
he's not going to. He's not going to do that. He's not going to bend to that.
Yeah, it's his last
terrorism
term.
bullshit.
He's not
Weak
going to care about
domestic.
that.
Right, and that's just it. Is in your last term, you don't really care because what's the worst they can do? Fire ya, right? It's like your last 2 weeks of your job
gotta
that you
say
put in.
You
Right.
got to say that. So why didn't we do the Insurrection Act? Why didn't he protect the ICE officers in Minneapolis and Minnesota then, if that's the case? You know what I
Right.
mean? He's
Right.
weak and
It
he's
could still
awful.
be damaging to the party.
What more damage can it happen? What more damage to the party can happen? The left is already going to think the way the left thinks. It ain't going to think anymore.
The left will eat
And
itself eventually.
What was that?
Yeah, they will
Yeah.
eventually end themselves. They'll eat
Yeah.
themselves
Well,
alive
and
because
they-
that's what they do.
They will
They'll do
but-
something like way worse.
with damage the party's already damaged as much as it can. I feel, maybe call me black pill on it, but it can't get any worse for the Republicans. You know what I mean?
Don't say that.
I think that Trump is, dude. I can't help but think that, especially when the Republican Party came out. What was it? 25 members of the Republican Party when that has to do with the Somali fraud and shit, dude. No, absolutely, dude. I think Trump is weak domestically. I'd still vote for him again, as shitty as that sounds, if I could. But I'm telling you that he is weak domestically. And as far as like everybody wants to say it's his last term, I heard that a lot. People say that, and he just don't care, and he's going to do this. That's not the case at all. Otherwise, you would see a lot different, a more fierce way of ruling, I guess, if you want to put that, or a more fierce way of doing things, dude. He left ICE out to dry. You know how far these riots can get due to the Summer of Love. So why consider the Insurrection Act, knowing all the history of it? What's going to happen? You're considering it. I mean, you should have just did it. We need authority. That's what the federal government is for, is authority, as far as protecting the rights of each individual. And he is not doing that. That is a weak president to me.
I think it's too early to judge on that. It's only been like a year, and
Yeah, it's
he's
only
done a
just-
lot within that year. And it's hard to do your job when you always have something in the way.
I was going to say
And you have
he's
a
got
state,
lot
the
of red
governor's
tape.
calling for insurrection. He wants everyone to fight like it's Gettysburg. The lieutenant governor created a federal watch system. It's like a full-on, just in the way of the will of the U.S. people, the people of the United States.
Well, this is just weird to me because didn't Trump actually try to do this and then was blocked in December of last year by the Supreme Courts, and they kind of ruled that he couldn't deploy the National Guards under a statute interpreting how the guard can be used domestically, but they did kind of say that due to the precedent and context of the Army being used first, he was kind of allowed to do that, and then now he's actually starting to get other people and other branches to do those things, and that's why I feel like they're just trying to make him jump through all these different hoops so he can't do the things that he's supposed to do, and it's
Yeah,
just
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
frustrating. It's
Yeah.
not that he doesn't want to; it's just that these people are tying his hands.
Exactly.
No, dude. Bringing it back to that
blocking-
point, bro, was he said that he was going to leave it up to the states, and look how long that he ended up doing that during the Summer of Love, to leave it up to the state. And look what ended up happening. You end up with the Chaz zone. People were held in their neighborhoods by men with AK-47s, regular citizens. I dinged them. You know what I mean? They were blocking ambulance from getting somebody from helping
Oh,
somebody.
absolutely.
It took Trump a very long time to send in the National Guard and squash that. And the day that, and the moment that he did it, they dismantled it all. But it took him a long time. He kept saying, "How many times did you hear leaving it up to the state, leaving it up to the state?" But when the state is doing nothing, and it's telling you it's not doing
That's
anything.
because he's not a dictator. So he wants the states to try to fix their problem first. And
Yeah.
if they can't or they're unwilling to, then he'll step in.
When do you come in and step in as a duty as a president, as a federal government, to protect the individual rights of a citizen when the state is not doing its job to do that?
I think it is just based on time. He needs to know all the facts to make that decision.
Yeah, it takes time, and you need
Like how many people have died over there?
Yeah.
With with the Chaz zone, as soon as that's put up, that should automatically be nipped at the butt. There shouldn't be any time. That should automatically.
Yeah, the local police should step in and completely dismantle it.
Yeah, so when the local police throws their middle finger up and says we're not listening to you because of the state's telling us not to, I believe that's the federal duty to step in and say we need to protect our citizens when the state is not protecting it.
That's true, but where does that end and start?
Right, exactly. That's the thing. And it also boils down to the fact that who put them into power to allow them to withhold that funding in the first place, right? Right? We vote with our dollars. We vote ourselves into ruin or into rich. If it wasn't for the people in the states voting those constituents into power, that are essentially giving the middle finger to the federal government, then the federal government wouldn't have to worry about it, right? So, and I understand that that's not anything that we can individually do, but that's why I'm here trying to speak out and say the people that are in these other states, they need to stand their ground so that they can get their constituents the way that they really need them to be, not like Kat was saying earlier, the way that the women want it to be, right? Because again, we know that women vote more than men, and women vote with their heartstrings, essentially, right?
So do you believe that there was election fraud then, Tato?
I always believe there's election fraud, but we won't necessarily.
Do you believe that was enough to change like certain states blue and not red?
What's that?
Fraud. Do you think there was enough fraud out there to change blue states not red, like to keep them blue, like due to fraud, not because of what the people is voting on?
Well, we all know that the blue states are really just blue cities, right? The blue cities have been gerrymandered to the point where they overtake the voting constituents or whatever. However, I'm no potato. I'm not, savvy on that.
No,
but that's where it boils down to, is the fact that.
So then, how can you say like when there's all that fraud going on, like maybe the constituents, like Moto likes to argue for California, nobody is really left over in California except in those major cities like LA, and even there's a lot that's not really that. His bottom line is it's fraud. So how can you like judge the citizens and say, well, they need to stand up when they're just being overwhelmed or overrun by fraud? You know what I'm saying? So now it goes to the court thing, or to the thing of now to the federal government to protect those individual rights, those voices who aren't heard that are getting trampled over with fraud. You know what I mean? Maybe Minnesota is blue due to fraud. And again, whether it is or not, there are individual rights that are getting attacked, and it's up to the federal government when the state fails to intervene, because we have a federal set of rules. Your state has your rules, but you cannot fuck with our, you cannot trump our federal law.
Right.
And that when the state doing that, it is up to the feds to do that. No ifs, ands, and buts. There's no hoops or anything. And that's why, he did say, well, tomorrow I'm for the Summer of Love and the Chaz thing, tomorrow I'm sending in the National Guard, and within 24 hours that shit was cleaned up. And he didn't do that this time. And with tenfold with attacking federal agents. He left the agents out to dry. I don't think he's a strong president domestically.
So I'm getting some Mr. B is saying we got to be careful with what we're talking about as far as TOS goes with the voting. So I'm not real positive on what we can or can't talk about on that, and unfortunately, that was actually kind of an interesting conversation we were getting into, but I don't want to get a strike and have my channel taken down. So let's maybe move off that and let's see. Dang, that was a good conversation. Like Homestead Wench is saying, voting is a placebo. It's just something to quell the masses into believing that they have power, right? I don't know if I've talked on this or not, but we don't live in a democracy. We live in what we think of as democracy, but the individual people do not have the vote. When it comes down to the constituents, they can throw that vote out. They don't have to rule by the votes. They can do whatever they want to. So it boils down to the fact that the people in the states, the ones that are not voting, have to stand up. And I understand where you're coming from, Independent, because more than likely a lot of people are voting and they're being overrun by the left Somalis or whatever that they've brought in to do the fraud. But it still comes down to the people in the state, because the federal government, we have to get away from the big government as much as we can, right? We have to get back to the like we were talking about earlier, the small city, community, statewide funding over the federal funding. And then you're more on the level of the people that are giving you the money. You're more on the apt to think about your fellow man. You're more on the level of the people that are getting the money from you. There's many different roots of that can be said. So it boils back down to the people of the state, and you know, like we talked about with Nepal, right? The peaceful protests. There is a place for peaceful gathering and saying we've had enough of this. Because we, the people, are the ones who own everything, right? If it wasn't for us, the government wouldn't exist. If we don't pay into the government does not, it's not there anymore. So we as the people need to start standing our ground. And in California, I really wish that people would stop fleeing from California for better states and stay in their state and build it like they need to.
Yeah.
It's hard to though, Proto, because I live in NorCal, right? And I have 3 kids. I want to have a lot more. And do you know the price difference if I were to move to anywhere else?
Oh yeah, dude. I live in a small town, small city, small state. So I am very well aware of how much difference in prices things are in California. But if the people that were fleeing California were to stay and vote right, would it be that same way, right?
Yes. Have you looked at the state of California? It's like you were saying earlier, blue states, but they're not really blue states or blue cities.
Yeah, but if you have people fleeing that could actually help and vote against this, you're actually, they're winning instead of you winning. So the more people that leave the state means more control.
No, they will just gerrymander it like they've been doing for the past 40 years.
Well, and that's fair, Duck. And and this is where I go back to the people themselves need to stand up and say the gerrymandering is garbage and it can't be stood for, right? And again, it goes back to the fact that you've got more blue people than red people, which means the blue people are going to just overtake the red people. But if they stand up, it gives the allowance of more people to stand up. When you lay down, you don't give anybody else the motivation to stand up. It's similar to me right now, right? I've started my channel, and in starting my channel, I've had at least 3 other people start channels of their own because of the motivation that I've given them, right? And so I'm not saying that we have anything really good to be able to do this with right now, but it's like immigration, like I've talked about before. If the people are moving here and we want them to move here because they're going to build our infrastructure, why don't they just stay and build their infrastructure, and we help them by sending them the money that we would essentially give them if they were to move here? Send them the money to build their infrastructure there. Send them the money to build the infrastructure in California, whatever the case is. And again, money's not everything, right? But I completely agree with you. There's too many freaking people out there that are not thinking for 2 seconds on what's going to be beneficial for everybody.
Yep.
So unfortunately, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just to say, unfortunately, at this point in time, like I've mentioned before, we'll never probably be able to get back to the ideal. We just need to get back to some semblance of understanding of, that's going to be beneficial for everybody. At this point in time, there's been a mass exodus from California. I don't know what we're going to have to do to be able to salvage California, because we cannot in any way, shape, or form let it go to Mexico or whatever the case is. I've had some people say, why don't we just let it go instead of fighting for it? You give a mouse a crumb and they're going to want a cookie. You give them that state and they're going to try to invade us. So we cannot allow that to happen.
You also have to have incentives for these people to keep and want to be in society. And they've taken away everything good out of society. You know what my dad tells me daily? He's like, you know what, Kai, I wish that you had the same opportunities and the doors were open for you. But that's just not the case in life today, because the people, they've just pulled up the ladder. And he's 100% correct. I'm sorry, but no matter where you go, these industries have gone, whether that's lumber, fishing, any of these major industries that were once here, and at least in Northern California, and I'm pretty sure for the most of America, they're gone. Yeah. So the incentive for young men, and this is not just an American thing, this is globally. In China, there is something called Bailan, that's let it rot, because these people don't have a future. And that's the way I see America right now, because we're not putting any eggs in our basket. We're putting our eggs in other people's baskets, expecting them to put eggs in our basket.
Yep. Well, the federal
I think that
government
just comes with the first world. I think that just comes with the first world culture, dude. Like over half the world's population lives off of less than $5 a day. Yeah. We don't have a lot of stuff to worry about. We have to find things to nitpick. We don't have to walk 10 miles to go get water. We have shoes. That's great. But yeah.
Yeah. That's...
Like I let my water run for 2 minutes just so it's cold.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
We flush clean drinking water down the toilet.
Yeah. Daily,
right.
Over minute by minute. We're wasting water constantly. We're wasting gas. We're wasting electricity. We're wasting food. The amount
obesity in America is a problem. We're actually dying from having too much.
Exactly.
And I'd like to touch on California. I'd like to touch on California really quick.
Sure.
I don't think we need to worry about California at all. It will fix itself. We've been told by the same scientists that said climate change will end the world. We've been told that California will eventually fall into the ocean.
Right.
So therefore, we don't need to worry about it. The scientists told us.
Yeah, right.
Well, and
my thing is,
go ahead.
My thing is, I don't like big government, but at what time can the federal government come in when you're talking about like the people to stand? How do you stand when there is a fraud going on, which way that may be, and if you're going to take up arms as it's written to do to defend your rights, how do you do that when your state bans firearms? So again, it goes down to the federal government. You can't ban firearms. You can't do this. And if we implement what's already written into those states, you can't just as a state ban firearms or ban 30 round mags or put like restrictions on shit. But the federal government doesn't retaliate against that. So how can you as a citizen live in there defend against anything? They force you to move. They force you to have no choice but to either, lay down or get the hell out of there. So when you're getting the hell out of there as even a patriot or even a moderate Democrat, because these laws are just so far left, it kind of leaves the state up to its own eat itself, I guess.
Yeah.
And like that, I believe that's when the federal government should step in and implement our constitutional laws that are already written. No, California, you can't put a ban on this because it is a federal law. You can do this as a state and make your own rules, but you can't trump federal law.
Yeah.
Well, and
they think they can do that.
I agree with you on that, but I don't know if I agree with the government, the federal government stepping in, more of the neighboring states, because trade and things like this are going to be affected when you get into that kind of stupidity. So the neighboring states should be the ones that step in, essentially the federal government. But what was that?
Go ahead.
No, you're
And
good.
they do. In the case of food and agriculture in California, I don't know where you're at, Rubber, but I'm sure like you see food and or seen or heard of like a food and agriculture stop at like a bridge or something, and they check like each truck that's coming in and they tax them and all that shit. Like it's a pretty big thing in California with food and agriculture coming in from neighboring states, and these states do complain about that, and that's why California is not getting a very good, not in there very good with the trade deals, because they are doing that, and these states are complaining about that, but nothing is being done federally. You could just run your mouth and we know about it, but nothing is being done.
Right. Well, and that's where we were kind of talking earlier about the states having power. I think we need to give more power back to the states to then feed back into those neighboring states to push back, to shut off trading if they have to literally be essentially almost sovereign nations amongst themselves, so that if, again, the trade has to go through me. If you're not for me, then you're against me, and I'm now have to, in so facto, be against you, right? So again, I believe we need to go back to, again, I'll say it till I'm blue in the face, probably the churches, the communities, the states themselves, and give people the power again.
It's what needs to be. It's what the people need the power again, instead of just being forced to do what they're.
But your state trump federal law. So yeah, I love giving the states more power as far as like taking less federal out of it, like as far as the school systems and taxes and etc. Okay. But you end up, when you do that, you'll end up with a lot of fraud. I feel like Minnesota. Look at Minnesota. So you have to have some type of force that could, like, okay, all these neighboring states have a beef with you as far as like a trade with California, or the riots in your state, or even boils down to an individual right. If that state's trumping that, or not doing anything about it, who can step in for that?
I know the state of Oregon, they tried to do kind of like that during COVID, when Texas did something. I think it was a restructuring of a district, or they sent out arrests for the congressmen or something like that. Same thing that Oregon did before. But Oregon was really upset, and then they were like, we're going to cease all trade with Texas. And then Oregon realized that their waste management is all done by a Texas company, and they changed their tune in less than like a week.
Guess they didn't want to deal with the trash, huh?
Right.
Yeah, that's a good actually.
Yeah, and it was really bad. There was about 3 feet of trash in downtown Portland.
Yeah, so like that's why if the people were to be if you're on the ground level, you're able to regulate things way easier than if you're up in the clouds. Say the government, right? The federal government is up in the clouds. The state government is down on the level of the people. So when, again, like I'd mentioned before, when you need something and you go and you, I can't think of the word that I'm wanting, but you beg for something to happen. If you're begging for somebody up in the clouds, I mean, it's a lot like the Christians, right? We beg for things from our Lord, our God in the clouds. And people make fun of us all the frickin' time. What is the difference between that and their daddy government?
Yeah.
If we start doing that, I think it would be more similar to China, and that creates a lot of issues. Where you have small localized governments, and they get the sense of power, and then they just lie to the bigger government to get more money. And come to find out, you can look this up, and I've heard several studies. The population of China has been over ballooned because of local government overestimating their population to get more money from the government. So they don't even have a population of 1 billion. It's closer to
Nowhere near.
600 million.
Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, they don't have the people like they keep saying they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just said they had 2 million when they had 1 million, so they can get more money from the government.
Yeah, that's why I'm not worried about China, because they already have their own problems. They're already having infrastructures failing. They're being constantly hit by different storms. The people there are already doing what that one thing you said is they're just laying down and doing nothing, and it's just people think China's a threat, and it's really not a threat. They're a threat to themselves.
They do.
Yeah, and when I
fight
say
back.
China, I do mean fake China, by the way, the CCP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the Republic of China, Taiwan, the real China.
Yeah, the real China is in Taiwan.
And CCP is because of the United States. If it wasn't for us agreeing to trade with the CCP, they would never be a thing. But we opened that door. In my opinion. But they are, to go pumpkin, the citizens of China do fight. We've seen it during COVID. We've seen in Hong Kong them chanting for Trump and holding bring Trump to China and stuff like that. And the CCP suppress their voices. They send and tank to spray them with
the
water.
military against them.
That's what communism.
Yeah, or they just flat out unalive.
Yeah, that's why communism doesn't work. It only destroys.
Yep.
There's a joke that I heard about COVID in Korea. It said that North Korea only had one person with COVID, and then the next day they had 0.
Exactly. Yeah. So there's somebody in the chat that would like to. They asked if we'd moved off of the Charlie conversation, since that's the prompt of the description title. So I would like to know, since Trey wasn't in during the first part, what are your thoughts on Charlie being more damaging to the right than positive, I guess?
I say in order to figure that out, you have to have a way to measure it.
That's fair.
And a good way to measure it is to see the outpouring of support, and also from the left, basically them decrying Charlie Kirk. Was there more cries of support, or was there more cries from the left supporting the death of Charlie Kirk?
Right. Well, and both sides they had their own beef with Charlie, right? The left definitely didn't like him, and the right has certain grievances. Like, for example, Real Rain was the one that was discussing his part, right? And he was the one who was saying that he might have done more damage. I think we've swayed his way of thinking, but we're probably going to have another conversation on that at some point. But that's just it, is I don't see in any way, shape, or form where he could be detrimental at all, let alone more detrimental to the right.
Definitely not detrimental at all to the right. The right believes in free speech, and look at us here.
Exactly.
Collecting together, having a conversation about Charlie Kirk, who made it popular to go to universities and have conversations.
Right, exactly.
I think a lot of the right issue, like Rain's type of coming from, I think it's a lot of personal things that you have with Charlie that you didn't like, more than it is, not speaking for Rain, but in that general aspect of things. It's more of a personal beef that you have with them, more than it is for the fight of your party. In the greater scheme of things, it was definitely beneficial, and you can't argue that. And Rain's thing is he goes back to the one point with the Groypers and Nick Fuentes, which doesn't have an impact on anything on the right, because nobody even really knows who that whole beef was. You know what I mean? For the most part, except
I don't even know what the beef is.
Yeah, exactly.
I
My
just
point.
saw the outcome. Like when I started watching him, like there was more channels that popped up regarding debate. That's around the same time like Steven Crowder was doing it. And then you got Cam Higby doing it. You got
Nick Shirley.
Billboard Chris doing it, Nick Shirley, like a whole bunch of debate channels popping off, like
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of
Wilson.
people who popped up.
Yeah.
So you're like,
So
first,
net positive gain. Everyone needs to communicate more.
yes. Like your personal issue, like there's okay, fine. There's a lot of things about Charlie Kirk I disagreed with, but in a far greater scheme of things, it was all a plus. Everything that he was doing, as far as preaching the word of God, not even preaching, but talking about it publicly, going to young minds and changing, their way of thinking, or even inserting like a more critical way of thinking about things. As far as like the Republican even movement, it was all just a plus. Your personal opinions about the man shouldn't change that. You know what I
And
mean?
a good analogy is like mycelium. So Charlie Kirk was part of mycelium, and he gave fruit, which are the mushrooms that had spores in the bottom. And those spores floated to other people having conversation. And we can also fruit, and we can give spores, and that spore will fly to another person. And then eventually, ideology war has been won.
Right.
Got to be more like a mushroom.
Yeah. That's
Awesome
what
way
I'm
to
trying
put
to.
it, dude.
That's what I'm trying to do. My eyes, they kind of work the same way, right? You cut off an eye of a potato and it sprouts. Kind of the same idea.
That's correct.
Right?
Except for potatoes are also poisonous.
No, they used to be poisonous.
Yeah, they used to
No,
be
they are
poisonous.
poisonous.
Yeah.
No, they used to be. They were outbred. They were outbred,
Yeah,
right?
they outbred the
No,
poison.
if you eat a green potato, or if you leave potatoes rotting in your basement, it produces a gas, and you can potentially die.
Yep.
Oh yeah, but by that definition, I guess apples are also poisonous because if you eat enough of the middle of
The
it, you'll die
seeds.
from cyanide
Yeah,
poisoning.
the seeds can kill you. Yeah.
If you eat too much of anything, you'll die. It's
Yeah,
sloth,
you can even
it's one
die
of the
from
deadly
drinking
sins.
too much water. Yeah.
Right.
Even dying from drinking too much water is a thing too, because your organs absorb all that excess water.
Your cells actually explode. That's why you get diarrhea.
Jeez, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's the human body.
You want to know
for
the
you.
scientific term of a runny nose? The rhinorrhea.
What? It's with these words.
Oh man, that's funny.
Yeah, scientific term of a runny nose. Rhinorrhea. When you go to get a nose job, it's a rhinoplasty.
Oh,
get a penis job, it's a
okay.
penoplasty.
Yeah.
Makes sense now. That
That's
it's
funny. So another part of the description was, what do we think that Charlie Kirk is the face of the TradCon movement? I'm curious on your guys' take on that.
No, not at all.
No, not at all.
No.
Okay.
I had to look that up too.
So I had kind of asked Real Rain, and he kind of said that it was like a little bit of an explanation. I don't know what a TradCon is. Isn't that just the traditional conservative movement?
I don't know.
That's fair.
That's why I don't think
I think that's what the definition was of it. Yeah.
it will have an impact if none of us know. You know what I mean? Like.
So with that being said, I'm curious.
On the right now.
What was that, Thinker? Sorry.
An impact on the right. If we don't know what that is, like that's obviously a very minute, slim line of people that believes in that way of thinking. So you can't really say that damaged the right when, like, if you have 110 of those think that. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and
it's a.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Pepper. No, you go ahead, man.
I was just going to say the face of the TradCon movement that and again, this is going off of the assumption it's traditional conservative. Has been Matt Walsh, as far as I'm concerned. I could be wrong, but it wasn't Matt Walsh before Charlie. Wasn't he the one that that really started the what's a woman and what was the other?
I think
movie?
TradCon is just like a weird term.
Okay. Fair. The reason I ask
I've never
is,
even heard of it, except for on like TikTok video, like TradCon wife. That's
Yeah,
it.
when I think of TradCon, I think of the movement between the TradCon wives and Charlie, who was at the forefront of pushing for that, but I don't think of him as like a TradCon person.
gotcha. Okay, yeah. So the reason I ask is that was one of the things that Real Rain was asking about when we were talking about what we were going to talk about. He asked if we could go into like the after conversation of if we think that he's the face of the TradCon movement. So I started doing a little bit of research on the TradCon, and all I could really find was traditional conservative and TradCon wives. And so I was curious on what he thinks about it. So we'll have to see what he delves into on his channel as far as that goes, or maybe the next conversation we have with him, maybe Dave, if he's still in the chat, we can get him on with him and he can dig into some of his questions, right? But I was just kind of curious what your guys' take was on that, because
I wish that we, as a right, labeling things just like the left is labeling things, tradcon, and like it kind of like gives like this, oh, you're a cisgender or like whatever label. Like enough with the labeling, like a tradcon wife. I see a lot of that with the they're trying to start their own thing that exactly the left is doing. And you kind of see that with even the Nick Fuenteses. I guess maybe even goes into the internet shit because it's all internet now and maybe internet talk, but it's putting a label on things that is just unnecessary. You know what I mean? Like to me,
Yeah,
like
it's also redundant. Redundancies piss me off.
Yes.
Like Federal Express. What the fuck is that? FedEx means Federal Express. Just like traditional conservative is the same thing. Conservative is just someone that has traditional values.
Right.
So there's no such thing as tradcon. There's conservative and neocon. That's it.
Yeah, flat out. Like, thank you. You worded that great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But, yeah, I looked up TradCon. It is a traditional conservative.
Yeah.
It's just conservative. Stop putting a label on it.
Well, and that's just it. And we need to get away from labels in general, right? Yeah. But yeah, so I was, like I said, I was just kind of curious on what your guys' take was on that, since it's the description of the video. I guess, is there any other?
If anything,
go ahead.
I would like to. Go ahead.
I'll go more what Rain said. If anything, it's Rain's side kind of martes a whole argument. Well, then I would say that it was the Nick Fuentes side that's doing that. And again, I could say that with as far as labeling, actually, I would say that's doing more damage to the right than Charlie Kirk did in the general. If you're going to start labeling things, now you're making people feel out of a group. You know, I'm conservative, but I'm not a tradcon conservative or whatever. You know what I mean? Get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that's just
you are what you are.
It's like Wickmoto in the chat just said, how about instead of calling us conservative, we just call ourselves normal? You know, like, I don't understand why there has to be so many labels for everything nowadays. As soon as we started labeling everything became a crutch. Now everybody leans
labeling is important.
Well, and labeling is important. Yeah, and that's why I say we need to get away from so many. Right, we need to get away from so many labels so that the labels that do matter hit home, right? Hit.
Because, like the schnazzy word.
Exactly. Right? Well, and it's like we were talking about the TISM.
Lost its meaning.
Y'all are very brilliant people. Everybody in my Discord almost has it, right? And you're all brilliant. You don't need to be labeled as anything but normal, brilliant people, right? I understand there's a need to understand your restrictions so that we don't offend you by chance, so that there's a label in that case. But this idea that you're mentally handicapped in every way that you can possibly think of has given everybody a crutch, right? Again, like we're just talking about with the TISM, I've had family members that have been diagnosed with it just to simply say, well, I have the TISM. You've got to give me some leeway, right? And the people that do have it deserve the leeway that you need to have because of it, right?
I think
Well,
it's
this also bothers me because as somebody who does have something wrong with them, I'm not going to say
Sure.
you don't want to be labeled as one of those people. You just
Exactly.
want to be fucking normal. You
Normal.
don't want the things that happen to you to happen to you.
Bingo.
It's just something that you were born with that you cannot control.
Exactly.
It's something that you shouldn't be brought to the forefront. It shouldn't be a personality trait. It shouldn't be these things that the left are making it, right? And that to me is just wrong. And that's where I get off on this because it bothers me as somebody who actually does have something wrong with them. It's just like I just want to smack the shit out of you.
Yeah.
And it also,
you know,
from like as far as even like labeling being an addict a disease, you
Right.
know what I mean, and it
Right.
stemmed from that.
Right.
I feel.
Exactly. Go ahead, Trey.
well, I was just going to discuss labels and how our brains do it automatically, and then
Well, and
it does
that's
it
just it.
subconsciously.
Like we were talking about with
Yeah.
the rating thing, with the judging thing, we do it automatically. So we need to get to some understanding of respectful labels. Like Duck was saying,
Oh, yeah.
you don't want to point it out that it's a bad thing, but we need to understand that you have some things that I need to be aware of, right? If I'm trying to explain something to you and you've got ADHD or if you've got the TISM and I'm trying to explain something to you in the way that I explain things, the way that I understand things, you're going to be lost. And I've done this over and over and over again with my business. I've tried to train multiple hod carriers underneath me, and explaining to these people, you see the night and day difference between an ADHD or autism or something like that and a quote unquote normal person, right? So I need to know that you have some things that I need to be aware of, but I don't want you to feel like that's a negative thing because like Duck said, you have no control over it. You can't just will yourself out of something like that where some things I can't name any mental condition that you can will yourself out of off the top of my head, but I know that there are some out there, right? Depression.
Just TDS, dude.
Thank you. TDS is the perfect example. Yes, TDS and
you can will yourself out of that.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, TDS and
I
ADS,
was gonna drop in the word schema.
Schema.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah. So schema is where the word schematic comes from, and our brain automatically has a schematic for every single object or thing in our life. So we know what an airplane looks like, right?
Scheme.
We have a schema of it in our head.
Sure. Well, some of us
and
do,
we have that also for people too.
Right. Some people don't visualize things in their head. I'm learning this in the last couple of years because I visualize when I read a book. I'm in that book. I'm in that world, right? But there's some people that don't do that. They just see words in their head and they can't visualize. Quite crazy to me that I just thinking about it. But yeah, that's the labeling thing is true. Yes, Trey. We do it automatically.
We do it. And we're trained to do it. Even from an early age, we have that little toy where you put circles in the right thing, triangles.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting
So
at.
we're
Trey,
always,
is like I worked in the medical.
trying to do
I was
it.
a medical assistant for like a couple of years. Worked in a pediatrician's office, and we used to test kids for stuff, right? And over the years that I saw, is we saw this spectrum completely thin out and widen, and it became so. Like it became a monolith to me because they're applying things that are just in human nature to autism. Like, say if you learned off of somebody else, like say, you watch somebody else and you learn from that. That is an autistic trait. That is actually an autistic trait now. Yeah, I'm serious. You can look this up. That is something that they attribute to being autistic now. But that is a human trait. That's why I don't think it's correct when everybody comes out here and says, "Oh, I'm an autist." Well, I get it. Autist, the whole meme about it is autists are super smart. They have the pattern recognition, everything else like that. But pattern recognition is a normal thing for humanity. That's not something that autists specifically have and is only emboldened to them.
Well, again, I think it all kind of boils down to labeling. Again, like.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you.
Unnecessary labels that don't need to be there just makes things complicated.
Yeah, you're just who you are. You're an individual. Why you don't got to put a label on it. And again, like to go with the I think it was Trey you saying like an ADHD kid taking Adderall, you definitely see an impact on it. A true ADHD, I mean. and as far as schooling, paying attention and all that, without that medication, they were off the chain. Now, when you label a kid ADHD and you're giving him Adderalls and he doesn't need it, it's doing a complete opposite and acting like a methamphetamine kind of reaction, where he's bouncing off the wall and chatting away. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So, yeah. So when you start labeling all these kids with whatever it may be, it takes away from those kids who actually have that.
Yep, I agree. It's like the Me Too movement took away from actually the real people that actually needed the help.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Me Too shit was
Yeah.
dumb. It was just like how they also hijacked the body positivity. That was for people who had dismembered arms and vets or grew up with disfigured limbs. So it's like, and it was hijacked by a whole bunch of fat people who were like, no, this is what real body positive. No, this was for people like vets and people who grew up with disfigured limbs, and you just hijacked it. It's like, no, it's for the fat people.
And that Me Too definitely hurt. Like, I would use myself of an example. When I hear, I've been Me Too'd, immediately my first thought is, you haven't been Me Too'd. You know what I mean?
I just thought it was funny how they use the pound Me Too movement as that. That was
Yeah.
like that was really pretty ironic.
Yeah,
More
seriously
harm
though. Oh
women
man,
that has.
that's
I mean,
funny.
it was a women's group. They weren't really smart about their little. It's like the left; they can't meme. So,
Well, it's still like the right, because I have this problem with Charlie. This is kind of getting back into proto-tater with the Charlie Kirk. Nobody, both sides had their disagreements with him, right? Like, I didn't like the way that he was bringing about Nala Ray while she still had her OnlyFans up, while she was still doing all this stuff and parading her around. That's just not right in my mind.
Exactly.
And there's a bunch of different things I disagree with Charlie, but for the most part, he was a force for good. I loved his stuff with Cliff Netchell. That was a great show. Just good stuff all around. He's trying to bring back Christianity to America, and that's what I liked about him. I think he should have stuck with that.
Agree, Ducky. And again, that's like your beef, and I like how you just, your issue with that though was a personal issue. Like, you just personally don't believe like that he should have did that with Nala Ray or whatever. You know what I mean? So you don't let that inflict the whole like, well, that just damaged the whole right. You know what I mean? Like, no,
Yeah,
I
I
had
don't
like
think it damaged the whole right, but it definitely hurt the TradCon movement a little bit by letting in what Crucible was saying, the covert feminist.
yeah,
see
that's
my
the problem.
I believe that he was a simp. I'm sorry, attack me for it. I think Charlie Kirk was a simp. I think he was a simp for Erica Kirk. I think that she played him on that.
When you say she played him, what do you mean?
I think that she I guess he could even use like a gaslighted him, like she's like this person that she's not, I believe. I think that
Seeking validation.
Maybe.
And the woman nature is to seek validation.
It is, yeah.
And he simped over it is my issue.
Somebody
like
else would have simped over.
What's that?
Somebody else would have simped over.
Yeah, but I as like a spokesperson.
I think Charlie Kirk isn't dumb, and he's like, I'm gonna jump on the Nala train. Got the popularity and the algorithm. She was just on the Whatever podcast. Maybe it will help my movement to get more people over to Christianity. So he jumped on board. He's not dumb.
It's a good way to look at it.
Sex sells. That's what Erica Kirk said.
Yeah, but it could be dumb in the sense that what he did to the movement, because you can't dictate what type of outcome that's going to have on the movement.
But
especially
what's
if it's
the
not
movement?
you that is doing that. The TradCon movement with Nala Ray that you just described.
But I mean, to go with
how many movements are there?
What do you mean? How many movements are there? We're talking about one specific movement, the one that you're talking
Okay.
about with Nala Ray, trying to bring in the trad conservative people, which would be conserving the values of America, which would be, like you're saying, trying to bring people into Christianity. But those aren't the type of people that we really want in Christianity. When you look at women and men, and there's data on this.
They're completely different, of course.
Yeah, they're completely different. And this is the first time in modern history that we have written history in America where we see the counterpart for the first time is more religious than the female counterpart. So men on my generation are more religious than the female of my generation. This is the first time it's happening. And that's great.
Yeah, what
except for when
generation are you in?
I don't know, I'm 29 years old, millennial, whatever it may be, in between Z and millennial. But what I'm
You'd be
getting
Z.
at is there is a movement to get back to the Orthodox where men are looking more at the apostolic succession of Christianity and women go to big mega churches because that's what makes them feel better inside.
Th-
Yeah.
That's why I asked if what movement, because it sounds like there might be two different movements. Charlie Kirk was his own movement, and you have your own movement.
I don't have a movement, right? I'm not flying any banners or saying
You-
anything. I just don't think that
Okay.
movement is the right direction for Christianity in general.
I can't
But it
even
could be a
disagree.
different movement. He had other things. Maybe he was looking at profit and Christianity. Everyone likes.
And that's fine. I'm
it's
just saying the
capitalist.
covert feminists that were allowed in don't have the same
We can-
outcome.
Yeah, and that could weaken. It's hard for me to even argue with you, Ducky, because I'm against like that whole sewing circle. You know, I believe that it's weakening Christianity, and that's why I'm kind
Yeah.
of careful.
We're defamed as Christians, and I don't agree with it.
Yeah, and I can't argue with that. I can see that point.
I'm not a very Christian person. I was raised in the church, and then our parents gave us the choice when I was 7. But I think I do remember a point where, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not Christian. I don't read the Bible or anything. I'm trying to change that though. But isn't there a point where Jesus Christ washes a prostitute's feet?
Yeah, Marilyn Magdalene or
Well,
whatever
and
her name was.
there-
So he showed compassion to a prostitute.
There's
converted?
debate on whether she was an actual prostitute, I guess, from what I'm understanding now. But yeah, they're
Or a downtrodden. I'll say I'll change the word.
fair. Sorry.
So
what-
isn't Charlie Kirk taking in Nala?
Well, let
Right,
me
kinda
ask you
similar
this,
to that.
Trey Sailor. During Jesus' time of washing those feet, what did he say afterwards? Did he say, go on and keep doing what you've been doing, or what did he say?
That I cannot tell you. Like I said,
Okay, so you're
when I was
taking
about 7.
contextually what you think is instead of the actual broadened picture of it. Because what he says, you're right. He does wash the feet of a downtrodden person, but he also tells that downtrodden person, go and do this no longer. Nala Ray
Yep.
is still doing it. That's my problem. I stated that. While that
So Nala Ray
while
is still
she's
doing
being-
OF?
Yeah, she's still doing OF. She
Yeah.
lied
Oh,
to
well, fuck her
Charlie
then.
about the change.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
while
didn't
this
know
is
that.
happening, she's still doing it. I don't think that's appropriate. That's all. I didn't say that's against Charlie. I think Charlie's being used, but he's also using that for his benefit, and I don't agree with it.
Yeah,
So-
if
so-
he just stopped immediately and was like newborn.
But you could also
Well,
maybe.
like
So the
with
biggest
Kirk
thing, as
and,
far as I'm concerned, as
and-
far as Nala Ray goes, is I didn't know if she still had an OF. I thought she had gone away from it. If she's restarted it, then like Trey said, F her.
I thought
But
the same
the thing
thing,
is,
potato.
yeah. So I've watched videos of her doing her stupid cooking stuff, and regardless of whether it's OF or not, she is selling herself in those cooking shows. So regardless of whether it's an OF platform or not, she's still selling herself in that scenario. And the biggest thing is as a Christian, if you are truly repentant, you would not be in the public face in that repentant process. You would disappear for at least a couple of years and then come back and say, I've changed, I've learned, I understand now. You cannot possibly understand the Bible in a night, right? Trey, I'm sure you can relate to that if you're trying to get into it, right? So her conversion was a grift, just like Pharmacat is saying in the chat. Her conversion was just to show the what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, long story short, it was to sell her Bibles, her Christian paraphernalia. That was literally the only thing
To
that
play
she
the
tuned
algorithm.
over. Exactly. She played
Yeah,
the
just like Charlie
algorithm.
Kirk did.
And she played the gentleman whoever ended up marrying her, right?
Or her following went up more than just from lefty degenerates to sewing
Exactly.
circle.
Now we've got
Because of that.
exactly sewing circle Christians that are saying, "Oh, she's reformed. We as Christians should, forgive them of their sins and move forward." And that's where, unfortunately, the hippy dippy Jesus comes in, and we've got so many people that are following him that they've then gone and followed Nala, thinking that she's reformed and watching this sexual content on her cooking channel rather than going and doing the degeneracy of OF.
Same with Nicki Minaj, which is a newer even thing than that whole thing with Erica Kirk interviewing Nicki Minaj, just because she had a certain belief about what Trump was doing was right, and she was a celebrity. Let's introduce her into the whatever realm that they have, and I think that does more damage to Christianity than it does good. You know what I mean? So now you're like, oh, I love Nicki Minaj all of a sudden, why she's out there twerking her ass half naked on stage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. She only did it. She only used Charlie for that so that she can.
Now, to go with what
herself.
he's on a good point, like as far as shouldn't you actually sway those people into your circle, and then that would lead them to maybe to the path of belief. But at the same time, what Rubber Ducky said, yeah, come to this, but repent, change your ways, and live in the in the light of the Lord. Don't just come to this and then you're just living your own same life, still continuing OF and being a degenerate. You know what I mean? Like get back to just grifting off of the Christian circle.
Right. Exactly. And like I said, it comes back down to if you're really in repentance, you're going to want to seek seclusion. You're going to want to seek the area, the space that you can connect to your Lord and your Savior. You're not going to be online with all of the degeneracy that's pushing in and beating down the door toward your mental state. You're going to try to find solace in being alone, finding that connection with God. Because as we all know, as Christians, and Trey, if you're just learning now, you'll learn probably. It takes a quiet place. It takes an understanding of yourself and the stillness of being able to think for yourself, not constantly online, not touching grass, not understanding the joys of the benefits of the presence that he's given us, right? The land that we live on, the water that we drink, the food that we eat is all given to us by the Lord and Savior, the one that created everything, right?
And it doesn't even necessarily have to be alone. You just surround yourself with those type of individuals. You know what I mean?
Touche, Independent. That's a very good point. You don't have to be alone, but you have to get away from your old self. In order to be baptized, you are dying. You're literally, your spirit is dying away and you're becoming a new person. So with a lot of the churches, like the LDS church, since I know that one, they get baptized at 8. I don't believe in that because you're not old enough to understand the repercussions that is happening with that at 8 years old. You have to come to your own understanding. Like Trey, you're going through the process now to understand what's really needed of you in that spiritual passing and then rebirth to understand what God has in store for you. Joy and parties and holidays galore. The way that we celebrate now with the secular views, we have what, 7 holidays in a year. The old way of celebrating, there were weeks of celebration. God wants us to be happy, but we have to shed the degeneracy. We have to shed the old life and understand what he has in store for us. I'll stop preaching now.
Never been preached
no.
by a potato before.
I'm just here
no,
trying
amen.
to... Go ahead. What was that?
Rubby, it all goes back to what Rubber Ducky was saying, dude, is, repent. And that's the whole thing of it. Everybody fucks up. Everybody does degenerate shit sometime or another. But keep it in your mind, like, that's wrong. You know what I mean? So don't do it, or try to fight yourself to not do it, But when you're just, you say you're a Christian, but you're not over there repenting, or like still like or surrounding yourself around degeneracy, that's just you're a Christian by name. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So like the rhinos, the Republicans by name only. I have a name. I'm not going to slur it because that's basically what it is, but it's Christian by name only, right? I think you could probably get where I'm going with that. But the matter of the fact is, we need to get away from the idea that you can think that you're Christian and not be a Christian. These churches that are claiming to be Christ followers and yet saying that Christ would be happy to help you through the schmortion process is absolutely completely ridiculous. I don't understand that, and yet there are churches, Christian, quote unquote Christian churches, that do preach this. So we need to get back to an understanding of, like Dave was saying earlier in the chat, what denomination is going to be required essentially for the tithing or whatever we were talking about before. Where again, when I talked about it's all of the churches, all of the individual churches need to be doing their own part. But we do need to get back to one idea of God, because there is only one God, right?
There's only one. And they seem to think there's multiple.
Well, so that actually, there are multiple gods, lowercase g. Okay, there's only one God that is the creator of all of the other lowercase g gods. So there are other entities that can be viewed as God, and that's where all of these other religions have gotten their ideas of the mythology of those kind of ideas. They stem from an actual entity out there, a demon, a fallen angel, whatever the case is. But there are lowercase g gods. There's a passage in the Bible that talks about how God, uppercase G, stands in front of a congregation of lowercase g gods. So it is there. It's just how much do we understand of it, right?
Yeah, I get you.
It's for the pudding, really. I talked to my dad. He's kind of a non-believer, but he says, how do you know your religion is the right one, or what you believe in is the right one? But when you, like, what I mean by proof is in the pudding, when you start reading about, God and Jesus and all that, like, it kind of proves why my religion is better. I mean, even when you look at history, or not even better, but the right one, it's preaching about the freedom of will and the freedom of an individual and love and care and stuff like that. And you see throughout history that is the betterment. That way of thinking is a betterment of society. Even as a non-believer, I would think that's the way to go. I mean, has to be the right one. They have to be doing something right. Maybe there is, using quotations, maybe there is a God that is, like, they're on that right path. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, maybe they do have it, they do have the code,
Sure.
So that's how I would say, like, when you want to do like what religion is the right one, and like you mentioned Allah and stuff, but when I'm reading about in the Quran, and they're saying like, no, you have to do this or death, for everybody else, like that's like that doesn't sound like something that I want to follow, And if you look at like Hinduism or something like that, if you look at it like the earth is being carried by a turtle on the that's ridiculous, so I would go to the more logical way of of the religion, that route, and go into look at a history and where that religion has gotten people in history,
Right. Well, and it's like you
Oh,
were
I
saying,
love history.
it's like you were saying about the you have the free will to choose, right? Dang it, I just lost what I was saying. Go ahead. Sorry, guys.
Oh, history. I just wanted to add on that which religion is right is definitely kind of a slippery slope, because looking at the history books, like Christians have been killing other Christians for thousands of years, or not thousands, but 1,500 years roughly, to determine which part of Christianity is the best. So you had people that believed in the Trinity. Is he the Father? Is he the Holy Spirit?
Yeah, but that's so much more that's just like a summed up version of it, right? Because there's so much more than just, oh yeah, it's my side's right versus your side. There was geopolitical and socioeconomic factors at the same time. Like you're talking about the Protestants versus the Catholics, and that's in Eastern Europe. That was a lot more than just religion. That was borders, that was land, that was, bloodlines. That's a lot of different things.
Well, that was also one of the excuses to kill each other, though, too.
I mean, we've been killing each other. We don't need excuses to do that, right? We've been doing that for thousands of years, regardless of religion.
Oh yeah, man's been killing each other for years.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, that's when it goes down to that's kind of what I'd started looking into the Orthodox Church and the original ones. When you start introducing like the Catholic, and you want to talk about like Christians killing each other for years, that's when things in the Bible begin getting manipulated, and we fall a little bit from the words, and instead of living those, what it's trying to say, there's people out there that manipulate. And kind of how the King James Bible went about was, the Catholic Church was talking about the Bible in their own way. Instead of like preaching exactly the way it's supposed to be written, they were manipulating the words, and not many people knew whatever what word am I looking for? Latin or whatever. Didn't know that language. Most people didn't know that language in the Bible, so the Catholic Church did, and they could manipulate it into whatever way they wanted to manipulate. And I think a lot of that is due to the in-house fighting, is people manipulating the Bible, just like how like Western society, like even slavery was, built upon, they used religion and Christianity to justify slavery, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
the
again,
winners always write the history books.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Again, I think that's a manipulation,
goes.
and a true Christian wouldn't actually believe that.
What was that, Independent? Sorry.
I was saying that's a manipulation of the Bible, and that's just a religion manipulating the Bible's words to fit whichever narrative that they wanna somebody to believe.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah.
I just know it's kind of a slippery slope, because like I'm part of a super minority. Well, all gingers are, and yeah, you definitely cannot grade our weenus. We don't taste like ginger. But back in the day, we were persecuted, and over 56,000 redheads were killed and burnt at the stake because they were considered demons or possessed by the devil.
No,
that sucks, because like, orange
Good
cats
for
are
you.
my favorite.
What was that, Duck?
Oh, I said that sucks because like orange cats are my favorite.
Right.
Yeah, those are Viking cats too. The Vikings left them when they did their conquering.
Oh, really? That's wild.
Yeah.
They got the best personalities.
Yeah.
Well, they did the whole ginger side again within movies. You don't see gingers
Oh, I
in
know.
movies nowadays.
I was super upset about Ariel, like one of the only redheads I had representing me in cinema.
Yeah. Well, I'm guaranteed they'll redo Brave, but they won't put a Scottish woman in it this time around.
Oh no, there'll be just somebody identifying as Scottish.
Yeah, they'll be probably black with dreads and be like, I identify as Scottish.
You know what's funny? I fucking dare
That's
them
what
to
I
put
was about to say.
Tarzan swinging from vines. I want to see them do
They
that.
won't.
They don't have the
Yo,
Tarzan.
if
They won't do
Potato
Tarzan.
wasn't streaming on YouTube, I would have just said the N word.
Well, thanks for not saying it, bud.
I don't feel
But
like
yeah.
getting nobody banned.
Yeah, I appreciate
I want to see
it.
Disney do Tarzan.
What was that?
I said I want to see Disney do Tarzan and change the Tarzan to a black dude.
That's funny.
I want to see him do it. It's like, hey, I mean, y'all, since y'all doing, race swapping and all, how about can we get a black Tarzan in the jungle swinging from vines? No, no, but to do everyone else, though? Okay, all right.
No, that'd be
I mean,
racist,
he's
dude.
already a monkey. Why not make him even more
I
of a
was gonna
monkey?
say, yeah, you might as well just.
They won't do that
The
because of
left
that
would be
right
like,
here.
"How dare you put a black man hanging on the vines?
Right.
Right?
Right.
I'm
Equating him
surprised
to
they
a
haven't
monkey or
made him
something?"
whiter.
For real though. Well, guys, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours now. I love the conversation. I've not wanted to give it up. I usually only stream for 2 hours, Trey. I don't know if you've seen me or not, but so this has been
I made a
exciting.
comeback.
What's that? Oh, DJ?
I made a comeback.
Yeah. But like I said, I appreciate the conversation. We'll be doing this more for sure. Really, I'm really happy with how this turned out. Trey, appreciate you joining and joining my Discord. Do you have a channel or anything, bud?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube, Trey_SELOR.
Perfect.
And I make video game content, original videos, and stop frame animations. And my newest one is Blade Runner, Where's Waldo?
Nice. I'll have to check that out. Go subscribe to you. If you haven't liked the stream, guys, please like the stream, subscribe to Trey, to Real Rain, to myself, if you would mind. Is there anybody else in the chat that has a YouTube channel? Nobody else, I don't think, is there?
Negative
Okay.
on that cat.
Okay.
I will be following you, Trey. I like how you think, dude. Yeah.
Oh, thank
you
you.
come with some light.
Yeah. And like I said, Trey, I would love to have you back on panels. Anytime that I have a panel, you're more than welcome to join. I don't know exactly if I'll be doing a panel night or how I want to do that. I might do some polls or something like that and see how people, because I like the way that this turned out. People in the chat were giving me good feedback. So I want to do this more often. Appreciate the respect of everybody in the chat. Real Rain, he was very respectful in his takes, and everybody that's joined the panel has been very respectful, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. As far as anything else, is there anything else that the panel wants to talk to the chat about or anything like that?
No, just make sure to hit like and subscribe, and make sure to tune in for Potato in the future.
Thanks, man. I
If
appreciate
you don't
that,
like and subscribe, you're gay.
You're gay. All right,
It's
man.
big
Well,
gay.
you guys, I'll let you guys go and enjoy your evening. And you're all part of the Discord, so I'm always available if you're part of the Discord. Just tag me if you need anything or anything like that, and I'm always there for my followers. So.
Yeah,
We don't have to
follow
though.
Tate if you haven't already, man. Really cool guy, especially in the Discord. You get to talking to people and stuff, and I don't know. I think what you say, dude, and your channel is pretty cool too. So definitely a good person, dude. Good vibes.
Thanks, Independent. I really appreciate that, man. Any other closing statements or anything like that?
I have one closing statement.
Sure, go ahead.
Just remember, we're among the lucky ones. We woke up today. Some people did not.
Amen, brother. Wow. All right.
Amen to that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dropped right
Amen.
off after that mic drop of a statement, man. So, yeah, I dang, man. Like, I've gotten a couple of new subscribers and had a good conversation and the fastest 5 hours of my life. I've had a good time, guys. Really appreciate this.
You said
definitely
you were
be
going to
doing it
stop streaming earlier.
I know,
You
right?
said you were going to stop streaming right about when I got off, and I was like, okay, I'm not going to miss much. I've been here for a while.
I know, right?
You
I
can't
feel
see
bad.
I needed to get dinner.
We didn't even
And
talk
then I
about.
realized you were still streaming.
Right. What was that, Duck? Sorry.
I said I'm throwing my hands up. You can't see me, but we didn't even get to talk about force doctrine. I'll have to do that another time.
Talk about what?
Force doctrine.
Force doctrine. Yes, yes, Duck. I want to get on a call with you and have a conversation. And if you want to stream it, we could stream it too. But yeah, I definitely want to discuss that with you. So we'll definitely be in the Discord. I've been meaning to get a hold of you directly and see if we can get a call scheduled. So we'll definitely schedule that up and work that through for sure. I'm glad you brought that back up.
What is it about?
Force doctrine. So, Andrew Wilson's force doctrine. The way that I see it, it could end up going pretty negatively. And so maybe you can be part of that conversation if you want, independent. But yeah, we'll be having that conversation another time, just simply because it's the time that we're running now. But I appreciate you bringing that back up, Duck, because yeah, I mentioned that earlier, and I was wanting to kind of maybe touch on it, but this was more about Charlie Kirk, and so I wanted to stay with that conversation for this bout. But I think we'll maybe gear
It already
that.
spewed way off.
What was that?
It already spewed way off topic.
Yeah.
It was enjoyable.
It was good. It was good.
Think,
I really liked it.
to think this almost didn't even happen.
Right, exactly. For the fact that I almost couldn't get it to work. Was it you, Gamer, that was able to find the right channel?
Yes.
Dude, thank you. I appreciate your legwork there, buddy. But yeah, for not even being able to maybe make this happen, it went really well. Real Rain was kind of spurring off the topic a little bit here and there, which is fine. I liked the way that it went, but I will try to structure a little bit more so that we stay on topic, because there were a couple of times that he asked if he could ask a question, and I was cool with it, but it diverted from what I wanted to talk about. And so I'll try to restructure a little bit better for next go. And if you guys have any, sorry, what was that?
But I'm sorry. I am very bad at staying on topic. So if I ever get off on a rant, just tell me to shut the hell up and go back to topic. Because
that's why I say I'll structure it better next time. And get a better understanding of what we want to talk about. The biggest thing is the fact that Dave had to do his thing, and completely understandable. Nothing against him, nothing problem there. It's just we had to re-situate this situation. And for the fact that with that, I was worried we were going to make 3 hours, and now we're at 5 hours. So that's good. But like I said, next time I'll structure it for a specific topic. We'll stick to that topic through the whole conversation, and then we'll get to if we have a segue, we can lot that for another conversation, because the more conversations we have, the better off we all are, right? The better I am for content, the better off we have for discussions, and the more we can move things forward, right? So
it's enjoyable, and we learn from it.
Exactly.
Yes,
that's my ultimate goal. I want to be enjoyable.
Yes, and like me joining the panel, I might have a line, like a way of thinking that might not be right. And if you can come at me with better information and why I should think this way, that's also, well, you know what I mean? So
yeah, absolutely.
A lot of whatever is just like maybe a theory or how I feel. Like kind of like about Trump, what I'm really trying to get at is, please somebody tell me to not I don't want to be black pilled where I'm at. Right. Please somebody save it. You know what I mean? Right. Because I find that it's all, hokey.
Yeah. But anyway, like I said, we'll discuss more in Discord. I should probably let you guys get going so that we're not boring the chat. Yeah, we'll definitely I'll be in touch with Duck personally for that conversation, and then if we want to make it a stream, we'll definitely do another stream. Maybe, I don't know, a different day of the week, because I want to keep to my own stuff, right? My content.
Anytime you want to do an open panel like this would be cool.
Sweet. That's awesome, Doug. But anyway, like I
I
said,
can do stuff about any time in the afternoon about any
yeah.
day of the week.
Okay, cool. Yeah, as soon as I get a better understanding of what my full-time job is going to give me time to do, the next couple weeks I might be doing more live streams. So we'll do some more of these probably in the next couple weeks. Yeah, I should probably get off the stream and let you guys get on with your evening. But again, thank you very much for your engagement, guys. Appreciate you being here. And yeah, you have a good night. All right, man.
Yep. You too.
Good night.
God bless.
Good night, gang.
God bless America.
That's
Oh,
right.
man.
All right, guys. See, so you should still be able to hear me. Just my sign off real fast. As always, please take care of yourselves out there. Remember those Second Amendment rights within this United States, these beautiful, wonderful United States that we have. Remember those Second Amendment rights. Keep your response time. Your response time will always be faster than that of the police. I want you to stay around. You're all important. We're all very important in the war to come. Those outside of the United States, please stop giving up your rights. You're important just like everyone else. And as for now, you all take care of yourselves out there. And as always, the potato signing off, my friends.
Took its form when fear stood tall and silence grew. One man stood firm, and others knew. He didn't come with polished crowns or promises to bow them down, just words with weight and faith held tight. A steady flame against the night. He spoke when speaking cost a price. Chose conviction over compromise. Not chasing cheers or fleeting fame, but lighting paths with heaven's flame. And when the road felt steep and long, he reminded us what's right is strong. We are the fire you helped ignite, still burning through the longest night. You showed us truth is worth the stand, and faith requires a steady hand. We are the echo of your call. We rise together if we fall. The torch you carry didn't fade. We are the flame you helped to raise. Not built on anger, not on hate, but ordered truth and moral weight. A message grounded firm and clear. Stand for God, don't bow to fear. He didn't claim a perfect way, just walk the line. He chose to stay, and in that walk a nation heard that courage starts with spoken word. And when the noise was loud and wide, he taught us where to place our spine. We are the fire you helped ignite, still burning through the longest night. You showed us truth is worth the stand, and faith requires a steady hand. We are the echo of your call. We rise together if we fall. The torch you carry didn't fade. We are the flame you helped to raise. This isn't one voice standing tall, it's many hearts answering the call. Not to worship men or names, but God the truth. Protect the flame from campus halls to quiet towns, from whispered prayers to battlegrounds. The message lives, the mission stays, passed from hands to hearts to days. Not his name, but what he stood for. Not the moment, but the door. He opened minds, he stirred the brave, and taught us faith is meant to save. We are the fire you helped ignite, the stand, and faith was never meant to bend. We are the ones who carry on, long after any stage light's gone. The torch you carry didn't fade. We are the flame you helped to raise. So we walk forward, heads held high, with truth, with faith, with watchful eyes. The fire leaves, the path is clear. We carry it from here. From here. From here.